So, welcome to the podcast, Common Sense with Joey Barton. Patrick Sean Lacy, born 1993. Honestly, really happy to have you on, mate. You've got a fascinating story. I've obviously tracked your journey for a little bit because you're one of those kind of underdog characters, and I keep seeing you picking yourself up and going again. And for me, I don't know about the listeners out there, but I just want to see them kind of kids get on and do fantastic and do well, because I believe it's an incredible message. Yeah, being squeaky clean, doing everything right, that is one way of going about it. But for every one of them, there's 9 other lads like myself, like yourself, Pad, who maybe don't get it right all the time, but get up the next day with an intention of getting better. So, Pad, welcome to the show.
Nice one, Joe. Appreciate it, mate.
So, where to start, really? Where do you start? Evertonian, Liverpudlian?
Liverpudlian, yeah.
How'd you get into Liverpool?
My dad was a Red.
So you got no choice?
No choice, but his brother, John, my uncle, he's a Blue. So they're all mixed in their family, like you and Noah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Liverpool families like that. When you play in Glasgow or some cities where there's a more intense rivalry, it's very rare you hear about people going the game together, people having brothers, uncles. I've got 3 lads. One of my lads is a Liverpudlian. Just gone that way. And as I say, in Liverpool, usually the religion is passed on to you by your grandfather, your grandmother, via your dad or your mother. But sometimes people will go and support the other team. So how many Evertonians have you got?
So my uncle John, my nan is a Blue. And then there's my dad, Tony. I don't think Joseph. These are all my uncles and my nan. So mixed bag, I think 3 and 2. I don't know about the girls, all my aunties, I couldn't tell you. They
just go to keep whoever's happy. They don't start winding anyone up. And then your brothers and yourself all live with
Well, Shay's Man U now. He's been at Man U that long.
So
when you start, it's always a bit of a mad one with Shay, Joe. Because obviously he's been at Man U since he was 5. My dad took him up to Man U. And then he just doted after him. But you would, because he was obviously...
Yeah, he's a talented kid,
he was a good player as a kid from 5 years old, and then...
So this is Paddy's brother Shay Lacey, who's at Man United. Is he 17, 16?
17 and...
England Youth International, under 15, 16, 17. Winger, striker?
Yeah, anywhere forward player he can play.
Free kick specialist?
Yeah, he's got those free kicks. No, certainly not. I've never scored a free kick ever.
I was reading you got a goal of the month against Pompey.
Oh, yeah. I could hit them from outside the box, like... Right. Yeah, but not really dead ball specialist. I used to let them all argue about it. I couldn't be arsed getting involved with all that, Joe. When I was playing, and I could take a free kick, but just couldn't be arsed.
All right, so we'll get to your Shay, we'll get to your dad, because I know you've got a bit of a football background there, but I had Tony Bellew on the first podcast, and Tony is obviously a fantastic boxer that he's known for, but was a bit of a frustrated centre-forward, and he's obviously a South-ender, coming from kind of Parley Tocky, and obviously you're from the North End, and Tony spoke about... We were talking a little bit about racism in terms of being from Southend and crossing across the city. And he said, I used to go across to the North End all the time to box. So he said, same as us via footy, through boxing or whatever, because it's a true meritocracy in terms of you're judged on how good you are at football or boxing. Colour goes, because you know he's a good fighter or he's a good footballer. And I always think to be from this city, you've got to be one of 3 things, and they all begin with F. You've got to be funny, you've got to be good at footy, or you've got to be good at fighting. If you don't carry one of them traits, it's going to be tough growing up in Merseyside. So, growing up, Crosby, you're saying North Liverpool?
Yeah, my fellas from the Dingle, he's a South End, and me man's off to John's. So then it was just... My fella used to go up and have a bevy in the park and that with the lads, but I don't think they wanted to settle, so...
we're kind of classed as East. The Johns would be out East,
isn't it? Yeah. And then... I think they just decided, because my mum's granddad had moved to Waterloo with my auntie Maisie, that when they used to visit them, they said, it's nice round here. And then there was an house going on that street. So they went, do you want to just get an house here then? Because I don't think she wanted to go to Dingle and my dad didn't want to go to John's.
So you end up, obviously, you've got like Southport and all that out there ways, which if people do really, really well from Liverpool, they kind of end up Birkdale, Southport with all the golf courses are or whatever. If you do all right for yourselves, Crosby and all around there, it is a nice part of the world. And then you've obviously got on your doorstep there kind of Bootle, obviously city centre, Croxteth, Kirby. real footballing for the kids who are obviously rough and ready from them areas. You'll be mixing playing junior football with them and taking. So where did you start playing your junior footy?
So I always remember my best mate, he lived about 5 doors down, Conor Duffy. There was a sign up on the chippy, we must have only been 7, and he knocked. But I was always playing with the ball.
Playing
I
in
didn't
the
have
street.
a team, just in the street, yeah. And he was hopeless, by the way, and he still is bad now. We just could never get football as much as we were out. And then they knocked on and said, look, there's a team, they're having trials down in the park, literally facing our house. The park was just straight up one road. Go down, and so I went down to my first ever proper footy session, aside from what I was doing with my dad, obviously kicking the ball.
So how old are you? Are you 5 or 6?
No, I'm about 7. I think I started under 8s. I think my first season was, and I thought I was very good. Only listening to my dad. My dad could see Joe a little bit of technical ability. He could play.
Who did your dad play for, Pat?
He played for Liverpool till he was 17. He got a YTS, and then I think Wigan asked my dad to sign, and he boxed as a junior. And he'd started going, I think the story was something along, he needed to strengthen up a bit as every 17-year-old. So we started going back to a gym, which he'd done a little bit of sparring. But it was all just dorm and circuit training, not a boxing gym per se, but there was a ring there. So we was mixing it with some dormant and pros and different things. And then as soon as Liverpool sat him down and said, look, we're not going to keep you on. We've ummed and ahed about you. That's what he always clings to. We've ummed and ahed about you, but he's one of the best teams in Europe. I think that'd be about 83, something like that.
Dominant, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So the certain coming out of a dominant spell.
There's a lot of branches to it on the way down, isn't there, Joe? Do you know what I mean? You could have went and salvaged a good career in football.
Yeah, you don't have that safety net now. Now, if you come out of Liverpool's academy, there's a network of agents, and before you know it, you're in front of a lot of agents. Back in what's that? Early
83, something like that. I think it was 84.
It's still, it's still very much behind the first team. It'll be a bit of a skeleton, in terms of the reserves. At the big clubs will be big, but then it's not like it is now, where there's big nets out to catch anyone who misses or falls in between the cracks. And at that point, if you're not big and physical, you're not going to get accelerated on, because the pitches are slightly different in the early 80s than they are now, and the rule set is, in terms of, if you're a young whippersnapper, you can't play men's football, because if you can't look after yourself, you're not going to get a kick. So your dad finishes play amateur? Does he play on the non-league scene or anything?
No, literally, Joe went to Wigan, and then he was boxing. And I think it was Ray Matthias. I could be getting the wrong. I think Ray was there. He worked for Tranmere, but I think he was there then. He said, look, we want you, Pat, but we've heard that you're boxing now as well, amateur boxing, for the Golden Gloves down the South End. And me after I said, I just walked away. I'm not stopping this boxing, because they call it the boxing bug, don't they? When you start, you can't keep yourself away from it. I done it myself. So I was playing the conference and had a few amateur fights. I was playing for Barrow in the National League, and I had a few amateur fights. And I was thinking, I shouldn't really be doing this, sparring 7-8 rounds the night before, playing Grimsby at home.
Yeah,
but
no.
I was just loving it. I got man of the match that day, Jojo.
You probably would have got a fucking hat-trick and man of the match if you'd not done the 7 rounds.
But I couldn't keep away from it. Just something was in me, Joe, to do it. And like you just said about the 3 Fs, I've got a very limited, skill set of things I've learnt in life. Fighting's one of them that I've learned very early on with my dad. Everything, if disagreements, it ends in a fight. You can't really argue it out, and I've followed suit. Football, and floor line. So man is 3 Fs.
You can, if you get all 3 and you can add a few more on, you're flying, lad. Do you know what I mean? And as I say, there's another one to have fun. We do all that, but you got to have fun as well. Like I think sometimes, you don't know what life's going to throw at you. You don't know how long you're going to get. And you might as well be optimistic and have a fucking laugh and a joke if you're doing it. Listen, there's times you got to knuckle down and be serious. But there's loads of times where you've got an option to be serious, or you've got an option to have a bit of fun. And I always think, take the fun option, because at some point in your life, there's going to be times when you just can't. That's not an option. You've got to be serious. So your dad then is clearly talented at football, bit of a sport Billy, would you say?
Yeah.
So are you the eldest kid?
No, I've got an older sister, 2 years older.
Is she into sport?
No sport, no.
All right. So you're the first lad on. You carry the family name, the Lacy family name.
But I've got
and he's a good runner.
So I've got my cousin Dean Lacy. He played for Everton.
Okay.
Up until he got a call up to Lillishore the last year. Lillishore was going.
All right.
And he done his cruciate. And I had another cousin. That was my Tony's lad Dean. His son Tony ran for England as well. All athletes. And then my cousin, my dad's brother John, my cousin Joe, he played for Everton as well.
So you were saying I heard you say your dad was a good... Did he run for Liverpool Harriers?
Yeah, ran for Liverpool Harriers.
All right.
Yeah, my dad's an athlete. He doesn't look much of one now.
So you got fantastic genetics.
Yeah,
your
I think
play
I do.
sport?
My mum, she ran the marathon in under 4 hours. Only picked her up at 30 years old. Do you get what I mean? And she picked her up at 30, trained for 6 weeks. My dad said she was just a natural running pad. She never knew that she could do that. He said until she just got out to run. My dad went, fucking hell, you've never run your whole life, you're fantastic. Said then 6 weeks later she was doing a marathon. She's only tiny though.
Genetics there, mate.
Yeah,
you really have. When you look at it and you, again, had a little spell buying, breeding racehorses, and the bloodline's so important.
I race pigeons.
Race pigeons. Well, you like Big Dunk. one of my mates' his old man, Gary O'Grady's dad was massive into pigeon racing.
I'm not really. It's more my dad's thing, but sometimes
you go for
in the summertime, he spends a right few.
Yeah, they go for Brewster's, like 10 grand a pigeon and all that. I'm like, there's fucking loads in town. I'll get you a load if you want.
But that's how I start off as a kid. I go to my shop, and there used to be pigeons on South Road for anyone in Waterloo that leads down to the beach. Hundreds of pigeons, and I'd catch the ones with a ring, and my dad would look and go, not bad, keep it, shite, lash that away. And
so you are the proverbial pigeon catcher?
Well, that was my big thing as a kid. I could catch a pigeon with
just give me a chip.
Yeah, there's obviously a technique as there is to anything. And that was a little thing in the park. I'd just walk over with the pigeon and say, there you go.
Man of many talents. Who'd have known he's a pigeon fancier? Big Dunks was a big mad pigeon man.
Loads of boxers out there. You think Paul Schmidt's had to go over as well. Loads of people.
So what is it in that? What's the thing with the solace with the training the pigeon to come back?
Yeah,
or what is it?
Joe, no one really knows how they know the way home. To be honest, it's a guess, but
it's something in the minds, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's something to do with the sunset. They've got some type of thing in them. So you've got to train them now. And
watched a documentary about it.
Most of it is genetics as well, though, as you were just saying. Yeah. So
you rear them from chicks, I take it. So you take them all
and sell
away.
Off the young ones.
Sell off the ones that aren't good enough.
No, you sell off the young ones to make your money back on the pigeon that you bought.
Is it like dogs where if you get a pedigree pigeon, you can obviously breed from it and obviously sell the offspring out, right? So it is.
Or if you could pick up one, that you could catch in the street, and as long as you found the fella who's stamped on it, do you want it back? No, that could breed you the champ, Joe. And you could say to your mates at the pigeon club, look, do you want a young enough that?
They got offline of it then, and they just started hanging around with all the pigeons in town.
Just couldn't be arsed getting home, seeing a bird or something, Joe.
Listen, we've all been there. we'll no doubt get to that. So the sport and genetics, then your dad obviously sportsman, athlete in terms of boxer, footballer. So clearly very, very competent in terms of you could probably turn his hand to most sports if you can play them. Tennis, table tennis, whenever Wimbledon or the golf or whatever comes on, I would imagine you're one of them kids, like all the kids are in Liverpool, where you're out and about on the street, playing sport, getting chased, whatever it is to keep yourselves occupied. So at what point then do you know you're good at football? At what age?
School, innit, Joe? Right. No one could tackle you in school, so... But then I always remember getting my eye wiped. He plays for the Dovey for us now, our captain, Peter Hennessy. I played against him under 8s, 9s, something like that. And he was just too good for me. Me and my dad come home in the days. We were like, fucking hell, we thought you were good. And he was brilliant.
Right. So at that point, had you been the best lad in your
school,
street?
Yeah, in my street, school, as you're going through. And then in that league, up until I met one person. And then the year later, I was better than him by then. Because I had a good year. And then I was kicking on.
And then, so what, you're 7, 8, 9 here at this age?
Yeah, I would say I was about 9 then, when I probably got as good as him after a year of football.
So at 9, you realise I'm a little bit better than average. So like there's kids who like you see just play footy because they love it, and you go, they never.
Well, I would say he was the best in the league, me and him, but he was better than me.
All right.
And then the year later, I was probably as good. If
so, what league's this, Pad?
I think the Hightown League.
All right.
There, yeah.
Is the lads who were getting scouted because at that time, it was different to me when we were in academies or centre of excellence they were known as then, you could still play for your amateur team on a Sunday or on a Saturday, but you'd train with Everton, or I was at Everton Tuesday, Thursday, but then I could play with St Anne's Rovers, who was my team from Bayars, on a Saturday.
I think you couldn't if you played for Everton Liverpool, I don't think, but I first signed for Tranmere.
All right.
And then I could, I'm sure I could.
Yeah, because sometimes if they were in Premier League academies or whatever, and they were league clubs, I don't know what it felt like, football league clubs, they didn't have the same academy because they changed to kind of 17s, 19s, and then I don't know whether they've changed it again to 23s or something like that. But at that point, I think the Premier League clubs could keep their players in, whereas the Championship and League One and obviously League Two clubs could still do the old system.
Yeah.
So at 8 or 9, you signed for Tranmere?
Yeah, I think I was 10. I done a year at Tranmere with the likes of Max Power.
Oh, right, yeah, Max, yeah, Sunderland, Wigan.
He was the best kid I've ever seen at 10 years of age, Max. Wow. He just played like a man, in-step, passing it round. My dad used to be made up because obviously he played the year above. If Max played, I was a centre-forward then, Joe.
All right.
I was getting at least an hat-trick because he was that good, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then from then...
So is this what, 8, what age you playing here?
I'm 10 now, I think. 10, so I've done a season till 11 just as I was going into senior school. And then I had an opportunity to go to Man U or Liverpool.
So are you supplementing your football here? So you're playing for Tranmere, training Tuesday,
and just playing
Thursday?
Sunday League. So playing for them for Saturday, playing Sunday League, I think.
All right, so give us your week.
Monday, probably out with the ball with my dad.
All right. Where in the streets, on the field?
No, in Vicky Park, top of my Mars Road.
Boots on?
Boots on. Did he get me on the track? I always remember the same track I went to last night, Joe. I can't remember. Not that my dad was a big disciplinarian, but he, you know, you've probably had the joke because your dad played football. When you play bad, Joe, he'd tell you what you done wrong.
I was the other way. My half fella was playing himself on a Saturday, so I was left to my own devices. I used to kick off that he didn't get on my case, so I grew up. It's why there's similarities, but then little bits of sliding doors moments. I grew up wanting my half fella to put pressure on me because some of my mates who I was playing with who were talented players, the half fellas would get in the car, give it to them. And I'd be like, I half want him to. He weren't really that ass.
Joe, trust me, you did.
But look at it now. I know I hear lad stories. You want what you haven't got. Do you know what I mean?
Always.
If one of your mates has got a black eye, you want one. Fucking they've got a black eye, I'll have one of that. Do you know what I mean? It's you'd always feel as a kid because you don't know the way. You feel like you're missing out when actually when you look back at it, it's sort of when we first bounced into each other. I'm talking a bit philosophical. There's a guy half a Schopenhauer, and it's whether your life's mapped out for you. You're just determinism or fate. Like, sorry, your life's mapped out for your fate. Is it just the way it was meant to be, all the ups and downs? Or through your decisions, determinism, can you chart your course? So can you make things? And I look and I always remember going into that lecture and I was like, no, you make it with your determinism and you make your way. And then coming out of it after listening to the arguments, like, oh, actually, no, fucking a lot of stuff is just fate. You know, and there's a healthy balance between the two. I think it keeps the ego in check. If you're down the determinism one, where I'm the master of my own destiny and every decision I make and forget the gods or luck, I'm going to, you know, you've heard the saying about hard work outworks luck or something. And then we all go, even Tiger Woods, you know, the famous chip where it stops on the edge and then goes in. If that doesn't happen,
then it's a different
who knows?
Thing,
do you know what I mean? But like, when I look at that, I go, are we a product of fate? So is your brother, Shay, going to be the best England player? Because you'd got in a couple of scrapes and he goes, like you learn from people around you in your peer group, your dad, your uncles. He's looking at you going, right, our Paddy's done that. And he ends up going and getting 100 caps for England and becomes the next Jude Bellingham. Well, hopefully, lad. Well, he's got a chance, hasn't he? If he's there at 15, 16, or, you know, with yous around him, he's got a right chance. And the fact that you're as open and honest and transparent about your highs and your lows, I think will give him a right chance. Because to have somebody with that level of experience, real life experience, who's already climbed the mountain in front of you, as a fucking Sherpa on the journey with you, tell you what, gives you a right chance. But let's get back to you, Pad. So for me, you're heading down this path then where you know you're a good player at 10. So you know you're better than the kids in your local area. So you think, I've got a chance here. And you're obviously watching Liverpool. Who's in the Liverpool teams? Who you're looking to inspire at that point?
Stevie J,
yeah.
Stevie J is the main man. Even though I was a centre-forward, then I was always a centre-forward. Just Stevie's always the boy for me.
Yeah. And outside of Liverpool, did you look at anyone who you base your game on in terms of who would you say you were similar to?
Back then, I was just a centre forward who had composure, could hold the ball up well and knew where the net was, Joe. Never blistered in speed, but
more like a Bergkamp type.
Similar. My dad always said Teddy Sheringham, but I never watched much of Teddy, so
that's a compliment.
Do you get what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, you miss Euro 96 and that, don't you? Forget.
Yeah.
You just that generation. So what's your first World Cup? What's the first World Cup?
First World Cup is 2002 that I can really remember, Joe. So
that Germany? Is that South Africa?
No, was it Korea or something in 2002?
Yeah, Korea, yeah. Brazil, Germany in the final.
Yeah. So that was my sticker book, Joe, and you always remember it back to them, getting all your stickers, getting all your players. Yeah.
And England, is that Beckham scores the pen to kind of get over France 90... France 98, is it? 2002. 98. Does he score a pen against Argentina?
Got sent off against Argentina, didn't he?
2002. Oh no, we get beat by Brazil, is it? Seaman. Ronaldinho.
Oh, Ronaldinho chips him with the cross.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2006 or 2010 there, I think. So that's your first World Cup. The next, in terms of, I'm trying to think, your first big final for like Liverpool.
Well, my arm fella took me to all, well, some of them in 2001. Right. So, my arm fella's mate, he had a security firm, Steve. So they used to look after the cups, Joe. So, the night before the Carling Cup final, when Robbie Fallowby played Birmingham, Robbie scored a volley, if you remember. I think we went to pens. Darren Pearce played centre-half for Birmingham. Yeah. And we used to have Cardiff. We used to have the trophies in our room the night before. And they used to get passed on to Liverpool Football Club. So I always remember we was in a lift and all the gang of blummies got in. We've got all the pictures on ours. And so my dad's best mate, Steve, he had a son who was the year below me. Luke, he played for Everton. I went out of club then, but he was at Everton from 5, stayed for Everton until he was 16. Played pro for Preston and Aki, you know, talented player, Luke. Fat ass on him though. And he said, what's in the box? My half fellow went, come to our room and we'll show you. And he opens the box, it's the Carling Cup. Yeah. He goes, fucking hell, you Scousers can rob anything.
But it must be some buzz seeing them, because obviously you see them on the telly, but then to touch them, and oh my God, and then to see, you know, a few hours later or whatever, your heroes have got hold of them.
At his birthday parties as a kid, he used to have, we'd have a football tournament, he'd have the Premier League title, the FA Cup and the Carling Cup all in the room. Yeah, I remember
there's a famous picture, isn't it, of Steve Gerrard in an Everton kit with all the trophies. Have you not seen it?
No, I remember seeing one of it in an Everton kit.
There's a famous picture, because it's like they go, he's an Evertonian, but at that age,
there's one of me, Flying Jeffers. There he is, yeah.
I think that's with the league and the Charity Shield, innit?
Yeah.
But I always thought this is superimposed, but I don't think it is. At that point,
no, that's legit.
You're throwing every kit on, aren't you?
I've got one in Everton kit because my arm fella done Franny Jeffers' carpets on the docks there.
Yeah.
And Franny gave me 50 quid, and all he said was, you want to support Liverpool off and be a toffee? I walked home, like, got in my dad's van and was like, wow. I said, Dad, I don't want to support Liverpool no more. When I got I think he was 28, Jeffers, I think he was, or was he 9?
Yeah, I remember him coming through 28 when he first come through, or something like that.
Yeah, I think he hadn't been to Arsenal yet, because he come back on loan, didn't he, from Arsenal? I don't think he was back on loan, he was still there. And anyway, when I got 2 Everton kits, got Jeffers on the back, and my dad took me to a derby at Goodison, Everton got slapped, Liverpool won. Just walked out to him, fuck that was a good few weeks, but...
There's always a weird one, there's a few always, like I say, people always have a little wobble, and it more kind of Evertonians going to Liverpool, because usually you've got a better team than us, than Liverpudlians coming the other way. But it does happen weirdly. I remember growing up, our Josh, Evertonian now, but his dad was a Man U fan. Yeah, he died while his dad was... He was 8.5 months in his mum's belly, and his dad was sadly murdered. And he was a Man U fan. So our Julie always, when I was a kid, supported Man U.
Did she?
The girls, kind of our Nadine and that, always looked for Man U because the dad did. And then our Josh comes online, and obviously all the family have drawn round because he's obviously lost his dad. So he was always like my younger brother, because your cousins, you're tight in Liverpool as cousins anyway.
Half my cousins are, yeah. No.
But especially when something like that happens, where it just draws you around. And obviously he supports Arsenal, Josh, I think, at one point, because Arsenal had the belt and night kits with Stefan Schwartz and Ian Wright and all that, and he loved. They always had the proper Nike kits with the shorts in. They had a great team. They weren't like what they became under Wenger, but they always had belts of kits, like really, really, like Nike weren't in kits at that point. You know, it was your Umbros, it was a bit of Adidas or whatever. But then this kit came. You had like Borussia Dortmund who had it, and a few big European clubs, but Arsenal take this kit on, and Josh ends up supporting Arsenal. And then he had a couple of years supporting Arsenal heavy. And I'm like, and then he come back to Everton, I think, after that. He's never... But again, once you start playing, you're saying there about younger brother supporting Man U, once you start playing, you look for your results. You know, you've got an eye for Liverpool, I would imagine. But once you're playing against Liverpool, did you ever play a pre-season friendly or anything? Because I know Aki and some of them local clubs play Liverpool.
Well, we played Bradford in the FA Cup, and I'd had a goal sent to me. I fell out with John because he signed me pre-season, and then I couldn't get in. And
This John Coleman?
John Coleman, yeah. So, you know, little Scotty Brown?
Yeah, I remember Scott, yeah.
So I remember Scotty pulled him and said, Gaffy's running all over me in training here. I've been where he is, so give him a go. He needs to play ahead of me, because I was running the show in training and just was sitting on the bench and probably get 10 minutes. So I pulled Coley and went, look, I'll get back on my van. I said, no, I'll go back part-time. I said, because it's an M-fuck, Joe.
Yeah.
And when you care that much about your profession, and I always wanted to get on and felt like I was getting held back, even when I was doing well.
How old are you here, Pad?
I'm 22, 23 when I joined Aki, so I'd done the hard roads in non-league. And then anyway, I went in for a few games when Scotty or Seamus, the captain, got injured. And then I was out the team as soon as they were back fit, and I thought, I've went in, scored goal the month.
Seamus Keneally there.
Keneally, yeah.
He's been a stalwart, actually, though, hasn't he, over the...
Yeah.
Must have had about 10 years there, has he done?
Not half. And he's been captain for all, and Seamus, great lad. And then I got pulled out. But they got to the playoffs the year before. They should have went up automatics.
This so in League 2?
In League 2. So I think he knew what he was getting from them over 45 games. Don't know whether he thought I could have got sent cost points or whatever. And then we had a lad, Zach Viner, on loan from Bristol City.
Yeah, good player. Yeah.
And he got injured, Zach. So then I said to Coley, I said, I've played right back a load of games for Barrow. And I'd played about 2 or 3 at the arse end of the season before. He went, yeah, not one we've watched there. I said, honestly, I have. I said, I can easily play there. So then I stepped in right back then to play against Bradford. There was a big FA Cup game.
At Bradford or at Aki?
At Bradford. And
big stadium,
I hadn't played there, but I was just blagged it. So what he done was he had John O'Sullivan as a winger and just done 11v11, but just get the ball to John, run at Paddy, see what he can do, face it up. John, can you go past him? Is he going to get roasted tomorrow against Bradford? Funny enough, I played fantastic in the game. And then I was in for 5-6 games, Joe.
Yeah.
Right back, doing really well. Joe, it was so fucking easy. It's even, centre mid, Joe, we've got to look all round us. It's chaotic in the middle of the pitch, isn't it, Joe?
I had a little spell playing there as a kid when I was small.
Fucking, it's easy, isn't it, Joe? Well, a lot easier. It's easier. Sorry, Joe.
Depends. Unless you get a fucking quick winger coming at you.
Yeah, stop it at us.
Or unless you've got like a lazy fucking midfielder in front of you. If you would have played on the left and McConnell's in front of you, you might have got
If I was going round, Joe running beyond, obviously it would have been it. I just sat in and done it, Joe. Played safe, but I done reasonably well. And then Zach got back fit for, I can't remember the game, which was the night that I went out and took the drugs, which is part of the story. But I just got pulled out the squad, out the team, so and I'd done well for 5
games at right back.
Out of position, really. And I think I was honest with them. I said, lad, I've never really played right back, but I just want to play.
Do a job for the team.
I'll do a job for the team, and I've ended up doing really well.
Yeah.
All right, and then Zach's back fit. But what you don't know is, he may have had in his deal that you have to pay all his wages if he doesn't play. It's a common thing, and it's Joe. Or
he might have just fancied the defender playing in defence or his set play.
He was a fantastic player, so there's no real big thing to be let down. And I remember when he named the team, and Jimmy just see me all world fall apart. Jimmy Bell, who played with your dad. Yeah, and Jimmy waited behind, and he went, Pad, I feel so sorry for you, lad. He said, because you don't deserve that.
So we named the team in the dressing room at 1 o'clock.
Around
the old school.
I think it was.
So and I'll come back to this because this is a massive point in terms of your life. And I want to pick it up here because I think it's important for people to get it. So we'll get back to that because between that game and they just play Saturday and you're out the team dropped.
Yeah.
And you haven't been explained to, so you said your old world closes in on you.
It's just like...
And then Tuesday is when you get tested on the Tuesday, away. But obviously it's... So we'll get back to that. Where I just want to fill in is, last time I'm talking to you there, you're 10, you're at Tranmere, you're playing as a striker, you're a really good player in your area. Yeah. You're the best in the I-Town League.
And then the Scotty Road, there was only one league in the I-Town, there was Scotty Road League. And then you played
so you're playing against a bit more rough and ready kids.
It was further afield. Then there used to be teams, the Peacock, the Flyover, Crosby Stewart had a fantastic team. Them, Connor Roberts, who was a top player, should have been a pro. Loads of good players. that
so
I
you
played
start
Sunday
hearing
league.
about people then who you go, these are good, and he's a good player.
Yeah, exactly.
So
There was all Connor Roberts was a crew.
Okay.
And he was a top player.
Yeah. So you're now starting to benchmark yourself against other people in the city.
Yeah.
You know, and where the mouth goes around, he's meant to be brilliant. He's meant to be. So if you're a good player, you kind of want to play them, especially if you're in a good team.
Yeah.
You know, and you're a good player. So you're playing as a striker here now, though. So you're at Tranmere, you're a striker.
But on Sunday league, I think I play centre mid.
Okay,
to be in the thick of the action.
All right. So do you like the tackling side of it?
Loved it, Joe. Always
you're the Sheringham who tackles.
I was nasty, though, Joe. Nasty with Liverpool. Said to me when I signed for Liverpool, which we'll get into, he said, look, Pad, like, your tackles are fair, but what you're doing, I used to get a lot of people carted off, Joe, because I could wait and I could time them, put me full weight into it, go right through them, and loads of people at academy level happened at Tranmere to say, there's nothing wrong with the tackle. No one really said. That was the one thing I've always been good at. That's
interesting then, because you're saying when it comes to the fighting, you felt like you got the boxing bug and it brought you alive, and then when you're playing footy, you're a Sheringham type, so you're clearly a competent technician. You can play number 10, you can play centre half, you can play centre mid, you can play right back. So you've got a good skill set there to be able to play multiple positions, because sometimes only strikers can play or wingers can play in certain positions. So when you're mixing that, and it's very rare that you get somebody then who has the devilment. You know, if you're a technical player, they either have goal scoring ability, assist ability, taking people on ability, or you'd have the getting the ball back, doing the harder, the dirtier part of the game. But it seems like you've got...
I'm just an all-right all-rounder. Not exceptional at anything, Joe, I wouldn't say. Not exceptional at nothing, but just a decent all-rounder.
So if you're saying... If you're a good all-rounder, is the boxing come online at this point? Obviously, your dad's a good barometer for you from football, athletics, boxing. So I'd imagine you've grown up doing a little bit of all of that. So he's pushing you into... Is he steering you into one or the other?
No, there's no boxing really as a kid, only on his hands.
All right.
Just teaching me, the basics of how to punch. And if you do get into any squabbles outside our front door, what I want you to do, son, that was it.
Yeah, that's a kind of rite of passage, isn't it? Be able to look after yourself, stop yourself getting bullied,
But when boxing was ever mentioned, 10, 11, 12, that I'd like to go to a boxing gym now, it was just shut down completely, because I think my dad kind of naively thought that I would make the same mistake earlier on, Joe, because he left football at 17 and probably he overthought and thought, could I have done something in that football if I stuck it out? But I went to boxing. He didn't want me to go, I'm good at football till I'm 12 and same at Liverpool. But I want to box, and then the boxing to take over like it did with him, and then...
And also, it's a fucking tough life being a boxer.
Yeah. Well, that's what he used to say,
It's a tough life being a footballer, but obviously the consequences later on are obviously a lot more dire for boxers.
So I got shut down early with the boxing, but it was on the telly. Was it Friday fight night back in them days, Joe? Or
Friday fight nights,
yeah. So we used to always watch the boxing and always spoke about
Sky Sports, is that?
Sky Sports, yeah.
So, you always had a good card. I always remember watching fucking Matthew Macklin and Jamie Moore, I think, on a Friday night, and it was just...
That was brutal, that.
I remember being day before the game, and you could hear the other... Like, there was a few lads in our dressing room, Trevor Sinclair's, who liked the boxing, and we were all in our room, and you could hear lads shouting through the walls, because it was like the fight just went one way or the other. Probably the best fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So again, I think that was a Friday night.
Life there, though, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, brain cells there, and they're talking about CTE and stuff like that. I can't imagine.
Scary.
Yeah, but again, that's what they sign up for. You know, it's like when I hear footballers and they talk about the consequences of hips, knees, or bones being aching and breaking when you get older. I'm like, well, if you'd offered us, the opportunity to play it, and we understand the consequences. It must be the same for a fighter, Pad.
Yeah.
You understand there's going to be a consequence.
You know what you're getting into.
So I can understand your dad is wanting to keep you out of harm's way, and probably coming online there, if he's, what are you born, 93?
93,
so the Premier League's a year old. So you've come off the back of Italian 90 there, you're free when Euro 96 is on, 2 or 3. Football's now, you can earn a fucking fortune. So your dad's probably knows the politics of boxing, knows how hard it is to be a boxer, knows you're going to fucking... Don't want to see your kid get punched in the face if you can help it. If you have to do that, then you have to do it. But then you can naturally see how he wants you to be a footballer, especially if you're talented and you've got that football, family football lineage. I always think certainly in this city, everyone wants to be a footballer first.
Yeah, most definitely.
You know, we've had some great fighters we're talking about. That's why I wanted to get you on. We had Tony Bellew, who obviously, I think if he could have been, would have been a centre forward for Everton. Ends up having to knock someone out at Everton's ground, you know, which is an incredible thing.
Not a bad second best, yeah.
Well, I seen you talk about you getting your goal of the month, and you said the only better feeling you had was when you KO'd someone after getting floored.
Yeah.
Still stand by that?
Joe, I always go back and forth with it, you know what I mean? I'm fortunate that I've been able to do both, but that just, it weren't really for me, Joe. It's because my two little brothers, my dad is there watching. That's the one and only time I've ever been on my ass sparring or fighting. Just walked on, as you said, when you're smelling yourself, Joe, and the world has a way to bring you back down, literally onto your ass. So I went out that fight because I've been flattening everyone like for the last 3-4 fights in a first round. And I just bounced across the ring as if like this is a job done already before I'd even threw a punch. And a big Sean Heaton, his name was, from up in Warrington, sat me right on my ass, and I just, as soon as my ass hit the canvas, I was coherent, like, and I just thought, my two little brothers, they're watching. Oh my God, like the fucking heart to be in the mouth. So I jumped up and I was beating my chest and everything. There's a good video of it, and I'm saying, come on, get in the middle of the ring. I just turned into it's a street fight. Is that
bravado, or you just
gone,
taste
Joe,
the blood and you're
gone,
just like
you've
right.
done that to me, and it's just like, right, we're having a proper fight now where we're mixing it.
So this is interesting because there's this fight or flight.
Yeah.
Some people at that moment could go a completely different way, but obviously it's brought the eye of the tiger out in you.
Yeah, made me angry, and then the referee, he wouldn't let me start fighting.
So
he
counted. Take an 8 count or something?
8 counts, but I jumped up and started beating my chest and doing all that.
So what type of shot did he catch you with? You've gone out and just
think he sent me the video show. I think it was a right hand. I'm just square on, straight down the middle. I'm on my ass, and then the referee said, "Look, I'm not going to let you go back into the middle of the ring until you calm yourself down. This isn't a street fight." And our referee, who's probably refereed me dad when he was amateur, so they were that old. So we had to calm down, and then he let us come back together. And within about 30 seconds, it was all over. He was flattened.
So you end up getting him out of there?
Yeah, and then I was beating my chest and grabbing my bollocks and saying to me dad, "Don't worry." And my two little brothers, because they were watching from the thing, saying, "Don't fucking worry about it, boys." And
yeah, that's the danger of that game, though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It must be horrible for the people who...
Well, they
aren't in the ring.
All my family hate the boxing now. My dad's, you've done enough now, son. Because the real fights are starting now. Do you get what I mean? Where you can get hurt, Joe, or get...
Yeah, you're taking the egg guards off.
You've done enough, yeah. It's a positive thing now, but I'm not done yet. Do you know what I mean? So I've got another 5-6 years. I'll have to endure it.
Well, it's strange in terms of to see somebody... I know Curtis Woodhouse, somebody who crossed over, but it's very, very strange to see somebody... You know, because to make it in the Football League, you've got to be a talented player. Yeah. It's not easy to play in the Football League. And I just want to tie that up for people. I mean, it's still in my mind because I know your story better than most, but you're at Tranmere at 10. At what age do you leave Tranmere? What time do you move on from there?
So I only done a year at Tranmere. And as I say, if Max was in the team, I knew I scored a load of goals. So then I went to Man United for like a little test, 3-4 weeks with Jesse Lingard, Ravel Morrison, and I was due to go to Man U on like the 4th week. So I have 4 weeks there and then see which one you're signing for.
So you're going into Man U's dressing room, Lingard, I played with Ravel at QPR, mega talented kid.
Yeah.
And it's been said a million times, what a player. So at that point then, are they that good at that age?
Funny enough, they were the two worst players.
Okay.
So I went from Tranmere, there's a big step up to obviously Man United. And
so you're 11, 12, yeah?
Yeah, 11, 12. So Ryan Tunnicliffe was in that squad.
Yeah, he had a good career.
Tom Thorpe, I think his name, centre half. Ezekiel Flyers. Literally, they all end up going to have Mellor, David Mellor. He got released at 16. But anyway, they all fantastic group of players. And the reason Shea ended up back at Man United was because of a coach called Mark Dempsey. Don't know whether you're familiar with him. He come through with all them, but his coaching with Rennie Mulstein.
Okay.
At the time, my dad's he was a footballer, knew his stuff. He's sitting back from these sessions going, wow, these are fabulous sessions. These for young kids. How good are they? And how well drilled are they? And how the coaches carry themselves and how they talk to the kids. And my dad was a big thing driving force. Sign for Man U. Well, Dad, I'm a Liverpool fan. I want to go and see what Liverpool's like. Do you know what I mean? And so when Shea and Lewis was of age, my two little brothers, my dad rang Manchester United and said, can I bring me lads up here? Do you know what I mean? So they never ever scouted Lewis or Shea to Man United. They just got took on the back of what a coach done 12 years previous with their older brother, do you know what I mean? So, but anyway, I stayed there for a month and then I said, Dad, I still want to go to Liverpool. Within a week I was signed, Joe, do you know what I mean?
At Liverpool?
Yeah.
So who was at Liverpool? Is this
Dale
Liverpool's
Jennings,
academy?
Connor Cody was my age group. Then
Connor, yeah, good player.
Ali Whittle.
Jennings was... Did Jennings move to Bayern Munich early? Was he Sangi? Did Sangi look after him?
Sangi done him, yeah. So me and Dale lit it off because I was centre forward with Dale. And he'd run past everyone and just set me back. That's what it seemed like.
He signed for Bayern Munich at like 15, 16. I remember
he was a mad kid though, Dale.
Whereabouts? Is he from Liverpool?
Yeah, he's from Kennydale.
Okay.
Yeah. Still plays for the Molly now. But probably he was a different type of player to Max at 12, 13. He was like a Rooney sort of.
Okay.
He was small, he was squat, he could hit the ball from outside the box. You could not, strength-wise, go near him, blistering pace, go past the player. You only have to see his clips when he played for Tammy at 17, 18, what he was doing in League One. He was just picking up the ball at the halfway line, dribbling past them all. And then I think he got blighted with injuries at Bayern Munich. Bad diet, didn't have no skills really, Joe, to look after himself, Joe.
Well,
he struggled to get to training, and our fella Arthur used to bring him in. I think Arthur Edwards was it, I think. Used to bring him to train all the time, otherwise he couldn't get there, Dale. And he stayed in ours a few times then. Me and him hit it off. Still my good mate today. And I think Liverpool had just had enough of... He was always misbehaving throughout the school, 15, sort of that time. And as much as they loved him and you could see he was a player, they just had to wipe their hands with him. Right. So he went to Tammy and he was playing for the first team, 16, 17, and then Bayern Munich by 19. And Liverpool had just released him 2 years before.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a few times, you know what I mean, in terms of, you know, I was released at 14, Pad. Evan told me I was too small. I'd gone from kind of we were down to the last 30 for Lilleshall. And, you know you're in the top 30 in the country. And within 6 months, I'd got released. I was told it's not good enough. And again, I weren't the best behaved, but I still thought, I've been at Everton since I was 8, yeah. We had some good lads. Thought it was going to be all right, but never grew. And again, a couple of coaches change, and before you know it, you're not fancied and you're gone. Yeah. And then you have to go and forage. So when, like, saying there, you're going Tranmere, yeah. So you go, all right, I know there's a few decent players here. You said Max Power. You go, all right, I'm all right. Yeah. Go to Liverpool and you're like, all right, Man United. So you
I've had a little
you start to get almost, by going and competing, you're kind of figuring out where you are. So Man United, you don't bother signing for them. You go, right, I'm going to Liverpool. That's your team.
And then I think it was like the 3rd week I was at Liverpool. I think I'd already signed now. We plays Man U then, and I'd just been there for say a month to 6 weeks and scored and kissed the badge all that game against Man U. Yeah. And I've been there just literally a few weeks before.
Is this at Carrington? You're up at Carrington?
Yeah, at Carrington it was, yeah. And then at the time, Liverpool, there was a lot of coaches that were school teachers.
Okay, yeah.
So, I don't know. I think it was more a case of my dad, whatever gets said at home, the kid will then take with them, do you get what I mean? So my dad, I can't remember what the problem was. I always remember I was sub against Everton.
Would your dad come and watch you you're playing for Liverpool on
and I was
Saturday
flying,
morning or something?
I was flying, they said we'll have to pay something to Tammy. I don't know what that is. Compensation, isn't it, Joe? So it's a few thousand, whatever. Yeah. They said, so you got to be better than everyone. And so anyway, not better than everyone, but we had a good team.
So when you're going to Man United and Liverpool, you're still under contract at Tammy. They got schoolboy forms on you or something?
So basically they need to be weighed in for me to take another little step up, because Tammy was easy. I was just banging them in from Sunday League. The jump from Sunday League to Tammy weren't that much, I didn't think. But then the jump from Tammy to the likes of Liverpool.
Yeah, but you're playing all the other academy teams then at Tammy. You might be playing Crew or... Crew was actually good academy. You might be playing like...
Notts County and stuff like that, yeah, Rochdale. And then when I went to Liverpool, I was still banging him in, but I don't know, my dad, what I've found with my half, it's like anything, Joe, he's improved as a parent, and my mum and dad, I always they go through the kids, like Shay's the youngest, so they've learned a lot on how to behave at football clubs and what to do with the kids. Because I was
you have to fuck it up sometimes.
Exactly, and I was their first son who was good at football. So they made a load of mistakes that they done with the best interest there are. So my son's this and my son's that. When really, it was the first lap round.
You're trying to get to the top of Everest. You need to have a few goals, maybe not getting there and go, we got close there, but next time we need to. So sound mad talking to you, but it looks like Shay and obviously Lewis, you said your younger brothers there are going to reap the benefits of,
I hope so.
Well, they will, absolutely, because once you've had your fingers burnt, you know, in terms of you go, right, do that, or actually don't do that. Sometimes it's easier to tell people not to do it and go, look what happened to me, as it is to tell someone to do it and go, like I'm trying to push my lad now to say, look, you need to go and get fit. You're only 12. I'm saying, like, you need to be in shape. You can't be playing Fortnite. You need to like be doing pull-ups here. You know, you want to be a player.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, you're not just going to be a good player because you're
Your dad was
surrounded
a
by
good
people.
player.
You're surrounded by people who play footy. Like, you're going to have to get yourself in order and get yourself in shape. So 13, 14, for me, are massive years for a young, developing, certainly athlete, footballer, because testosterone, you know, you're not a baby anymore. You're coming into now, you know, football's getting a bit more physical. People are getting hairs on the chest. People are getting hairs on the face, getting muzzies and that. And it stops to be a little bit about fun and starts to be about, all right, am I going to be able to turn this into life after school? You know, which, as I say, if you're in academies and you're bouncing around and you're playing footy, we all dream about cracking it, getting on match of the day, getting weighed in, you know, going and playing in the big stadiums. So 13, 14, you've signed from Tranmere to Man United and Liverpool being on your case, and you've gone to Liverpool. Talk me through Liverpool. How long are you at Liverpool for?
So I signed for 2 years.
Schoolboy forms?
Yeah, it was at the end.
Takes you 14, 16 or something?
No, I only signed. So say I was 11, Joe, to 13, I think.
Okay.
I don't know the years. I just know I done 3 years Sunday League, Town League 1 league year, 2 years in the Scotty Road. And I think one of them was at Tranmere. And then I signed for Liverpool for 2 years, I think. And it only lasted about 6 months. I always remember, I spoke to Conor Cody about this when I fitted this carpet not long ago. I was on the bench against Everton. Now, Joe, they used to play like 4 quarters, didn't he, of 20 minutes back in them days? So like, you would probably be leaving your strongest team to end the game, should you need the goal or whatever. And my half fellas walking around the pitch saying, come out, son, you're not being on the bench for now.
Yeah, all right.
And he was just kind of, but he was always on me on the way home saying, son, so I think we're fucked up here. The coaching is nowhere near as good as Man U's.
So is Conor Cody's half fella or Mar and all that doing the same?
No.
All right, so it's only your half fella.
Yeah, there's only my half
so
fella.
He's making a bit of a cunt of your ear.
Yeah, exactly. And even I knew that because I protested and said, I'm not going. Yeah. Get yourself back around, because I knew what was right.
Is that because he just cares about you that much?
Yeah, well, from the get-go, I'd signed. As soon as I went into Liverpool, I scored a couple against Middlesbrough the first game. And they went, look, if you want to sign, I'll just score for Liverpool, support them. I said, Dad, I'm not waiting. And then straight away, my dad always judged on the coaching. Fair play to him. And my dad was, after a couple of weeks, he went, son, I'm fucked up here. He said, I'm telling you now, the coaching was better at Man United with that Dutch fella, Rennie Mulstein, Mark Dempsey.
Right.
He said, I'm watching the sessions and what you need as a young player, and that's the one thing I can give me dad. My dad in the back garden with Shay at 3 years old said, son, there is something special here. So I'm telling you now, watch Lewis at Rangers, because we had the ball there for 2 years old, Joe. This is something totally different. And he knew straight away. I didn't know what I'm looking for, Joe. 3, 4, 5. And then as 6 and 7 and what he could do on the pitch and flip-flopping and just doing all... I was like, fucking hell, that you're spot on, aren't you? And he can identify a player and very early.
Well, he's been a good player. He's a good sportsman, so you'll know the running numbers. I heard you saying he'd peg you at like 5-minute miles. If you're doing 5-minute miles at 17, 18, and you said he was doing it at 46, he's clearly a competent athlete. He's obviously a grafter in terms of he's putting floors down. He's working his cock off to put bread on the table.
Can't wait for the hip replacement now. That's what he just said. I can't wait for the hip replacement so I can start running again.
The great ethics to give people. Now, the problem you've got is when your half is such a dominant force like that, you can't be overbearing. Yeah. I was lucky in terms of my dad was doing his own thing. Going out on the ale and on the Charlie and that and going missing. So over the weekend, he was hungover in bed or he was doing his own thing, so I had to get myself up and get after it. So I had the contrast of that. I'd be like, why isn't he asked whether I... And I'd be like, I'm going to be well better than you. Now, in the off-season, and he'd give me a few little pointers and he'd pedal a bike and say, right, you need to get fit. As I got to 16, 17, 18. But at that age, 13, 14, I didn't have that pushy half fella. I seen loads of lads who were talented with them. And I kind of wanted one. I was like, why haven't I got one? But looking back at it now, it was probably a blessing that I didn't. But
it was a blessing that I had me dad, because when we... From the age of starting kicking the ball at 2 to getting signed at Tranmere at 9. My dad coached me for that whole time. Tranmere eased off in probably 2 sessions a week. But then when I went to Liverpool and we had a little bit of a fallout, my dad just said, look, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit frustrated because we had the opportunity to sign for Man United and they're doing it the Dutch way, and this is how the sessions and this is what's going on, and it's all ball mastery and this, that and the other. You're just getting my son to get it and just pass it within a second of having the ball, touch and pass. He's saying you're going to have 11 players doing the same things. Some players.
So is he saying this to the academy coaches?
To the academy coaches, and straight away they got the back up and was like, we don't want to hear Man United coach their kids better than Liverpool Football
like anything,
Club. So
usually people want to help people who they like, don't they? So if your arm fella's being a bit abrasive and that,
but Joe, he's probably walking around, he's got a flat nose, my arm fella's like that, just naturally.
Yeah, no one can say it to him.
And you look at him, he's intimidating, which he doesn't realise that he is. And like even now I say, Dad, like the way you talk to people and the way your mannerisms are, I said, people are like, whoa, is he, I said, you're not even angry. Teachers. Yeah. So, and then it kind of went on for a few months after doing so well and scoring so many goals.
So you're playing as a striker still for
Liverpool?
Liverpool?
Still as a striker, yeah. And what was the last thing? Yeah, because I was speaking to Connor when he done his carpets about 2 years ago, I think it was. Connor went, Pad, I always remember your last game. He was always the captain, Connor. Fantastic
sensible
attitude.
Top pro in here.
Yeah, centre mid, just get it, give it. Similar to Max Power, I would say. Just fantastic.
He's a centre half now, isn't he, Connor? Middle of the back.
I remember Connor crying in the changing rooms, and I reminded him, so how old are we then? 12. Connor crying because he played bad, because he didn't want to get in the car with his dad after the game.
All right, okay.
And I turned around to Connor and went, Connor, just do what I do, tell him to fuck off.
So did you have that relationship with your dad where you could leg him if he was on your case too heavy?
I couldn't go nowhere.
Yeah.
I'd probably be grounded and have to sit on the couch, and he'd speak to me about my game. Like I went to track last night and he always brings up, it's pure trauma for me, Joe. So I've come in, I can't remember how old I was. I don't even think I was in senior school, because I walked home from junior school, which was, you know, not far from our house. And he said, you're not fit enough, son. I think I might have been around the Tranmere time. And he said, so I'm going to get you on the track today. He said, and if you run a mile, the clock can't lie, we'll see how fit you are. I'm like, what? And I didn't like running. I don't think any fucking 10-year-old or 11-year-old...
No balls out. Not when you've got to get a time and she's going to your fastest time.
So he just took me there and just went, go ahead, go. And I can remember holding back the tears, my throat dry, thinking, fucking hell, you bastard. And then he's like, look, son, that's your time. You're nowhere near fit enough, so if we're going to do anything in this football, you need to get a bit more mobile. And I'm thinking, fuck me.
Right,
it is right, but it's the way the message... He's very stern and, look, this is what's getting done. And we'll do that.
Have you seen any of Tiger Woods' kind of dad's background?
Well, Lewis and Shade have done all that with me on the track, but it's the message that I give to him and say, look, we need to do this, boys, and don't think you're going to be judged at, you're a bad athlete, because we're going to improve from this. And like the kids buy into it then. Whereas I'm a lot softer than me dad and say, look, this is why we're doing it, this, that. And they go, all right, let's get it done.
Well, think about it from this perspective, Pat. If you've got you, so your dad, you're the eldest son.
Oh, I've always think of that.
Your dad's a mad sportsman. He's been coaching himself, self-taught, or what he's picked on his journey. You're the eldest son, so you're his first coaching project. Yeah. And he's obviously honed that. So obviously the next generation get the benefits of it, where he's gone, right, that tool worked there. I shouldn't have given a kick up the arse there, needed an arm round the shoulder, because your old man's climbing without ropes. Exactly. He's not a psychologist, but he's trying his best to give his kids the best opportunities. So I think it's very, very admirable. So 14, 13, puberty starts coming in. And for me, they're big years for a developing footballer. If you're not on the fucking straight and narrow, if you're trying to be one of the lads, if you're trying to be getting a bed, if you're trying to have a foot in both camps where you want to be fucking half hanging around with the loons and half fucking on the scene and in parties when people are babysitting. I've seen many, many mega talented kids who thought they could do both. Cut corners, and they'll be the exception to the rule. Never make it beyond 14 to 17, 18.
Well, my last game for Liverpool was against Man City, and I could never ever remember this game. And Conor Cody said, "Can't you remember your last game?" So I was only been there, say, 6-9 months, and I stood at the centre half in the face. He's put his head lower. I think it was
head the ball.
To head the ball, and something happened. He said, and I held you back. He said, in your eyes. I always remember your eyes. I'm only 12 years old here, 13 maybe. 12 I was, yeah. And he said, as you were just gone, and I was thinking, all right. And then, so then they just pulled me dad at City's training ground, would have been Platt Lane or whatever, and just said, look, your frustrations are starting to come out in Patrick now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You've told us about the coaching. Do you know what I mean? You've tried to bring him off against Everton. Now look at him, your kid's losing his head, and my dad went, sad, but let's do our mutual consent.
Yeah.
So I remember when I got in the car, and he just said, look, son, I think it's you, not me. I think it's me, not you. Joe, I've had the squabble with the coaches, I've done this. So we'll just get back to how it was, because he still ran it, a Sunday League side, Ascot Boys. So he said, just come back, play, let's enjoy your football. Yeah. He said, I'll coach you like I did for the first 7 years of your football and life. Me and you'll get out on the park every day, son, I won't let you down. And me and you'll get on the track. So then we got back, but as soon as I left Liverpool, Blackburn got aware of it, and he phoned our house and said, look, come up to a game tomorrow night, we need you to meet the academy director and all this. So we goes in a box, and he said, look, we can't believe Liverpool have let you leave. Can we, do you want to sign? And I'm just sat there, and I did, to be honest, Joe. My half fella knows it now, and my half fella went, don't worry, son, me and you'll fucking sort this fuzzy career out. So he phoned again the next night saying, look, you said you were going to think about it, is he going to sign? I can't remember what they were offering, Joe, but it was
Blackburn's a great academy as well. Really
at the time, it was all pristine, and it was brand new.
It was as good as anyone's.
And my dad shouted up the stairs, but I knew what he wanted his answer to be, because he'd said previously, me and you, son, we'll do it together. He went, because he watched the coaching. Like my dad was...
He probably felt a bit of guilt that his frustrations led you to get frustrated as well. He was
constantly watching videos and buying videos himself and doing his own homework on how to coach kids and what needs to be done. So he's watching these saying, I'll just do that with me lad. And if he plays Sunday, he can go back into the academy stuff, 15, 16. But in hindsight now, he says, son, you done a year there at Samia, 6 months at Liverpool, and then I end up doing a year at Blackburn before being a full-time Sheffield Wednesday, YTS. Yeah. So me dad saying, lad, you've only done 2.5 years of academy football. Bear in mind, I've been chased by academy clubs from 8 years old.
And in the middle of this, you're still supplementing it by playing with your mates on a Saturday or Sunday. Are you playing for your school team, I would take it?
So, as soon as I knocked back Blackburn, my dad shouted up the stairs and said, are you going to sign, son? It's up to you. But I knew what he wanted me to say. And I went, no, Dad, me and you, eh?
Yeah.
So we'll do our thing. So we like Blackburn. And then within about, I'd say a year, I snapped the bottom of my leg. Went into a tackle with some big bully of a Sunday League player played for Millennium. The fella ended up getting done for. He was out raping women at that age. It come out like an historical crime. His DNA must have been done from then. And 10 years later, he was a mountain of a kid.
What,
at
14,
16,
15, 16?
15 he might have been. So a year on from then, because I'm 14 then. And I always remember he bullied them when I was at Liverpool, shouting things on. So I thought, right, tomorrow you're getting it. And I flew into a tackle. And as my foot come back, Joe, my leg just went, poof, just your head, go, poof. So I stood up, but I'd never had a bad injury in my whole life before. And you know, like Conor McGregor, you can just stand on it until you twist. I never twisted. And then my dad's the manager of this team. You all right, lad, or what? And I'm like, I'm all right. Just give us a minute, Dad. I'm trying to jog, Joe, but I couldn't get going. So my arm fell. I'd never been injured. Could never, ever be injured up until today. I still play with injuries. And he just said, come off then, and sat down and just went like that. He went, fucking hell. So I went to hospital, then had to get a screws in my ankle. That held me up for a year then, Joe. So then my dad thought, right, I just need to. It's when the plan of action to train you and coach it and play Sunday League is half took or not, because you've done a little bit of it. And then you got injured for a year. And we're turning to 15 now, the business end of it, aren't you, Joe?
Well, you're about to leave school, aren't you? Yeah. So you need to have some further employment to go into.
So I started to come back to football, then training hard with my dad. He's always picked the pieces up. As much as he sounds like a bit of a tool now, without my dad, me, Lewis and Shea are nothing. Yeah. So in terms of football, it's all geared on my dad.
Listen, you're just talking about the things he could have done better. You're not talking about all the things he did fantastic.
All the things that he done fantastic. He made me into the player I am. So...
and the person you are, more importantly.
Most definitely. And so then from 15, just started to get myself back fit. And I always remember he rang the Blackburn scout that used to love me, Don Long, I think he's from Taunton, Don. Still maybe scouting now. And he called me. My dad said, "Come and have a look at our Patrick. He's only just getting back fit on, but I'll have him up to shape." And I was running with a limp. He went, "Paddy's running with a limp." Don't know what happened, but
we've done top end rehab. If you don't rehab properly. Yeah.
And then I ended up getting into Blackburn. Brought me in on trial. And like just the little bits of schemes that my dad done for the job was fantastic. So you go into like a development group before you go in with the main group. So in the development groups I'm doing all right, but I was no longer the player I was because I was always dead strong, Joe. And loads of lads that grew. I just went a bit fragile, and my dad watched me train with the main group, and I was on my arse more than playing
so 15,
football.
16?
15, yeah. And
so was you a late developer in terms of like...
most definitely, Joe.
When you started getting like pubes and that, like 14, 15,
well, look,
16.
I used to pull my eyelashes out in school to plug it.
I was the same, really late online. I'd see lads with like airy chests and big airy balls, and I'd be like... I
weren't that small in stature.
No,
but just like, I just weren't really mature at all. So then I always remember getting knocked over and looking up at the window. My dad was just like, I just can't believe what's going on here with your son. And then...
Well, that's the thing, Pat. From 14, if you've been rough and ready, you can be rough and ready 12, 13, 14, I was. And then all of a sudden, 14, 15, 16, I just never moved on.
Yeah, I always struggled.
So I was still aggressive, but I couldn't hit for me power. And then I was 17, 18, the same. 19, 20, I grew, caught everyone up. I didn't make my debut until I was 20. So I was really late. So when I look back through that, you're 14, 15 here, you're not the most developed. You've had a key injury at 14, 15, which is, they're massive years. Like, lads, I remember having Osgood Slatters because I was getting growing pains about 16, 17. And then there was really talented lads who picked up injuries at that junction. And that can really throw you off because you think you're going to be a top player. And then all of a sudden you don't get off of the YTS.
Yeah.
For me, when you're 15, 16 there, you've come out of Liverpool, so your boy-old club, you fucking half fellas obviously trying to do the best, but you're caught with sitting in the car, as you said there, and he's trying to do his best by you, but you're just surrounded by him critiquing the coaches about...
Sometimes you just have to bite your tongue. And, you know, maybe what we talk about now is, you could have done that bit at Liverpool. We should have just done the things that I think that Joe topping up privately. Me and you could have went and done our own little bits, and then you could have stayed in the system. I just needed to close my mouth. But he's always outspoken, me dad.
And he's learned that now.
He's learned that. And now, man, you'll say, they wouldn't believe that you're talking about the same dad, because he's learned all them mistakes. So he's never said not one word to Man U ever. And there's probably been things along the way where you thought, bloody hell, that could have been better. But he knows now, don't say nothing. It all works out.
So do when you get in, supplemented training or whatever. So, all right, so 15, 16, you're now facing the reality of you're leaving school. In terms of, so I remember, I can only go back to me, and I knew at these junctions when all the outside distractions can come online for the young lad, especially if you go to footy, certainly in this city, because you know your reputation goes before you, and if you're a decent fighter and you come from a good family like you do, where you know people are always looking to test you in this city, mainly to see where they're at. So your lifestyle here, Pad, from 13. So did you smoke in school?
No.
Never tried ciggies? Getting into like petty crime or? Yeah,
it was always misbehaving, Joe.
Go shoplifting in town or what? Yeah,
robbing and that, and just doing what kids do, but always fighting. That has been a stalwart since 5 years old. So one of the reasons when we go back to my dad boxing, he used to say to me, you don't need to box because you're fighting every other week playing football. You know, you're fighting here, you're fighting there. Couldn't help myself all the time, Joe. Obviously, I played for a Crosby team that was deemed a bit soft. So we'd play teams from Scotty Road, here, there, wherever. And it'd always be me fighting because they didn't really have a fight.
Would you play up and down the age groups? Would you sometimes play with older kids?
Well, me half fella, there was a fantastic coach in this city, you may be aware of him, Stephen Hill, who coached me dad. So he was the manager of the Allerton. And they was a year,
Did 2 years... Play for Liverpool?
Who?
Stephen Hill.
Stephen Hill, no, but he managed.
There's a lad called Stephen Hill who played for Liverpool, my age.
There was a it might be his lad Stephen as well, around your age.
His lad played for England, under 14s, under 15s with us. When you used to go to Padgate and that on the trials, was at Liverpool winger. And I don't think he got a YT or made it, but I remember the kid, Stephen Hill, really, really talented.
So their team that Stephen had, which was 2 years above me, who ended up being pro out of them, Obi, Anuru, Adam Pepper, remember Froney?
Yeah.
Froney, I think he was pro at the time. They had a fucking fantastic side. So the year below them, my dad said, can he start coming to your training because you do a mixed session?
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not in an academy. I can't remember what years this was about. Just when I'd left Liverpool before I broke my leg. So I went and played the year above myself for the Allerton, the south end of Liverpool. So my half fell of a Sunday morning. I played Saturday for him.
Yeah, good side.
Yeah. I'd drive me right away, 45 minutes to the other end of Liverpool. Play a game for them and drive me back. So he always made do and took me to coaching there of a Thursday night, just so it just weren't me and him. He had me, took me to Edge Hill Running Club of a Tuesday, a Tuesday. I'd have to go to running clubs, get smoked by all runners. But I turned up and took me medicine and got a better at.
Well, this is the thing. What are you doing in between? What's your diet like? What's your lifestyle like? Are you having late nights? Are you squirreling away? So are you trying to be one of the lads? Like trying to be, because at that point, 14, 15, for me,
not midweek, Joe.
Well, for me, I had a choice in terms of lads are starting to get into where they can earn a few quid being up to no good, and they're not going to be footballers, and they're into, you know, the stuff that leads to a life of crime at 14, 15, because they're leaving school and they're like, we want to get a nice,
of course,
few quid in our pocket for nice clothes and whatever you need for, you know, as you're becoming an adult. So are you not, like, I remember just going, right, I'm going to be a footy player, and I had to take me, as hard as it was, I had to switch myself off from all my mates, because I thought I've seen well better players than me try and be a jacked lad and be a footy player, and I had family members who'd done the same. Some
mental fortitude to see that though, Joe, at a young age, and realise that, you know, that's what I shouldn't be doing in order to get to where I need to go.
No, I was lucky. I'll tell you why I was lucky, because this is the fate and determinism argument. My mum and dad got divorced because my dad was 10 years younger than my ma, and he was out getting on a Charlie after footy and going missing for 2 or 3 days, and my ma just in the end threw him out. So my dad got kicked out to his mum's, my nan, and I went with my dad because I had there's 3 of us. I've got 2 younger brothers, twins who are 6 years younger. So my mum and dad are split. I've gone with my dad, and my nan was more of a disciplinarian than my mum and dad, so she kept me on a tight leash, and without her, if I'd have stayed in my ma's, I don't think I'd have made it. So we moved from the Johns to, do you know where Knowsley A School is? So literally just by Accrington Village there, but I was off the estate, lad. Yeah. So just a little all my mates from our road and all that, who were, and me friends and family, you could go out on the street by ours, everyone's door was open, you know, everyone knew everyone, no one had a fucking to piss in.
Everyone's knocking on every day then, aren't they?
And you know, when Liverpool's such an incestuous city in terms of everybody knows everybody. So, you know, for me, you'd heard these stories of people making it and not making it. And I'd seen these talented kids just, you know, get it wrong. And they were in every boozer that you went in, or every, you know, I was travelling around with Knowsley United at the time because my dad was playing, and Bradley was a big mate of mine.
Say your fella was a fantastic player.
Yeah, but again, someone who probably should have done a bit more and he never really pushed that onto me. But then I'd seen Knowsley United, all these kids coming out of Liverpool and Everton who had been talented, not making it, having to get on the tools and getting 90 quid a week to play for Knowsley in the Unibond Prem and getting a reality check.
Who ran Knowsley? What was that fella's
Pedro Orr, Paul Orr.
No, who owned it? Who was
Paul Orr? Brad's granddad. They owned it, the Orrs.
Oh yeah, and they're related to Harold, aren't they?
Brad's granddad, on one side is Paul Orr, who's the Lord Mayor of Liverpool.
I know.
And
so
on the other
that
side, Harold Hughes. No, Paul Orr's the granddad, who was the Lord Mayor, big white beard, who was the Lord Mayor. His son's Paul, who was the manager, used to have a Twitch. Big on the non-league scene. And
sorry, I'm with you now, so I've got the...
And Paul's lad is Joe.
Yeah.
Who's quite heavy, Joe.
Well, he's lost a bit now.
He's lost a bit now, but he was when we were kids. And obviously Bradley's dad is Pedro.
Yeah.
And Pedro was a player for the team, even though it's his uncle who's the manager, and his granddad, his dad, who's the owner. And then Pedro became the manager.
Yeah.
So he played for years and then became the manager. So in them teams then, Knowsley were Unibond Prem, Bass North West counties, 6th and 7th tier. But all the kids who never made it, who never got whiteys at Everton, Liverpool, Tranmere, some of the other clubs' crew and the Scousers would come and play for Knowsley. And then they'd obviously run into a load of lads who were experienced pros in the lower league, from Merseyside, and they'd have to teach them, this is a different game down here. So you go on that journey because you've been in the academies, bouncing around, get injured 15, 16, sign for Blackburn.
signed for Blackburn. Then,
Do your YTS there?
Terry McPhillips, Terry and Gary Bowyer was the under-18 manager. So the year above me was Phil Jones.
Phil, okay, yeah. He went on, great
my age group, another writing lad, Tom Donegan.
All right. I don't know him, but I've heard of him, yeah.
And Oliver Norburn, centre mid at Peterborough. So we was three centre mid.
Where's he playing now, Norburn?
He was at Peterborough.
Shrewsbury, weren't he? Peterborough.
Oh, he went to Peterborough now?
He played in the Championship.
Oliver, quality.
Yeah, good passer of the ball.
Yeah. Technically brilliant.
Where is he now? He moved this year, did he?
And then it was coming up. So basically, I got signed on the back of I went to the Night Cup, Joe.
Blackpool.
The Night Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got took there, but I was still on trial. And I went and had a fantastic Night Cup. Who did we play? Sheffield United knocked us out, which was Harry Maguire was captain of their team. We done really well, though. We got pulled like the group of death, which was Arsenal with Benica Folbe.
All right, yeah.
West Ham and Ipswich. And who was the big lad? I always forget his name. Who went to Sunderland from Ipswich, the big, strong lad.
Connor Wickham.
And we had a lad called Micah Richards. Micah never ended up doing much in
Not the
football.
one, not Micah Richards.
Oh, not Micah Richards. Micah, what was Micah's second name? I can't remember, sorry. Micah's second name. And he basically just used to run through everyone. Joe, well bigger, well stronger, Joe. And we beat Arsenal 1-0, West Ham 3-0, Ipswich 1-0. And we ended up getting beaten in the semi-final. So Harry Maguire, I always remember, he was a scout and called me a scout grunt. He was centre mid then, yeah. So we're kicking each other, and then Blackburn signed me on the back of that. Yes, only a year, so that's your year 16 season.
So you're leaving school straight to Blackburn?
So I'm not leaving school yet. I'm in my last year of school, but I've got that last year contract. So that was, say, 15. I think it's under 15, so I've sorted. And really, I've worked very hard, Joe, to get to that point, because I've come from a broken leg.
Yeah.
And Sunday League, and kind of had a bad 2 or 3 years there, and come out to me, that went great.
So how are you feeling at this point? Are you feeling confident?
No, Joe, I always felt inferior. Relieved? No, I felt inferior at Blackburn. The players were better than me. I could feel it, I could sense it. Whether it was my confidence, I just, because I missed out on a few years, played Sunday League, had a broken leg, was physically weaker. I just weren't myself at Blackburn for one reason.
So when you're playing Sunday League, are you still playing as a kind of 10? Or
no, I've centre midfield then. Totally centre midfield. Centre forward had gone, which come back.
That's strange, because you've had a leg break, and then you've gone into a more physical position.
Yeah. But that never...
Was it your right or your left leg that you broke?
Me right.
And you're right-footed?
Yeah.
So that's a fucking big break, that lad,
but Joe,
at that age.
The one good thing that come out of that, when my dad was always left foot and right foot, everything I could have to do me right, I had to do me left. He forgot that with Lewis and Shakers, they can't stand up on their right feet.
There's a big argument, you need them. It's almost
Joe,
better just to have one really good one.
I can do as much with both. That's the only good thing I can do, is me striking the ball, me left or me right is just as good. Probably because of all the trauma to my right leg.
All right.
And my leg. I've had 7 knee ops, haven't I?
On your right?
2 cruciates.
Yeah.
2 remain, 2 recons, and then the rest
Did
of
you
all.
get sepsis or something like that? Did you get a bad infection with one of them?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get to that. Anyway. I'll get to that.
So anyway, I got signed, and then we played the game. There was a fella, was he Wally Downs? He ran the academy.
Yeah. West Ham.
We played a team from New Zealand, and we knew the scholarships were coming soon. People are going to start getting offered them, and we played this game, and he never ever used to watch the under-16s. And Joe, I couldn't strap a bag of cement. It was on a greasy pitch. They were dead fit, but they were limited. But Joe, just a really bad day. I think I felt the pressure of it. He was watching. Yeah. And anyway, lo and behold, we have 4 centre mids. Like Michael come from Man City. He didn't last long. He only lasted 6 months into a scholarship, but he was the one he signed. Tom Donegan had been there from when he was 8. Oliver Norburn come from Bolton at about 12. And then I've been there for a year, and they released us 3 and kept that lad. He only lasted 6 months. So this is just for any young footballers, do you get what I mean? These are the paid professionals that have watched us over the course of time.
These are the highs and lows, lad,
do you get what I mean?
That you go
and
through.
Oliver Norburn's ended up having a fantastic career. Tom Donegan then went and signed for Everton, who were better than Blackburn. Signed for 2 years, and Everton weren't too keen on him. And they ended up winning the Premier League, the whole of the thing. Yeah. And Fulham, I think they played in the final. Said, well, if Everton can't give you nothing, we'll give you the 2-year pro tonight. Yeah. He does a bit of boxing now, Jim, so I'm still one of my close mates. And that just shows, doesn't it, Joe? So
you leave school then? What happens when you leave school?
So basically, Blackburn released me and they put a thing on it, a system, don't they?
So, all right, so you got the 16, you got a contract, so you're like, all right, now you're waiting on, as we all are at 15, 16. Some lads get a 2-year whitey and a year pro because they're mega talented or there's other clubs after them. Some lads, I was the same, I'm scrapping around, I'm like, am I going to get offered anything here? I got offered a non-contract, so they said, look, they didn't even give me a whitey. And by the way, whitey's government back, so they get the fucking money covered off the clubs. So, they were that unsure about me. They said, look, we're going to give you a non-contract. I never went into digs in Manchester because
I heard you saying
they weren't prepared to pay. There was too much outlay, so I had to get the bus and the National Express in every day. I'm back every day, pick me kit up.
On your Todd?
So when people talk about the fucking hard yards, no, there was me and a lad, Steve Ashton from Highton.
Mostly, yeah.
And then Chrissy Schucher was a year older than us. And then he signed, he came from Runcorn, like when we were like 17 or 18 on trial, and then got a contract, and then got he was a year older. He then got a car, and then he was training with the first team, and he just legged us. Like he went, they're off at 1:30. You don't finish at 3:30, which is fair enough now looking back. But we were like, you fucking rats, he sold us out here. We have to get the bus. We weren't getting into like 7:30, 8.
So
and he was in at home for
Wednesday. Sorry, Joe. And my dad always says he can do what he wants. We'd do anything for him. Franny Jeffers would be a pro and take me home, take me into training for Monday morning. I'd stay up there all week. And Joe, say if it's Tuesday, he'd say, you're all right, lad. Do you want to go home today because you're off for Wednesday? Yeah. I'd say, Flan, I'd love to, but he's going to keep us here. He's academy manager till 3 o'clock, and he'd sit in the car. He'd sit in the car
you
from
remember that for the rest of your life, don't you? Tony Grant was like that with me.
He'd done it numerous times to get to me and my dad, just to bring me home for one night to see me family. Fantastic. And he still felt like family to me, Franny, now. But
yes, and again, you remember that and how that made you feel more than anything he's probably spoke to you about from the technical aspect as a player. Defo. So it is true. Blackie used to always say to me, people don't care what you know till you know how much you care. And I always think, and it's absolutely right. Once you know someone cares, and like with your old man there, you've got a level of permission to say what, 10-0 as a middleweight boxer, as a pro, most people won't get the permission to fucking tell you what they feel like your old man has. So 16, 17, they're key, because now you're like, am I going to have to fucking get a job here?
I was sweating, Joe. So as soon as they put me on the circulars, we was a good team, the Blackburn team. So
they've told you we're not going to give you a whitey.
Well, at the end, I thought,
you to all the other clubs.
I knew it was coming because I played bad in that game. And my dad went, look, he was watching, son. I don't think you're going to get anything. So be prepared. We've been here before. You're going to have to go elsewhere.
How's your arm fella's attitude to Blackburn at this point?
I think he'd had his eye wiped, and with everything that went on post, him kicking off at Liverpool, I think, and then the injury, he thought, right, I'm saying nothing to no one.
He's adjusted for the better.
Yeah, he's adjusted. So, and I just remember I played against the under-18s, I think it was, on an in-house game, and he put me back up front. Joe, I ended up getting 3. And Gary Bowyer, Gary, he was at Salford and that.
Yeah,
Gary turned around and went, where's this come from, Paddy? I think you've been here, say, 14 months and you've played centre midfield. I think you're a better centre forward. Then I started having a few games centre forward and scored against, who was that team? Remember, Lascelles, he was at Forest.
Forest, he was centre forward
against
Newcastle captain.
Yeah, scored a couple against a few other teams. And anyway, Terry just rang me dad, and my dad had played football with Terry at Liverpool. I think he was the year below him, but they knew of each other. He went, Pad, we've sorry, that was my dad's thing. Me and Gary are saying, give him something. The kid's got something. He hasn't been here as long as the other kids, but we like him as a centre forward. He said, and Wally, whether he's just giving me dad Joe.
Wally Downs was Sam Allardyce, West Ham. I thought you were on about. I don't know Wally.
I think it's Wally Downs.
Something Downs,
or maybe Wally something else. I don't know.
Google that now for Blackburn.
Something Blackburn. I'm sure his name was Wally. He's South African.
Wally Academy. Go on anyway. Sorry, Pad.
And then anyway, so he said, Pad, we've been trying to get him something. So a scholarship, he's well worthy of it. Wally Blackburn Academy manager.
There's a fella, Wally Blackburn.
Yeah, I can't remember what the fella's name was. And he said, Paddy's been dead abrupt. He doesn't fancy him as a player. Right. He doesn't think he's going to do nothing. All right, so I went on the circulars, and then I had like Norwich phone me and said, look, we're going to fly you down from Manchester Airport, and you're going to come here for a week. And so I'm thinking, wow, this is all right, Norwich, because he was in the Championship at the time. Blackburn probably flirting around Europa League and that them days. Then he was not bad. So I thought, all right. And I remember that I went to Burnley first, and Burnley's football club then, it was just at a school, it was terrible. But we knew this was coming in a couple of years. And I trained, and the weather was terrible. And I come from training on an indoor at Blackburn at a pristine academy. And we trained at Burnley, and they weren't nowhere near as good as the Blackburn lads. And straight away after the first session, the fella went, look, we'll offer him a scholarship now. I don't need to look no more. My dad went, I'll have to speak to me lad. And my dad, I remember him in his big coat, the only parent out of the car, watching the session because it was hailstorm, rain, and it was terrific. And I got in the car and I knew my dad wanted to say, like, fucking, you don't want to start in there in them conditions that I'm in and with that training pitch with them play. And just to blag him, I just went, yeah, no, I love that. That doesn't bother me. That fucking, I've been playing Sunday League my whole life. That'll do me, yeah. My dad was surprised, you know what I mean? Thought, oh, all right, son. He still goes on, but I just had to give him something because he was low that I'd been legged from Blackburn.
Yeah.
And then seeing me at a much lower standard with worse facilities. And then I only played one game against Bradford. I scored a couple of goals. And then Sheffield Wednesday was just going to do a week there, Burnley, week Sheffield Wednesday, week Norwich, week there was all other clubs. And then I went to Sheffield Wednesday, which was an academy. So they played the likes of your Man U's, your Blackburns, your Evertons. And after the first week, I trained, stayed up there Thursday, Friday, because I was still in school, Joe. Got to train up there. And my mum and dad dropped me off to digs the first night. They cried their eyes out leaving me the first night. And then I played, and straight away the academy manager, Sean McCauley, come over to me dad and went, look, he's a signing, 1,000,000%. Same as what Burnley had done. And my dad went, look, we're keen because you're in academy and you get to play.
Who's the manager of Chef Weddy?
Brian Laws was the manager then.
I didn't maybe debut for Brian Laws.
Did he?
When he was a Scunthorpe manager.
Dead nice, quiet fella, weren't he?
Lovely fella, yeah. Good player, Brian, as well. And then you said Jeffers is there. Is Lowy and all that there? Any other scouts?
Lowy come the season after.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Ryan Lowe, that is.
I bumped into Franny in the Asda when I was about 10. That was about 7 when he made me be an Evertonian. So I just bounced over to him at 15. I must have been then, yeah, because I was born March and it was before that, the end of that season. 15 years old, but I was I'd signed now. Because I used to leave school Tuesday, Thursday in my last year and go down to Sheffield Wednesday because I'd signed me scholarship.
What would you do? Train Friday, play Saturday morning and come back?
I'd train Thursday night with the 16th, right. Friday morning with the 18th,
youth team, yeah.
Saturday, and then my dad would take me home because he'd come to every game. But I get the train from school, so I leave school Thursday, 12 o'clock, something like that, and get the train.
Sheffield's not that far as the crow flies, but it's a nightmare to get to just because the mountain range in between the two cities.
So,
then you leave school, all right? So when you leave school, have you got a contract to go into?
Yeah, Sheffield Wednesday scholarship, and like my dad kicks himself now and says, son, when I look at the standard of the Burnley lads and the Sheffield Wednesday lads, you know, I didn't have an agent or anything of the sort.
But if you're at Burnley,
give him a 1 year pro on top of that. I probably could have nudged for that, but who's bothered anyway? It makes no difference.
I mean, when looking at it, you go, you know, you're getting out the city at Sheffield because if you're full time at Sheffield, Whitey, you've got to move to Sheffield. Did you go in digs, Pad?
So I went into digs, fantastic digs with Pat and Mike.
Just you in there?
No, she lived upstairs, and then downstairs we had our own bathroom and three bedrooms, big double beds, big massive tellies. The fridge was open, stacked. She'd wake us up in the morning. If you wanted the full English, she'd make it full English. If you wanted a fruit smoothie with some whey protein, and she'd just do anything for you. To the point when I come home and like wind up my own mum, like a competition started. Then do you get to me? And like, I'll do this and I'll do that. And my mum used to say, yeah, but you've stayed there every Sunday and their roast dinner's not as good as mine.
Good. So they've looked after you then, and you felt you didn't miss home. You didn't, you know, obviously you missed home because you're away from home for the first time, but you're not pining to get home. Like some lads go and stay in digs and all they want to do is get back home. And
well, to be honest, the first digs where my mum and dad ever dropped me off and they cried, we sat down for tea on the Thursday night, the night before training, or was it the Friday night before the game? Fucking hell, Joe. You know, I've always been good with my food, eating. I'm sat there thinking, how am I supposed to play on this tomorrow? The amount of food you're serving me. So I can't remember what he ate. Yeah. And I went upstairs and rang my dad. My dad, I said, I don't want to be rude. I said, but like, they've cut a little boiled potato into 4 and like, give me 2 of them. I said, I need a full half a plate of them to run tomorrow. My dad went, son, just go to Chippy. He said, nah, I'll tell the club on the weekend. Is there any other digs? Because they don't feed him enough and he doesn't want to be rude. So I shot the chippy, said, I'm going to the shop. I got a chippy for the night after, and then they moved me the next week into Pat and Mike's, and then I stayed there then for two and a bit years.
So did you get any first team appearances at Sheffield? Get close to it pre-season or anything?
Well, Alan Irvine.
Swerve, great coach.
Yeah, he replaced Brian Laws, and then in the FA Youth Cup, we played Rotherham, which is... It was a derby. And I think we went down to 10 and they went down to 9. One of theirs was with injury though, and they couldn't make any more subs. And the last kick of extra time, I went past a few players in the box, dribbled off the left wing. I think I was in like a 10 that night, scored. So it runs over, but it was Don Valley, remember, with the lap round it, Joe?
Yeah.
So I'm running off extra time, everyone's thinking, and I clapped my own goal just because I'd seen it on Soccer A. I remember that fella who done a player, he jumped over the stadium and sat in the seat. It was years ago. And Sean McCauley, the manager, he was a bit of a narc, and when I look back in hindsight now, he was really trying to help me, Joe. Like, to the point where he played under Alex Ferguson, and he was giving me some of the chats that Fergie was giving him, and he used to say, Pad, you're far better than everyone that we've got here. You just need to listen to me, son. But I always, I remember him sitting down saying, you're doing this thing off a goal kick or a ball into a forward, and I can't quite work out what you're doing with it. And it was Steven Gerrard joining in with like Torres or something, Joe, where he had the legs to burst forward. Yeah. Me half had seen Steven Gerrard do it, and he's trying to like implement it on me.
Yeah, but he had Javi Alonso underneath to keep the centre of the pitch secure.
Of course. So he said, you're vacating the middle of the pitch, which I would scream at a young kid now, do you know what I mean? And
so that's the problem though? If you've got a coach telling you one thing and then your dad's got a really strong, and your dad's your hero no matter what, every kid growing up, especially if your dad's a top sportsman and you know, he's got the standing in multiple sports like that.
And trying to balance the two, keep them both happy, Joe.
Both, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I constantly had that, and he ended up giving a pro contract out to a lad who was nowhere near as good as me, Cecil. And it was kind of, we'd come to the end of our tether because I was constantly getting in trouble, and not outside of football, but like very opinionated early on, Joe.
It's a Scouse problem,
and I always knew I was better than the Sheffield Wednesday lads. I was a lot better than them. So I felt like I could toe the line more than them, do you get what I mean? And like if things were wrong, we used to see...
No, you could push the line.
Yeah, push the line, so behind it. So I was
pushing
the line constantly, and we used to see a psychologist, Vicky, her name was, after the game of it, Saturday, and we'd have to speak to her Monday, and basically she'd just go back and tell him where... It was nothing where she'd come back and forth. She just listened to what we thought to find out where the changing rooms was at. There was no, real sitting down. And if
I remember it creeping into footy when I was there.
And I just said it. I said, whatever we say in here is like basically held against us. I said, we see a psychologist, but it's not one-to-one where you're trying to...
confidential and
stuff. Where you're trying to digest what each of us think and how we can come out the other side and make us better players. Literally, you just listen to what we say and then go back, Paddy's not having this, or he's not doing this, and he doesn't believe... I said, it's just... So it caused loads of friction, and I was captain of the under-18s. Liam Palmer was the year above me, remember?
Right,
Liam Palmer. So he went on at the great career. Verdane Oliver.
Yeah.
Centre forward Verdane. He was the year above me. Yeah. And so then towards the end of the second year, I
you're playing what, 17s, 19s here?
Under 18s, I'm playing for the reserves, and at one point I was captain of the both, and Sean, after me first year, said, Pad, you've learnt a lot, and now this second year, keep listening, and everything will be sorted.
But at this point, Pad, you're just training with the kids?
I'd had a few goals down. Once I scored that goal in the FA Youth Cup, the next day I was training, so that was a Tuesday.
Are you on the same site here?
Yeah.
All right, so you can see the first team and that.
I can see them there, yeah.
You see their cars in the car park, but I take it you're in a separate changing room. And
yeah, right. But like, obviously, because I knew Franny's good mates with, and like, who was it, Mickey Gray, Tommy Miller, so I had to clean their changing rooms. Right. They were shaving my head, and I felt like...
Yeah, it took you under the wing a little bit.
They was good with me, so once I scored in that FA Youth Cup, Sean McCauley come in and went, you've just acted like an absolute idiot after that goal. How am I supposed to sell you to the chairman? To the manager. He said, you're behaving like that off a goal. Yeah. I went, sorry. He said, it was last minute. I said, I don't even know what was coming to my head. He said, but we're through to the next round. I didn't mean nothing by it. And he kind of made me feel as if I was a bit stupid. Next morning, Al Nevin comes in with Billy Barr, and he went, Pad, what a fucking goal to go past 4 players in the 120th minute, and the celebration we were laughing at as if you're training with us today. So I'm thinking, you're saying one thing, and these were half having it, and I trained and I scored the screamer. But I always remember, Joe, I obviously never got to nowhere near the levels of the Premier League. This was, I think they may have even been League One, how much they wrapped the ball into you. And that's the level of the game.
That's what I keep trying to say to people about, like, when I'm saying about like the women, and I'm going, the pace that comes into you.
When you spoke about that, I relate back to that, and I go, it was played at a different velocity for one of your words, Joe. The ball is wrapped in, and you better deal with it. And I'm thinking, fuck me. I was always good in the rondos, Joe, and then I
Yeah.
played with the first team. I was thinking, fuck me.
But again, it's like anything. Like some people, you don't know whether you can handle it or not till you're in there. Some people, as you say, are better suited to academy football. Same way some people are better suited to,
league.
amateur boxing.
Yeah.
But you can't. Some people are just made for the pros. Some people are made to play in big stadiums under big pressure, because when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Some people are the most talented people in the world, but the minute the fucking adversity comes or the setbacks come, they just can't keep getting themselves off the canvas. And if you're going to be successful at anything, there's hopefully any kids out there listening to it, I think me and you are a testament to keep getting yourself up off the canvas no matter what life throws at you. So you're at Chef Wed here. I just want to get us now from Chef Wed. All right, so you've been at Chef Wed 2 years. You haven't got in the first team, although it looks like,
Well, Alan Irvine got sacked.
No,
So
you haven't
Gary
played
Meg-
in the first team.
I haven't played, but I was starting to get it. He was having me train maybe 2 times a week.
Okay.
So, and I was starting to get on with the players. Felt like, oh, I'm the next one.
So what days are you training with them?
So like a Friday and a Thursday.
So you're
when
doing the
taper
team
down
shape.
Days,
You're doing the team shape.
But I'll be on the other side,
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly. Yeah. So you're
And
well
then,
thought of then.
So I was.
Yeah.
And then he got sacked then.
And
And
you're not firing into... See, when this was happening with me, I'm firing into every company I'd go across. Like, I'm trying to take jerseys
well,
there.
once it did happen, we was in the dome and indoor, and Clinton Morrison turned out, and I've lifted him with a tackle on a
He started
Friday.
Saturday.
And and Joe, what I would do the same to a kid now, Joe, and say, "You fucking messing you? I'm playing tomorrow. I'm starting." Darren Pearce, who I
Yeah, big
watched,
centre half, yeah.
he come out and said, "Look, we've all been fucking 17 years old. Give him fuck off." So Liam Palmer, he was getting a good goal then. I think he made a few appearances. So I was the next one saying, I'm thinking, the next one's me, I think.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And then he got sacked, Gary Megson, and I had a couple of squabbles with the academy manager, just falling out.
Is he still a Sean fella?
Yeah, because in pre-season he called me a pussy once, and I flew at him, Joe, because you can't do that. I played against a non-league team. This fella started to kick me, and I said, look, knobhead. I said, I'll give you the slap if you're
So
trying.
you're a young kid, yeah?
I'm only 17, starting my second year, yet 17. I said, if you try and do that again, I said, mate, I said, I'll slap you on the back of your neck. And then at the end of the game, Sean, I think we got beat, or I can't remember, and he just said, what did you say to the fella in the second half? I said, if he leaves one on me, I said, I'll slap the back of your neck, or whatever. I said, I can't remember, Joe. And he went, but can't you remember in the corner he left? I went, nah, not really. He went, and you never done nothing. And he bounced the ball and went, you pussy. And I just flipped Joe straight away. You can't call people that by ours to the bin.
No.
And then he just backtracked, shit himself. And Verdane Oliver and Nathan Modest grabbed me and dragged me in the change. I just smashed the changes up. And he half went white, and then he pulled me in Monday and went, Pad, I didn't realise. Sorry, let's get over it. We've had a few little tiffs, but you're a top player, and let's just mediate the situation. Anyway, got offered. I played in a reserve game at Valley Parade for against Bradford, which they were struggling in League 2 at the time. Peter Jackson was the manager. Colin Cooper was the assistant.
Good player, Colin.
Colin, fantastic. Still in touch with Colin and Peter. Middlesbrough he played for, and Forest, you're spot on. Yeah, he's got a few England appearances as well.
Yeah, he's good centre half, Colin Cooper, yeah.
And anyway, but I was a man, Joe, I could tackle, and I think that's all down to...
Go on, I'm listening to you. I've got
it's
you.
all down to, Joe, the years of Sunday League, Joe. Maybe if I'd, played in the academy system my whole life, I mightn't have had that style of my game, I don't know. So I played in this reserve game against Lee Bullen. Who else was there?
Got fucking one more England cap than me, Colin Cooper.
Has he got two, yeah. And
good centre half.
I played really well in the reserve game, and they were strong and we was young. And anyway, the agents at the time phoned them and said, look, I've just had a kid playing. He told me he never watched the game, but he said he'd done really well. And Colin Cooper went, I took the game. He said, what's happening with the Sheffield Wednesday? Well, he's done really well, but he isn't keen on the academy manager, and I think the academy manager, isn't too keen on him. He says, well, we'll sign him, and he can play league football. He's got a bit about him. Get up for me headers. I was probably 5'11", Joe.
Yeah.
Still not no strength really in shouldering people off, but could get round the pitch and I could tackle. So then I comes into Sean and says, look, Sean, am I right to go and just do a little week here, because these might be offering me something. Me and you've banged heads 15 times in the last 2 seasons. We've had fallouts about different things. So it goes, and Kev Ellison was there. Kev.
Still playing, Kev? He only stopped last year. He's still going.
Yeah, but And anyway, so I've done a week there and they offered me a good contract, Joe, so basic.
Who's the manager there then?
Peter Jackson. You get like 150 quid for your first year pro at the lower levels. And they give me a lot more, 3 times that, Joe. So it was like, and they put out in the paper when they signed me.
So you're 17, 18, yeah?
18. Sheffield Wednesday have made a mistake, but there's just a little twist in the tail just before the end. So that was agreed. And then I was at Sheffield Wednesday just till the end of the season before I goes and joins in the summer. And we played Everton, who went on, Tom Donegan and that. Who won everything. And I played fantastic. Now my agent's there with an Iceland bag, talking to all the Everton parents. His name was, I can't remember at the time. Fucking someone me half fella knew for football. This is the trauma to the punches, sorry Joe. It will come to me, we'll come back to it. And he's talking to all parents, Peter Connon. He's talking to all.
Was it Simon Connon?
Peter Connon talking to people on the sideline. And I had a storm and we got beat 3-1. But Joe, I more than mixed it with, they was the best team in England at the time. And I played really well. So I got called, the academy manager, Sean McCauley, says, come up to my room after this. Basically, said, Pad, I can't have a player as good as you leaving this football club when you've just played like that against the best team in England. I said, well, Sean, you give Cecil a contract 6 months ago. I said, I'm miles to pay him. Yeah, but because you wouldn't listen to me. I was trying to, he listens, so he got his contract. You don't. So I said, what do you want to do then? I said, because Leeds have asked me to go in Monday. He said, don't go into Leeds. He said, I'll get a contract writ up for you Monday and you can sign it and we'll just forget everything. Let's just... Yeah. So I shook his hand and looked him in the eye. I said, I'll be here Monday. And then I come home, me half. I was like, lad, leg him. He's made it hard work for you for 2 years, but he was in the Championship at the time. They got relegated. Or they went back to the Championship. You know, you've been moaning about him for 2 years and you just keep doing this and doing that. And I'm not a lover of him. Go to Leeds, and if Leeds doesn't work out, we'll sign for Bradford. Who's bothered? So fuck him off. It's only a football club. So then anyway, went to Leeds, and I think my card was marked. They're all mates at academy level, aren't they? The academy managers. Bring him in and wipe his eye and say, because I've done really well when I went to Leeds. I said to me, rang my dad and went, better than these lot here. I played against them for years. Well, the last 2 years. And then they never offered me nothing anyway. So signed for Bradford in the summer. Peter Jackson, and with the law of, you'll play League 2 football. Yeah. And
dropping down to come back up.
Yeah, they had Nick Allenby, I think his name was, who was the S&C coach or fitness coach, whatever you want to call him, at Middlesbrough. So Colin Cooper had brought him in, and everything was sprints, Joe. And that's probably something I lacked in my game. Great engine to run non-stop, but stop, sprint. As you go up the levels, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
The like athleticism starts to pay more.
Yeah, it's more of a game of basketball sometimes when you're watching the Prem now, yeah. And I tore me Rec Fem. Same injury Shea's been out with for four months now. He's done it at 16, I done it at 18. And Lewis, our middle brother, he done it at 17. All our Rec Fems have went around the same age. Whatever that's down to.
Genetics, or it might be training programme.
It could be something, whatever's in it, but we all done it. And I was injured then for the end of the pre-season. I was out for 6 weeks, then tried to come back and it went again. I took a pen at the end of a training session and it just tweaked it again. I was out for another month. So it's
not worse as well as they keep getting them little setbacks.
And then
you try and shave a few days Jackson, or a few weeks off your rehab and then you get another fucking setback and then you're just chasing your tail. Yeah. Confidence goes.
Peter Jackson went then, the manager that signed me, and Phil Parkinson, who's the Wrexham manager.
Yeah, Phil's steady away, yeah.
He come in straight away and went, look, you're down the bottom. I think they were third to bottom in the league. The team that's been selected up until this point obviously isn't working. So we're going to play 11v11 today, and I don't know much about you. I watched the last few games, but there's probably players I haven't seen. Joe, I had the stormer and I was unfit. So he calls me straight up to his office and he says, Pad, he said, I don't even know who you are. He said, but I've just watched you play there. I was a centre midfielder myself. He said, and I was impressed. He said, but I've been told, you've been injured for the 2 months of the first 3 months of the season. You need to go and get some game time.
And is your lifestyle fine here? It's not your lifestyle?
Everything's perfect because I've still felt like a footballer. Right, eating right, sleeping right,
drinking
training on my days off, Wednesday, going in with the balls. I wouldn't say so. I just wants to get back on the pitch. And then he just said, look, round by yours where your mum and dad can help you with the lift, because I had a card and then my car got stolen, one of them ones for the book place. And then so then he think, he said, where do you want to go, Southport or Vauxhall? I'm going to phone him and say, look, he's ready to play League 2 now, so we can play Conference North or Conference. So I said, I'm sure my dad's mate's the manager of Vauxhall Motors.
You'll have to edit that out, because that was his fucking car insurance bumped up that.
I'm only joking anyway.
Only messing.
Yeah. So he rang Vauxhall Motors then, Joe.
So your chef wed to Vauxhall Motors?
No, I'm signed for Bradford, haven't I?
Oh, sorry, Bradford to fucking Vauxhall Motors.
But they were the Conference North, so there are only 2 leagues below. There's only the National League, and they was the National League North.
So you go to, so you've had half a sniff of Chef Wed's first team. Then you're going to Bradford, and you're meant to be dropping down to come back up. So you think, I'm going to get more game time, more senior footy, and you're 18 here. So that's still quite young.
I think I played 1 pre-season game. That's the only minutes I had on a pitch before I got injured, so I hadn't played the game that season.
All right. So you're 18. Manager changes Peter Jackson to Phil Parkinson.
18, yeah.
You're training with the first team.
Yeah.
You've played in the 11v11, done well.
Yeah, and he was starting, and then he said, we'll sort of loan out for you, Pad. You'll have to train here twice, and whatever club you go to. Right. So we sort of Vauxhall Motors. You went National League. It's men's football. Go there for a month. Or,
put some air on your balls. Yeah.
Yeah. Get in there, get fit. And then he asked me. He said, "Who do you see yourself playing with?" He said, "Centre mid." I thought it was a bit of a loaded question, Joe. Do you get the mean?
Can be, yeah.
And there was a lad there, I don't know whether he's around your age, Richie Jones. He was at Man U. Come through Man U.
I've heard the name, yeah. I've heard the name.
And I just went, look, with me and him, I think you've got loads of legs. I said, and he played 250 league games or whatever it was. And he went, all right, Pad, sound. He said, so go there. And then that's where I met your Josh then.
So you end up at Vauxhall Motors.
Vauxhall on loan.
What would they be? Unibond Prem then, or one below that even?
They was the National League North.
So is that tier 8? So the conference is tier 5.
The
Unibond Prem tier 6.
Tier 6, and Joe, there was some side, like you say Vauxhall Motors and the
Late McGivern there, Josh.
Late McGivern and Josh was up front. Now
Maddox centre mid.
Me and Mano was centre mid then. Yeah. So as soon as I went to training on like a Tuesday or a Thursday night, Joe, the manager said to me after I went, fucking hell, Pad, he said, you can just see he's got it, he's levels above. And so I went straight into the team, and I always remember the lad Sean Williams, who went to have a good career for Altrincham in the conference. Right. And that. He walks over to the manager and said, you just named the team on Thursday night, I'm not fucking playing this schmuck. He's like 2 years older than me, he's just turned up and he's in the team, you messing? And he ended up leaving, and I ended up getting on with Sean later on in life, and we spoke. And so then I started playing non-league, but I only lasted about 4 games, Joe. I done a 1-2 round the box at Harrogate, and I dangled my toe in just to get the free kick, and someone crunched me knee operation, and I need the clean up.
So is that your first knee operation? First knee operation,
yeah. So
cruciate?
No, in a cruciate, a hyperextension that way, and then...
So hyperextensions where your knee goes that way out?
Yeah, that way out.
Itself.
So then it done something to me cartilage, and damaged ligaments. So I was out for another 3 months then.
Did you need surgery on that?
Yeah, but I went to go and see Steve Bolland in Bradford. He done all about it. He had Roy Keane up on his walls and all that, and he'd done real top end stuff. And
so you get your knee up there. So your loan's finished out. Then, I take it.
My loan's finished. So then.
See, Harrogate got in the Football League. Sorry, Vauxhall Motors and tier 6 ended up getting to the FA Cup first round. So in terms of you're not a million, you've dropped down there. You haven't dropped into the oblivion. You've dropped down.
But
just
it
to get
sounds
some
like
air
for
on your chest and to come back.
You say it,
yeah, it does now. Yeah,
but they were Conference North.
Yeah,
and they had some fantastic. David Mannix, who was a good player.
Steve Beck,
he played come through Everton.
Yeah.
You know, Tom Harrigan who plays, Josh and Leighton were our 2 best players, to be honest with you. Yeah. And they complimented each other, little and large.
Leighton was a year younger than me, 2 years younger than me at Everton, and just used to score for fun. Like a real good goal scorer.
If you could imagine me at 18, Joe, it was a bit worrying.
And you're a centre mid now?
Centre mid, I'm going, fucking hell, these play for Vauxhall Motors. You know, this is some fucking standard there. It made me a little bit worried. It made me doubt myself to think.
Confidence again, yeah.
You know, these are fucking brilliant. There's that. And Joe, they seemed not too far off when I trained with Bradford every day. Their first team, they seemed like a smidgen. I'm thinking, fucking hell. Well, our first 11, not Sagger.
Yeah, well, not Sag, no. No, not Sag, no.
So,
my life. But that's the thing, isn't it? You know, the professionalism, and as I say, you're now seeing going, oh my God, I thought I was going to be like
well ahead of
easy
these
for me.
Yeah, and was it hell?
And that's a thing. So that's a big thing as well. you've gone from Tranmere 10 there, and I'm looking around going, fuck me, you've jumped around. You're looking for a bit of stability, a coach to work with, someone who believes in you to give you, I had 9 years from 14 to 23 at City.
Yeah.
So it's that stability, and it wasn't always great. I was struggling for lots of that. But the familiarity, the routine of going to the same training ground, seeing familiar faces. Also, not having to prove yourself. Every time you go to a new club, you got to prove yourself. You're on trial again. Yeah. Plus, also the social stigma. I used to, all right, Paddy, you're still at Tranmere. Oh no, I'm at Man U now. Oh no, I'm at Liverpool now. Oh no, I've just been released by Blackburn now. Oh no, I've just been released by Sheffield.
It's been days in a city of proud,
city of proud people.
When you've left a football club. My dad used to, don't go in, lad, give yourself a few days off because I'll be in the floor.
Well, it's tough, innit? Because we carry around, Liverpool, you see, the bravado people, very, very proud people, as most people are. But, certainly when, there's that expectation on you, everyone knows your business, and there's Paddy, he's going to be the next footy player, he's the talented kid, and then all of a sudden you've got to, it's hard enough picking yourself up off the canvas, never mind fucking having to tell everyone your sub story. Joe. That must have been hard, mate. Must have been hard. So fair play to you.
But sometimes I always felt like it wasn't really me getting fucked off as a player. It was a little bit of an elbow to me half fella because he was hard graft. But
well, maybe that's a defence mechanism because maybe you weren't good enough, and maybe because at the end of the day, lad, if you're good enough,
don't make it find out.
They'll fucking find a way to get it there. So. If you touch and go, which it sounds like you are, and then you've got an half fella who's a fucking right noisy cunt in the background, with the great intention as a coach, you're going, and if you're answering back and you're going, I've got a marginal call, this kid with a great attitude, or fucking Billy Big Bollocks here.
Exactly, yeah. Because I always felt like there was some players who were maybe a little bit lesser, but they kicked on and kicked on and kicked on because their attitudes were a lot better than me. But Connor was good though.
And he's got a great attitude.
Yeah, fantastic.
So it gives you the right chance. If you're good and you haven't got a great attitude, you still got a chance.
John Flanagan was another one that played with us. Sorry, I missed John off.
Flano, great attitude. Yeah. Maybe not like as a full-back and a tackler, Flano, not the most flamboyant player, but had a fucking fantastic career. I mean, if it wasn't for knee injuries, I don't know, he was close to being in England World Cup squad. Yeah. In terms of, I think he got on the provisional list, Flan. I love John, he's a great kid. Yeah. But bad injury, and then, as I say, in our profession, in any profession, you're one bad moment away from it never being the same again. So let me just get you, I just want to get you now from, you're at Bradford,
I forgot
you now have
Vauxhalls. You go back through it.
You now have Vauxhalls, and from Vauxhalls to Aki, because I want to get you back in that dressing room at Aki just before that Tuesday game at Hartlepool.
So I went to Vauxhalls, loan got ended then I picked the loan back up after my knee injury. He was out for 3 months. Got the arse end of the season, got paid up at Bradford then. He just pulled me in for Parky and said, look, Pad, you're on 3 times as much as them other lads. I need you to go. I'll give you a little lump sum and you can go and play non-league. He said, these can't. He said, so I can't even fuck them off. He said, because they've got nowhere to go. They're not going to get paid.
And at that level, every penny is massive for your budget. Is it League 2 there?
League 2, yeah. And they were struggling. And he went, if I get rid of you and I get rid of someone else. And Joe, I went back at him straight away. And this is a fella who coached me by himself. And he was the first team manager and had time for me in the afternoon.
Assistants? What's his assistant name?
Parky as well, the little fella.
He's like a little baldy fella, but they all say they're a really good double act then too. They're a good combination.
I didn't really have too much to do with him because I think he's kept Coops on at first. And I argued with him. I said, lad, I've been injured all season. I said, and you're just trying to show me the door. I said, I'll just play in the reserve games. I said, and just see out this year. I said, because it's been nothing but injuries anyway, do you know what I mean? And anyway, we compromised. And I got paid up and went to Droylsden, but I was lower than a snake's belly in terms of confidence. I finished the season at Droylsden. My dad picked up the pieces in the summer.
So at Droylsden, you're 18, 19 now at Droylsden?
I would have just turned 19, wouldn't I? Yeah.
And you're playing against the arse men now.
Yeah.
This is points, and if you fucking don't
Conference North still.
If you don't pick a marker up, this is not unlucky, mate. That's part of your development. This is what the fuck are you doing? You've just cost me my fucking wages.
Well, the first day of Vauxhall, my first game, there was a proper 5 fists, split lips, black eye with the keeper Scott and the centre half Jonah. Jonah was a good player. And a ball went across the box that he thought the keeper should have claimed, and the keeper thought he should have emptied it.
No man's land.
No man's land, Joe. So there was no need to throw punches, which I thought. And one waited behind the doors and telling this cunt, I can't remember, I think that was Jonah. And anyway, boom, they've let rip at each other. And I'm thinking, wow, this is men's football. These care that much about 3 points that we beat hard that day. Yeah.
Was that Upper Hyde? because that's where City's that's
Yeah,
where
it's up them
we
ways,
used to
isn't it?
play
Yeah.
a hard for City's
Yeah.
reserve team.
It's
That's
up
where we
them
played
ways. I
our
think they
games.
was like flying, and I scored that day, and I thought, fucking hell, that weren't too bad to
So
play
you're
well.
going in that dressing room and you're seeing punches thrown. So you're in with men. This is the men's game now. You're seeing the reality of the men's game where every penny is important because people are paying for hundreds of pounds, not thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands.
And that's how they pay the bills, Joe.
That's how you that's how you get your bills paid. So that, in terms of you coming out of Bradford on $450, which is good money for a fucking young 18-year-old who's not in the first team. Then the reality of, right, you're going to go play for Droylsden. I would imagine Droylsden paying, are they the same level of Vauxhalls there? Same level?
They used to give me 200 quid. So
is that per game or a week?
I think it was just a week or
you get like a 50 quid win bonus or something like mad.
Pacey was a bit mad. He never used to try and pay some players if we got beat. But like Joe, I'm a scouser, do you know what I mean? So I was just following him back to his room and just say, lad, I'm getting paid. And he'd be like, no, you was all right. And some days, I mean, confidence was shot, do you know what I mean? I never played well, but I was still getting paid.
Yeah.
But some lad that way, when I think back now, I was a construct that I used to do that to some players.
Who's the big fella that Droylsden? Is it Johnny King or something? No, it's Johnny King. Who was
that was a lackey. I mean, Altrincham.
Altrincham, sorry.
Yeah, Johnny King.
So Droylsden is up near Manchester. So you're not like.
I think that's the city side though, Droylsden, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not going a million miles into it. There was a few lads who played with me half from Droylsden. Paddy Wilson, who was a good striker, and a winger called Tricky and Mike something. They all came from Droylsden to Knowsley United. Three black lads in the mid-90s, which was just unheard of, but were brilliant players. And then Droylsden, Knowsley United, tier 6, tier 7, they kind of, depending on where they got back, and they could try and get in the conference or not. You know, that was the big thing, to get in the conference. And you're then playing with men, and are you playing every week?
Yeah, I started every game for Altrincham and Droylsden. I never on the bench for any of them, but...
As a striker or centre mid now?
I'm all centre mid from
and
the age of 18.
You're saying I'm a centre mid now?
Centre mid now, yeah. And then to get myself in the team, Joe, I had to be robust and get round the pitch and win the ball back. And there was no real, because I did have a little bit of ability and I could play centre forward. But what got me paid and got me in the team for Saturday was being a little nasty centre mid, running around and tackling. And then when I went to Accrington, say 3-4 years later, John Coleman said, lad, I can't believe how good you actually are on the ball, but you know, it's all teams and systems and tactics and what's needed. That kept me in the team and playing every week from the age of 18 to 22, then 4 years of great learning, Joe, to be able to do that at Accrington.
But again, this is what people miss. So, you know, you're 18, 19 there and you're playing against men, all right? So we got a bit of exposure, 18 and 19 at reserve, because at that point, reserve team players, if you didn't play on a Saturday for the first team, you played in the Resis. Resis was strong. It's different now, but the Resis were really strong. So we'd play Leeds, Man City. Whoever didn't play for our first team, Man City's, would be with us on a Tuesday night. And whoever didn't play for Leeds' first team. So I remember playing at 18, 19 against Olivier Dacour, who was at Leeds, who'd gone from Everton. I'm fucking more than old on my own. And the shot of confidence I got from it, because I thought, I've watched that come play on the fucking telly.
I had a couple of little ones with Sheffield Wednesday against Robbie Savage, Derby. And again, Nottingham Forest was it Dele Adebola or something.
Big fella,
a few other players that you played. It was a great little thing to learn and stand and go up against them, Joe. So
this is what I'm going to say to you. So I don't make my debut till 20, all right? And it's in the Premier League and it's against Middlesbrough. And I wasn't... The manager, Keegan, said to me at the time, you get the ball back today and you give it to... Dead simple to one of our players. And when you haven't got the ball... Just man mark Janino, don't let him have a kick, because I was aggressive. So I literally was limited. By the time I finished my career, or some will argue I was limited my whole career, by the time I finished my career, I was a completely different player. Because you do what you need to do, what the manager needs to do to get you in the fucking team. And then you go, do you know what, I'm fucking a bit better than this, and I'll take a bit more on, and you develop. Joe, So the earlier you get in, I always say getting thrown in the deep end, the more... you learn, but also if you get thrown in at the wrong time, it can fucking blow your circuit boards. Or if you get too much money at the wrong time, or you can get. You're saying about Dale Jennings there. You can get a big move at the wrong time, and you move to a foreign country where you don't speak the language, and you fucking got no support structure around you. And you know how are you going to survive if you're out there on your own? So you're now playing men's footy. You've had a little bit of the academy and kind of reserve team footy where you've played against a few names to go, do you know what? I think I'm as good as them. So you've got this confidence that there's something in there, so it's keeping you persistent through the non-league scene, because it must be fucking disheartening to go from really talented kid, Liverpool, Man United, to Droylsden.
It does, yeah, Joe, and it chews you up, and you start to question yourself, really. When I signed for Altrincham in that summer, I went on trial at Morecambe under Jim Bentley. I fortunately got to play against Everton in his testimonial.
All right.
So I'm on trial, and my dad picked up the pieces, because you could tell I was a bit shot to pieces at Droylsden. Just the way I was controlling the ball, getting around the pitch. He was saying, son, obviously I've watched you since you was a kid. It's not you. You've been injured all season, which I understand. And hard work will sort it all out. And he was on the track with me, Joe, 6 o'clock every morning before he was done his floor laying. And Joe, run for run.
Yeah.
He wasn't running as quick as me, but I'll tell you what, he went too far off. He was only early 40s then, would he have been, or something. And it helped me, Joe. So then I went to Morecambe and I'd done well. And I think Jim only offered me 150 quid a week. So
Jim Bentley,
Jim Bentley,
right,
yeah. And I'd played against Altrincham on the Tuesday.
So you're getting 150 a week to go to Morecambe, which is fucking miles away. It's on I know they train in Manchester now, but I don't know what they did at the time.
No, they trained at the ground.
And you're getting 200 quid a week to play and train twice a week. So you get 50 quid a week less to go full time.
But then I'd spoke to Altrincham, and Altrincham said, look, we'll give you 275.
All right, yeah.
And we've just been relegated from the conference, but we're going to be a good side this year. Lacy, the manager, who my dad knew, who played for Watford, centre half, I think, with Andy Gray or whatever. My dad knew him. Does he want to sign?
They always bounce between the conference and the Unibond. They were big in the Unibond and maybe not
as
that
good,
big in the
but they've
conference.
went full time now. They're flying now.
They're having a go again.
And he went, if he wants to sign your son, he's been a top player. Go ahead, just don't sign the 150, 275, and I'll learn you the trade.
Yeah.
He said, so you bulletproof them for your rest of your life on the floor. So I went, all right then, son, Jim, thanks, no thanks. Went to Altrincham, played with some fantastic players, a really good team in the Conference North, so Tier 6. And another good, but it was football. And I always felt like Lacy, and it was a little bit harsh on me because I was the youngest. But I played, when I look back, 26 games. In the season we got into 26 starts, was it? I can't remember. We got into the playoffs and we got beaten in the semis against Brackley. And then, but them little, say, 30 games that season that I would have played, people took note of, who's that kid? He's only 19. Do you know what I mean?
Playing against men, yeah.
Playing against men, he's not a bad kid, him. And then we had a fullback, Matt Dougherty, buzzer. He was mates with the Barrow manager who had met previously, Dave Bayliss, and they just got relegated from the conference.
Yeah.
And he rang me and said, look, do you fancy this next season? We're going to be challenging Altrincham. You got beaten in the playoffs.
Barrow have always been kind of biggish in the non-league.
Yeah, you won't be in and out. You'll be in every week for me. I went, sound. I said, because I'm in and out here and it's winding me up a little bit. So then I went to Barrow. And Joe, what you were talking about, stability, Joe, with its own there, because that was the only time, well, my whole life, I played for Barrow literally every week for 3 years. And I went from being a decent non-league midfielder, centre midfielder, to being like one of the best around.
Back into the league.
Yeah, and I looked around and there was no one like non-league. You get some players on the slide, or you get some young players like your Sarsevic's that were up on it. There was not in particular because I played him the year before and he was too good for me. But I thought, you know what, I fancy the job here, and I was starting to look up again, Joe. But previously. Yeah. I was just working, and it was just a job, and I'm learning to trade with my dad, and it's some money on the hip, and like if people asked him about football, I said no, packed in, and you know, I didn't think much of non-league because I didn't understand it at the time. I just knew
how's your lifestyle here? Are you still fucking dedicated, or you starting to
training? I always trained at hard, Joe, but the partying had creeped in then. So what am I? I'm 19. Yeah. Because I went to Creamfield that summer. Yeah, I'm 19, so partying had literally just started Altringham's year. Only just started, then going out, drinking, because I didn't really drink in my scholarship, maybe a little bit. Say 17, 18, but, you know, maybe twice a year I went a big boozer or anything like that. So, that started to creep in, then a few bad habits, and I'm on the floor all day, training every night. At Barrow all the way, same through to then, and then I end up being a good midfielder who then, Joe, probably played 150 games by the time he was 22.
But none in the league.
None in the league.
Yeah, but you played 150 senior games.
Senior games, that's what I mean.
You've had a fucking rude awakening there.
Yeah, I've learnt my trade, and I think I was ready to go. Maybe could have went before. I know Leighton Orient.
So Barrow, as I heard you say, when you went to Barrow struggled. Could you just come down from the conference? Struggled. You had to keep them up.
Struggled at first. So
but you're a major player in that team.
Yeah, and then Dave Bayless got sacked.
Right.
And this was my first time, whereas, I'd say this to Lewis and Jay, you won't be everyone's cup of tea. I was Dave Bayless's cup of tea, but then a manager can come in and straight away, Joe.
Absolutely, yeah.
Joe, you aren't for me. This manager come in, Darren Edmondson, who was the manager of Workington, which was a derby. He's got a statue outside Carlisle's ground. He scored some type of goal. And he come in. He fucking loved me more than Dave Bayless. And this was a fella from the Lakes that I just played against on Boxing Day. Come in and he just pulled me and was like, look, lad, you're playing every weekend. I really think there's a player that and just believe I could do no wrong.
So that must have been, you're saying you're quite lower confidence. That must have been a real shot at confidence for you.
Yeah, he brought in. But Dave Bayless had said things in the paper like, we think Paddy's going to go on and have a career. And he had a good career, so I listened to little bits. And then I think
with someone else coming along, Paddy.
Another one it was, it was fantastic. And then we ended up winning the league the following year.
Back to the conference.
And then we played the next season in the conference. And I was playing every week. And Joe, I always remember, I'm sure you said this in your book, that you would purposely, so if someone got signed in your position, you would go up against them every day, didn't you? Because obviously we read your book where we're going, and you would make it hard for them every single day, so they wave the white flag.
Yeah.
So,
and I also needed to know, listen, when the goal gets tough out in the arena, where's his stress points?
Yeah.
Now, I look back now, and I think, would he have done it differently? But you don't know any better. You you're doing the best you can with the information you have available. So everyone.
Yeah.
And when you look back at it like that, that this need to be perfect dissolves.
Yeah.
Like it's really interesting listening to you there, because there's no correct pathway for anyone. Everyone's pathway is
it's all different. We're all random. Different lives, aren't we? So
random, absolute. But if you've got that thing where you're like, I'm gonna fucking turn this around, which it's your determination. You've got a lot of stuff going on in the background there. It would have been easy with the injuries and then the fact that you've kept yourself going to the point where you've dipped out of the league, the big club structure, the Chef Wed, and now you're in the non-league, and then you've grafted over 3 years to get yourself back on a upward curve, looking back up now, going, right, can I get back in the fucking football league? Yeah. So how does that chance come about?
The majority of that league is full time. The conference, and it was even then.
Big money. There can be big money. Well, there is now, because there's no FFP in the conference.
Always there, yeah.
So Stockport, Wrexham, and all that. You've seen it with Fleetwood, and there's been a few big hitters in the conference. A lot of conference sides can pay more than the League 2, League 1, because, as I say, there's no financial.
It's a hard league to get out of, though, isn't it, Joe? Because they've only got one and one playoff.
Do you know, I've done all 4 leagues, bottom 2 as a manager, 2 and 1, but Championship and obviously Prem, and the conference, everyone says it's the hardest league.
Well, I thought that when I played it. I just thought everyone is so big, so fit, so strong, but not as much football at League 2 level. I thought, wow, this is fucking half easy, this.
Well, there's only one automatic, and then it's playoff, innit?
It's 4 in the playoffs, innit, yeah? Or is it 7?
I think it's 1 goes 6. Automatic, and then 6, innit?
6, yeah, because they do 2 semis, and then you're already through fucking... Like,
so 1 goes automatic, 2 and 3 get to the semi, and then 4, 5, 6, 7 all playoff.
Conference North is the same. 4 go down out of that league in the Conference North, the top winners win it, and then the next 4 are in the playoffs.
I mean,
so
it's hard if you're playing in it, because, if you finish 2nd or 3rd, you'd want to get an automatic promotion out of a tough league. But in terms of keeping the league going and entertainment, because I suppose no matter how fucking bad your team is at Christmas, if you're all right, you've got half a chance of getting in the playoffs or one of them positions. So you get promoted to the conference.
You beat one of your old teammates to the title. I know you signed him, Sam Finley.
He was playing
Fylde then.
Right.
He stayed there a year or 2. Yeah, Sam was a top player.
Yeah, good player, Sam.
Quality. So we used to play against him then. And
captain Sam, my last Bristol.
He's a brutal lad. So I'd heard of him, but he's the year above me, I think.
He was Everton as well, coming through when he was a young kid at Everton.
And I'd heard about him, and then I got to play against him that season. Joe, you know, it was nice to know that I not spotted him, but I rated him at the time. Yeah. And then he's went on had a good career. Like, you can spot a player.
For the talent, for the player.
I mean, he's got a bit about him.
So you go. As I say, you go Barrow then, and you go in the conference after, you become a major part of that team, playing every week, go to Barrow were in the conference, hold your own in there, I take it?
Yeah, done well, but the manager then got the sacked at Edmondson, and I had to have another knee up. Yeah, So Darren Edmondson got sacked. I think he was only about 16, something like that. But we had a big owner who went to America with $1 and a dream. Paul Caston, his name was. Come back, bought the club. I was made up because after my first year, as soon as this new manager got the job, Darren Edmondson, I was there for 3 seasons. I got a new deal and I was on good money for that level and I was still working and we only trained in Lancaster, I think it was, or...
Yeah,
no, we trained in Preston at the time it was. So we weren't too far, Joe, and I was earning good money. And then as soon as we had a little wobble in the conference, which was a tough league, he sacked him straight away and he brought in Paul Cox, who got Mansfield out of that league a year or two before. And the first game we won. And I just went down to put the tunes on my phone and he went, Paddy, put the music on. So as I went down, my knee just slipped out of place and I had a buckle handle tear that needed is sewing back on. So I was out for 3 months or something like that. That showed me second knee up. And then when I come back...
Same knee, right knee?
I can't remember. I've had that many on both of them. I forget them now. And then I flew into a tackle the first game. He started me when I was back fit and I crunched someone in the corner. He said, we've been missing that little bit of bite in midfield that Paddy will bring us. But everything was so direct with him, Joe, to the point. I mean, there were tactics playing to the point where it weren't enjoyable.
Oh, nice.
And I remember us training on a Friday shape and I got the ball and I just passed it forward into a striker's feet, just a blatant pass that was on. And he stopped and he went, Pad, I don't want that. He said, when you're getting it, instead of getting turned on the half turn and playing it forward, first time, fuck off over the full back's head, which is all well and good when people are squeezing it. I went, but I had a pass on there. I said, surely the one into feet there that we can build from instead of one looped over down the side. No, don't want any of that. I said, fucking hell, me half I could still do this if you just want someone to fucking volley it. So we had, not that we had a big tiff about it. I just didn't
opinionated there.
Yeah, but I just thought it was just a bit daft in certain instances. We were just a little bit too direct. And anyway, so I comes out the team and then I had a little go right back. But in the meantime, the games that I had played, Jay Flannery, who was the captain of Aki for years and John Coleman's good mate, he'd watched and he knew me dad and he said, look, he's quality, him. He said, whatever happens here, he said, Coley will take him, no messing. So
it's good scouting that Coley picks up bargains and
he's done really well. So everywhere. Then Jay told Coley got me watched and then I went to Aki in the summer. So
and Aki in League 2, yeah?
League 2, and I went to go and watch them. They gave me tickets to the last game of the season. They had to beat Bristol Rovers, was it? Or
possibly, yeah.
Or AFC Wimbledon went up all to
Is this when Luton were in that league?
Because Luton was in there when I played.
Aki won it the year Luton were in it.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
Well, I played the year before for Aki. So I went to watch the game and they hit the bar the last minute and they drew 3-3, which meant that they had to go into the playoffs and fight AFC Wimbledon. I'm sure it was against Bristol Rovers that game. They drew 3-3 anyway. And then they got beaten in the playoff semis.
Get that up now, Bristol Rovers, is it?
Yeah.
Go on. And they got beaten in the semis?
This would be 2015 or 16 it'd be. Yeah, at the end of the season, and the ground was early when they scored, not the 30th of Jan, no. Final.
Was it in the playoffs?
No, it was the last game of the season. I think Aki only needed a point, and there was automatic promotion, and they got beat 3-2. It mightn't have been Bristol Rovers, then it may have been somebody else. And anyway, so I watched this, so I was thinking, bloody hell, I could not be only going to League 2, yeah, could we go into fucking League 1?
If they go up, yeah.
If they go up, and anyway, they lost the last game of the season, whoever they played against, and then I joined them in the pre-season. Always a good runner, Joe, so I'm always up at the front on every tax session.
And you're 21, 22, yeah?
No, I'm 22, 23.
All right. So you've had that 3 years at
Barrow. I've had Altrincham a year. I've had Barrow a year. Sorry, I've had Bradford a year, Altrincham a year, and 3 years at Barrow, so 18, 23.
Droylsden, did you say as well?
Well, Droylsden was the loan at the arse end of the Bradford.
So I was, so you end up back in the league now, you're at Aki, and as I say, I don't mean to be unkind to John and Jimmy. Jimmy Bell played with me, half fella. John, I've known, I think, done an incredible job at transforming that football club. Incredible when you see the stand and how far they've come. Punched above the weight of the club for years. I'm trying to say this as respectfully as I can, but you're going from kind of non-league conference Barrow, Droylsden, Altrincham, to Accrington, who are probably a professional non-league team in terms of, John and Jimmy were fantastic non-league players and run that dressing room as close, I think, as you could get being full-time with kind of non-league strengths to it. The sing-song and the bevy on the coach and, right, we're on this AstroTurf and we're getting launched off at 11:15 because someone's booked the pitch.
In a pub.
Your breakfast in a pub. Go on, give us a little bit of background about Aki, because I hear great stuff about it. It must be great because they do well.
When I was the last year at Barrow, obviously I told you about the owner that come over, so there was plenty of money at Barrow. We ain't good dough at the time, and we trained at a university, so everything was brand new, Joe. You had all the facilities there at Lancaster Uni.
Yeah. So
it was quite good then. I've jumped up another league. But then
so at Barrow, you're getting paid, you're $450 that you were getting paid coming out of Bradford. All right, so at Barrow you're in
like 800 quid I was in.
And you've got your trade going now, so you get your trade as a floor
layer in the afternoon. No, I couldn't do it of a day and go to training every night because that last year
so you're doing like foreigners and all that?
Yeah, so still having a little go. I'm off of a Wednesday, a full day fitting Wednesday. So
probably taking home by...
Yeah, I was doing well, Joe. So sometimes I used to think...
60 grand a year there, lad.
What's the point? Is this all it's cracked up to be if the money's not that good? And am I really going to go and play in the champ where I'm going to get looked after and get weighed in? Or am I going to flirt around League 2? And
are you training 2 days a week or 4 days a week, Wednesday off?
Wednesday off, yeah.
Right.
Unless if we lost...
So you train Monday, Tuesday, off Wednesday, in Thursday, Friday, play Saturday, off Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's a professional schedule.
Yeah, that was a Barrow. And then
Burnley, we done that at Burnley, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's not... So then you go to Aki on that same schedule.
Same schedule, but you're having breakfast in a pub.
And in terms of the dough, I don't mean to... You don't have to tell me the numbers, Pad, but I'm saying...
Down.
I was going to say, Coley usually you chip you down, Aki.
Yeah, he chipped me down, so I think I started on 5 ton.
Okay. But, so you've took a cut to get back in the football league?
I took a cut to get back in the league, but I was happy to take it, Joe. Obviously, it was incentive-based where we go through games, 5... more, and I just thought, I'm not even bothered. I'm just an actual footballer, professional footballer. So,
because they always say, how many league appearances have you got?
I don't even know.
That's what I mean. At the end of your career, they tot up your league appearances. They don't tot up your conference ones or your North West counties or your lower league ones. But from the 4th tier above, you're a professional player, and then. You have a good pre-season there. You said you're always at the front of the running.
The running.
Did you hit the ground running at Aki?
No, I got an injury just towards the end of pre-season. Someone crunched me in the game. And, I was out for a few weeks then. But once I come back from that, I just started training really well. That's when we went into Scotty Brown, turning around saying, Gaffer, come on, fair's fair. I'm 33 now, I think.
Where are we in the season here, Pad?
Literally the first game of the season.
September,
end of August, yeah. And I was training really well. Was always one of the fittest in pre-season. And he was in the car school with me. He said, lad, I've told him myself, Pat. And Scotty's still one of my good mates to this day.
Scotty?
Ex-Everton, yeah. Went to Bristol City, I think. From
a great career. Brad, I think they played at Bristol together, maybe.
Yeah.
Sure they did,
yeah. And then I went, Scotty said, I'm going to pull him soon. I said, because lad, he's chipped me dough away here. I said, I could be in a lot more. I said, if I'm going to come here and just be a bench warmer, lad, I said, it's no good to me. So I went up to Coley, pulled him out to me, and Pat, I've got a plan for you. He said, but these lads got me to the playoffs. We should have went up automatically last year. I know what I'm getting. You'll be introduced slowly, and lad, I'm going to expect you to be a starter come the end of the season.
As a manager, I can see that, but as a player, I could also see your frustration, yeah.
Do you get what I mean, Joe? Yeah. But I'm just like, lad, I've played 150 games of men's football. Don't worry about me playing me.
You've been playing every week?
I've been playing every week since I was 18, so there's no big stress, do you get what I mean? And then, anyway, I think Scotty, the Portsmouth game, he was best man at his best mate's funeral. Wedding, sorry. Funeral.
Was that a Freudian slip? Did he end up getting divorced? You might have fucking...
So he was best man to his best mate's wedding. So he threw one in, Scotty. I don't think he could be honest and say this is the wedding or whatever. And he threw one in. But I didn't even know this at the time because he kept it right under his hat. He told me at the end of the season. So I turns up. I've been on the bench. I've come on against Morecambe. Come on against... John Flanagan at Burnley. We beat them in the Carling Cup.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that,
I come on the last half an hour of that game and come on against Morecambe. But funny enough, the only time ever the lights have went out, Nick Pope knocked me out in the last kick of the game, Joe.
Big fella, Popey.
Jumped up for an header. And he just come up to course and we were beating him 1-0 and just jumped and turned his head. And I'm watching, thinking, I'm not heading that because it's the man in front of me, but I'm in the air, bang, asleep.
Oh, so I came back to Burnley in the January. So I'd gone to Rangers in between that, and you played them in the cup. Yous are winning, and Popey's come up to try and get a goal. No, the keeper comes up late doors and fucking calls that, and he's nutted you.
Nutted me, Joe, and I'm asleep, and every muscle in my body was tense like this. I woke up and was like, didn't know where I was, what I was doing, but the physio said, Pad, we're winning against Burnley 1-0. You're going to have to stay on. There was about 30 seconds left, so I got on. And then I complained to the physio, said, I think I'm a bit concussed there. And we were both getting stitches in the changing rooms, both getting our leg glued in the physio's room. Me and that Nick Pope, I said, lad, I can remember the ball coming in and I weren't going to read it. I said, what was you going for there? He went, I was just coming up to cause fucking trouble. He said, and it happened. I said, fucking hell.
Who's your promoter now then? Who you with, Eddie Hearn now?
Yeah, well, I've fought for Eddie, but my manager is Steve Woods. He has his own certain thing.
I was going to say, I'll get on to Popey. We get the rematch if he's the only one who's fucking... You're 10-0, so you're the only one who's put you away,
but
lad.
He's the only one ever.
He's about 6 foot, fucking 5'6", Popey.
Massive.
So you get knocked out in that game.
And then he weren't going to play me the next... There was more murder here because you had something to do with your head.
Yeah,
you
concussion protocol, yeah.
Something like that, and lad, I've kicked off. I said, lad, I only said to the physio that I've banged my head. I said, what are you on about? I'm not, because I was due to start against
You wouldn't be able to play now.
Yeah, so I turned around to go and went, so, because I've had a stitch in the back of my head, I'm not allowed to play. I went, there's fuck all wrong with me. He went, Pad, you can't start this, that and the other. You shouldn't even be on the bench, but I argued the toss because I just wanted to go, Joe.
Well, you've been waiting for an opportunity, yeah.
And then I got a little 15 minutes against Morecambe. I think we drew with them. And then the week after, I didn't think I was starting because Scotty was starting and he went to this wedding. So
Had he won the week before though?
We drew against
So you're
Morecambe.
not thinking he's changing the team?
He's not changing. Yeah. We hadn't played that bad, to be honest. And because I would have told my dad, but my dad took Saturday work on thinking he's only going to come off the bench the last 10 minutes like he has, or half an hour the previous games. And walked in and Jimmy Bill went, is your dad here? And I went, no, Jim, why? He went, because phone him, lad, you're starting today.
Is this Arachi the game?
This is Arachi, yeah.
Portsmouth.
In
League 2. Is Cookie the manager at Portsmouth?
Cookie's the manager,
so that's a big fucking game now, because John and
there's been
Cookie was Arachi,
yeah.
They fell out and all that.
So I rang me dad and I said, Dad, look, I said, how quick can you get here? I've just been told before the warm-up I'm starting and Jimmy wants me to phone you and tell you to... He went, Pad.
Yeah, fella's working on a Saturday, getting some extra ready.
And he had fucking, I think, 2 stairs landings or something where it's going to take him a few hours. So me half fella went, I'm gutted, Pad, but good luck. Devastated. So we told the fella whose floor he was doing and said, look, you couldn't get Sky Sports on. He said, because my lad's getting his first start for Accrington today and I'm supposed to be there, but I'm here. The fella was a football fan himself, so he gets it up. And then I think it was like the 80th minute, 86th minute, I can't remember what minute exactly. I whipped that goal in for goal of the month.
Scored the winner.
The winner, yeah. And I played really well, Joe. I got man of the match, so then I thought, Joe, as soon as I played my first game, I thought, there's no way, because that's Portsmouth, who were a top team.
Yeah, fucking FA Cup winners not long
There's no way I'm coming back down to non-league. I was kind of going, I can play a little bit better than Joe. Who's
playing for Portsmouth there? Who you playing against for Portsmouth?
I always remember an Irish fella just giving me all kinds of abuse.
We'll have to get the goal on. Yeah, we'll have to get the goal on.
One
goal of the month.
Goal of the month, yeah. So Gary Roberts, you know Gary?
Gary's a good player, yeah. Was he at Pompey then?
Yeah, he was at Pompey then.
Oh yeah,
there's Clicker playing for us, who's at Luton.
Jordan, yeah, he's a good player, Jordan Clark.
So who else played for this Portsmouth team? Tom Davies, who's now captain of our Lewis's, there he is, of Lewis's Tranmere team, he's the club captain. And there was some Irish fella who was just trying to give me absolute stick. Yeah, it must have been further back the goal.
That's Gary Robbo there, number 11 for Pompey.
7 years ago.
Is that Callum Johnson there at left back?
Yeah, Callum. No, he never played with me. He was the year after when I come out of jail.
Number 6, Ichwi there?
No. Michael Ichwi was in my Liverpool youth team. Sorry, I never said that when I was a kid. So did Michael's another one that played
there? I remember being at Sean McConville there.
Yeah, so Omar Beckles there.
All right, he ended up going to Portsmouth.
Janoy, he was unbelievable, Janoy.
Danassian,
yeah. Billy Key, probably the best centre forward I've ever played with. Here it is. Clicker. We had a very good team, to be honest, Joe. Sean McConville there. I think he's got like the highest assists.
Oh, that's a great goal, lad.
In non-league.
Take that back for us now.
Not non-league, in like League 2 and League 1. I don't know, Joe.
That's a great goal, that lad.
If you listen to John Coleman's fucking interview after the game, he turns around and says, look, it's not a massive surprise Paddy scored, and he said we played the bounce game in the week.
So Jimmy and yours is on the bench
was on the
there.
bench there, which he was always a starter. I don't know whether he was struggling with his calves or something.
A great little turn. That's a great hit.
But the best thing about it, not really the goal, is John's interview after the game.
Matty Pearson.
He says it doesn't surprise me. He said he scored. Yeah, Matty was another top player. But if you look at all them, Clicker got to move, Omar got to move, Matty got to move. There's about 5 or 6 of them.
McConville got to move.
Well, he was earlier, but I mean after this, Donossi and Giano got to move.
Yeah.
So there's like 5, 6, 7 of my teammates that all went and jumped up another level, or some even 2. Terry Gornell there. That's who I ran to, because I'd scored 3 screamers in a bounce game on the Tuesday. 2 with me left and 1 with me right. One similar to that with me right foot. And
Great goal, that.
Terry Gornell saying, Adam and Paddy, you're going to score a screamer today after them. And I've been doing it and saying, and like, it was a reoccurring thing. And that's what Coley says in the interview. He says, doesn't surprise us. He said, because he can hit them from outside the box. He scored these 3 goals all from outside the box.
Was you known for that in your career before that?
Not really. Got a few goals of the season, but when I played at Barrow for them 3 years, my 2 centre-halves, Danny Livesey and Simon Grant, they'd played hundreds of games in non-league. They were half on the slide, and they wouldn't let me go anywhere. I had to pin there, so it'd be literally 1 on the edge of the box that I'd score a screamer, 2 or 3 of them a season. That was it.
Yeah, they're not letting you get far away because it exposes them. So probably good learning for you in terms of learning the position.
Joe, I've had a little goal centre-half myself. I do the same thing, Joe.
Yeah, well, when you learn the position, you're saying earlier on, your manager's having a go at you for vacating and trying to be Gerrard and making the box. You probably needed that at your stage of development. Yeah. 2 our asses saying, fucker, sit there and use your energy when required, not when you fucking want
Which is funny, Joe. It reminds me, when I was at Barrow, we signed a fella, Keith Briggs. Don't know whether you're familiar with him, played League 2 and what have you. And we were struggling. And he got signed, and he signed centre mid, and I was always playing. He said, look, we play side by side, not where you're vacating and leaving me. And I always remember he come in the changing rooms and we had a bit of a tiff. I said, lad, you can't move. I said, I'm trying to make something of this game. He went, you're killing me. He said, you know, I can't do that no more. Stay beside me in here and we can run the game. And it fucking resonated with me, Joe. We were so bang on, because I used to vacate because I was full of beans when you're a young man. And he ended up being our Lewis as UT manager at Barnsley.
Right. Funny, a small world, lad. It is a small world. And we'll get to that in a second. Just get me the date of that game up now.
The last one there.
Yeah. What was the date of that Pompey game? Just so I know, because it looks sunny.
Would have been September 2016.
So, so you're early on in the season here, all right?
And then, but Joe, what killed me then, Joe? We played West Ham because we beat Burnley in the Carling Cup. We beat Bradford, Burnley, and then got West Ham away to West Ham. The next round of the cup, and that was on that Wednesday night. Now Scotty Brown had threw one in and said he was ill, but I went in and got man of the match and scored that goal
against Pompey.
So then, as we're travelling down there on the Tuesday, we trained, and I just
get me Aki's fixtures from that thing there, just because it's just
I just knew something was up. I knew I weren't getting selected, and even though I went in and I'd done what I needed to do, Joe, I'd scored and I got man of the match.
All right, so this is the 18th of September. You've scored the winner. Yeah. You've got man of the match. You're on an upward trajectory here. You've got a few little setbacks, but you've played a load of games at Barrow. You've got your move into the league. You've had a little bit of a disrupted pre-season, but you're now 18th of September, scoring the winner. Yeah. You're fucking tails up. You know, you're looking back up again. And then let's just get from this game, because this is key, because it puts you in that.
There's the Pompey game.
All right, there's the Pompey game.
Hasn't it got the cup game, because it was literally on the Wednesday?
EFL.
No, not the EFL, FA Cup. Look, EFL. So if you look at...
Yeah, it's 3 days later, lad.
3 days later. So
3 days later.
We travelled down, and then I went in the team, and he did pull me.
Did he pull you the day before, the night before?
No, I think... I'll go into the story anyway, because I didn't play anyway, so my head had gone.
So Scotty's gone a wedding here, threw one in, which you don't know about. You just think he's sick. You've scored the winner in his absence.
And got man of the match.
And now you've got West Ham away, and you think...
On Sky.
Yeah,
I had 15, 16 people travel down from Liverpool, drove all the way to the Olympic Stadium to watch me. And anyway, didn't play. And then
so you're on the bench?
I was on the bench, and then a sub was getting done at about 80-something minutes. I think it was 80, because it was 0-0, or 75. And we used to have a lad called Romy Bocco.
I've heard Maggie tell stories about
hilarious
him.
boss fella.
He's the best. He's the best.
So Scotty's thinking clamping up with tight calves because he's been on the booze at the wedding all weekend. And So I'm thinking it's got to be me. And he brought Romy Bocco on as a side-by-side midfielder, not a 10, because that's where he played predominantly, Rodney. I'd never seen him play there and didn't bring me on. And I'm thinking, I just got man of the match, played well. And Romy comes on and he kicks Payet. And Payet in the 93rd minute bends one in the top corner. So as we come into the changing rooms, I got Payet and below his shirt. And John Coleman says, the reason I never brought you on there, he said, because I thought you could kick someone.
Loses the game.
And loses the game. He said, so I brought on my most experienced player, and Romy Bocco, who's played 400 odd games. He said, and he'd done exactly what I thought in my head that you would do. He said, and lost us the game. He said, you couldn't write a pad. He said, but we've got Colchester on Saturday.
Yeah, that was
Colchester away, because we stayed down in London. And he said, you're playing Saturday, pad. And he just apologised. I said, well, no good apologies now, Joe. There's a game Saturday. So
he's going a little bit of a mad run there, because you win at Colchester and then it's draw, loss, draw, win against Blackpool. So where's this Hartlepool game? Is the Hartlepool game there, 18th match day, 22nd of November?
Yeah. So my game's there.
You've lost 4 on the spin. So you've lost.
I think it was the FA Cup game though, the week before the Stevenage game.
FA Cup first round, that'll be.
Woking, yeah, because it was away.
Sorry, second round.
Yeah.
Woking away, win 3-0.
Yeah. So that was the week before the Hartlepool game. Oh no, it wasn't. We beat Leyton Orient, or did we draw with Leyton Orient?
No, it's Wokin's the 4th of December. Yeah, go up now.
Leyton Orient was the week after. The 10th of December.
So you're in the team there.
I'm in the team. It's my job because we're talking about positions. I goes in centre mid there, and I always remember the Mansfield game after the Colchester game. Either Scotty or Seamus weren't fit, so I played against Mansfield, and at half time, Joe, I played really well. And I come in, and John it was, said, look, our midfielders have been miles off it because they were fit next week. So he was trying to dig me out, but I played really well. I went, Coley, I said, I can have, if you want to bring Seamus or Scotty, whoever was injured, you want to bring them back into the fold, but don't tell me I've had a stinker when I haven't. I said, I can't deal with that. I said, I don't mind. Mind games. And he went, no, they're fucking running the show. I'm like, what games? I just walked out the changing room and went, sub me then, lad. Because probably a bad attitude at the time, but it was just a bogus claim that their midfielders, they've done nothing bad on. I was tight to them and I played good football. You can watch the clips on YouTube anyway. But so then the next game, lo and behold, I was out of the teams, you know what I mean? The 2 centre mids that he always wanted was in. And then he had a little goal right back, which would have been... Stephen and Jerome it is. That's the game there.
Stephen and Jerome.
Sorry, I thought it was Yeovil, got them mixed up. Stephen and Jerome. I played against Luton right back and played really well.
And he drops you for Stevenage.
He drops me for the Stevenage game, and I play well. Do you know what I mean? And then
so
that's when my head gone. So in between,
you go out on a Saturday night.
I go out on a Saturday night. I have a few lines of Charlie, literally a few lines.
Is that the first time you've had a line, no, Pat?
No. I'd had it in non-league. I've been to Glastonbury, I've been to Ibiza. It was just part of being a non-league player.
When does that come online for you? In terms of when do you start not just having a bevy? You're saying you're not a bevy. Are you in a bevy at 17, 18?
19, 20 it was, Joe.
19, 20.
Yeah.
So is that knocking around with your mates or older lads in the non-league scene?
Non-league scene and both groups of people, to be honest, Joe.
So non-league... But
I kind of give up then.
People forget in the non-league there's hardly no testing compared to when you come in the league. The higher up you go, the more testing there is. I've been tested once
in non-league in the 7 years I've played it.
Well, there's no point, because if you fucking test a non-league lad, you'd be banning them every fucking week.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't want to do it, would they? Because they bring their aim into distribute.
Yeah, there's no point. There's not, in terms of, there's not the scrutiny on a non-league player.
I've rang the FA and said, all my lads are at it just to get them sacked, to get them off the wage.
Oh yeah, well Chelsea done, allegedly, I don't want to get fucking sued by Chelsea, but that was allegedly what was done to Adrian Mutu.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Allegedly,
remember that.
And there's been loads of cases of that further up if they know you're at it, and also you're not in favour. There's also cases, and I heard you talk about it, where people have been tested either recreationally and they've been kind of buried. There's loads of top players I've heard of, that some are still playing now, that have failed recreational drug tests, but have had it kind of kept on the QT, and then obviously there's other lads who've had a fail and had they fucking plastered all over the fucking newspapers. Yeah. So you're fuming here. You've obviously had a half-decent season. You're in the league. This is your first year back in the league. And then it looks like in the October, November, a few things are happening and it just starts to go away. So you go out on this Saturday after not playing, you're fuming, had a few pints. Few pints lead to all the other nonsense that can be there, whether that's...
But usually, around that time, I would never have it because I felt like a footballer then because I was in the football league. Yeah. But then it's just like, I keep getting somewhere and then I just keep getting knocked back down. So there was the thing in pre-season where Scotty's even saying let him play and he wouldn't. That was like a little bit of a stress. Then I got myself in the team, but he didn't want to play me centre mid because he knew what he was getting. So then I've had to go right back now. So there's like 3 things, Joe. Well, I'm doing as much as I can and then right back. I've played well. I played against Bradford 1 week. Luton the next week, 2 fucking big clubs and played really well in both games. And then I'm out the squad again. And then that's when Jimmy said, Pad, I feel so sorry for you. When I stepped in against 2 of the biggest clubs around that, well, Bradford with the League of Brothers.
And you've obviously had the FA Cup ties and that, where you've challenged yourself against Burnley, challenged yourself against, obviously, West Ham.
So, and then I've led to having a bad decision, and then I threw one in on the Monday. Joe, once I've been out, I just thought, you know what, lad, I'm sick of fucking giving as much in training, because I'm a nutter when I train really hard, and I thought, banging my head against the wall. Yeah, I'm banging my head against the wall with this Coley. I don't know, why we would drop me then when we've been playing well. Well, I've been playing well, and then. So
you think if he'd have managed, I'm not wanting to put this on Coley's toes,
and
you can't, it's on your toes. I'm just saying, if it had been managed differently, if it had been managed differently, maybe communicated why you weren't playing a bit differently, do you think that the change your output?
Yeah, defo. I just needed, I felt a little bit, just like I was banging my head against the wall. Didn't think I was getting in, whether centre mid, he didn't want to play me centre mid, so then I had to go right back. And then I was doing well right back, and then he didn't want to play me right back. I'm thinking, what the fuck have I...
And if you're honest, was you fucking doing, like, because I say Tiraki was a bit of a professional non-league club, and I've heard stories about who wants to train today, lads, and they all get off or whatever. And listen, it works with them and they overachieve, but would you be able to hand on heart say, look, I was fucking giving that profession absolutely everything?
I would.
Or was you trying to be... was you trying to play and go on the ale and be one of the lads and stay in the ale houses and be one of the boys?
Drinking culture at at the time. So
absolutely,
of a Saturday, we'd have a few on the coach home, say we'd won away, but then we'd meet up for Sunday.
Well, that's part of it, that works. That builds your team as well.
Yeah, builds team morale. But yeah, I would say I would, Joe, because I can't remember ever using any drugs in any time before that. So I don't know when the time before, so that's December, is it?
So you've obviously just...
November, the drug test was.
End of November, isn't it?
So maybe the summertime when I was on holiday.
So your drug test will have been 19th of November there, 2016. Yeah. All right, so your drug test will have been 22nd of November. So you've gone out on a Saturday, you're obviously fucking, one thing leads to another for, you've had a few lines of Charlie. You've done it before, so you're going, all right, fucking hell. Like, throw a sickie in or whatever. Is it 2 of... it's prominent in other sports, rugby league. 2 or 3 days, load the walls, get out your system.
Yeah.
I've heard all the stuff before. So you're thinking along the same lines. And in the non-league, obviously, you don't get tested, or your chance of getting tested compared to in the league or higher up the leagues is less. So you turn up, you go to training on the Monday?
No, I rang in Monday and said, look, don't feel too well, won't be in today. And then Coley rang me in the evening and said, all right, Pad, I know your head's a little bit gone about the weekend, but Zach's struggling with his...
This is the Bristol City lad?
Bristol City, he was struggling with his groin or something that he'd been out for, so he played that Saturday, and then Tuesday's probably coming a bit too soon, but he was starting. But would he last the full 90? He said, Pad, I need you to come on. So I'm thinking, well, I half hope he plays and gets injured, and then I'm back in. Fuck it, I'm there. Do you get what I mean? When really he should have stayed away and just said, nah, I'm not doing it. But
it's this fake determinism, innit?
Things, yeah. So I thought, well, if he's struggling, I might be back in the team. Tails up then straight away.
Are you not thinking that you might fail if you're tested, or you just think there's no chance we'll get tested here?
Yeah, I didn't even think of it, to be honest, Joe. Didn't even think of it. I think because I was so used to in non-league, you could do it and get away with it. And I'd never ever been tested my whole life, even as a scholar, as a first year pro. I'd never ever been tested. So one that kind of slipped through the net of, maybe if you got tested in non-league and you got some education or got nothing, did you, from no one? So
you turn up to that game and you're ready to play, even though you've had an heavy weekend. You're like, I'm fucking...
But I knew it wouldn't be starting. I just knew, like, as soon as he puts his hand up and says, look, I'm struggling, I'm off.
And I was going to say, it's not the first time you've had a night out on the Saturday and got up and played Tuesday.
No. Yeah, that was a not regular occurrence, that's a lie, but, you know, I'd done it previously.
Yeah.
So
you're like, the fact that you've been on the ale Saturday night and you recover on Sunday, Monday, you're not worried about starting in the league. Is it Hartlepool away on the Tuesday?
Away. I'm sure they were struggling around the time as well.
All right, so you go into that game, play the game. You lost that 2-0. Did you play well, not play well?
I come on only the last 20 minutes when it was 2-0, I think. I think they were already getting beat and he started struggling. See what come on for? Who does that say there? Do you know what I mean? Oh, for Billy Key, was it? Yeah.
Billy Key.
But I come on centre mid, I think, yeah. And, but at half time, Terry Gornell, me mate, he turned round and went, Paddy, went drug testers here. I went, lad, you're winding me up. Because I'd said to him, I said, I fucking ended up out in town till all hours the weekend, lad. And then he went, looked me in the face and went, nah, lad, I'm telling you, they're here.
Should have had a stroke there, lad.
Well, I jumped up for an header. And it crossed my mind, should I just lay? And like, you know, I'm going to hospital, you aren't testing me. And I just thought, nah, you know, what is the chance? 2 from each team, 18. I should never have took the risk, Joe. But this is the thing about fakers, it was going through my mind all the time.
You wouldn't be where you are today, though, if you didn't.
So then, coming off the pitch, you walk, and I'm just thinking, go on, pick someone else. They pick Billy Key, so now I've got a 1 in 10 chance. And then they just think, yo, me, Paddy Lacey. Sickening, disgusting feeling.
Do you almost feel like, though, it's like, maybe this fucking needed to happen for you know, maybe as peculiar as it is for you to get thrown out or even be at that game based on what's happened, maybe it was just what was meant to be for you, Pat.
Joe, honest to God, because like I always yearned to box as a kid, and it was a common thing that I used to say to my dad. And you know, Joe, I can honestly say I've never had no dreams in football where I score a 30-yard screamer or I play in a stadium, but I've had dreams and dreams since I was a kid of boxing, and which is strange, isn't it? And I've had like...
Yeah, for a footballer,
I've never had like... I watched the game, say Istanbul, and couldn't sleep that night, but I watched Joe Calzaghe beat Jeff Lacy and I could not sleep with the things in my head thinking, I was only a bin lid thinking, I can't do that. And I'd ask me dad and he'd be like, lad, shut up, you're a footballer, just like all that talk. So you
play on that Tuesday, all right? So you've pissed in the fucking jar. It wasn't air sample or blood then, you just piss in the jar.
But Joe, it was like that.
Oh yeah, you get man marked and they sit there.
Yeah, to get man marked, but as soon as Terry Gornell told me that, I'd had 4 litres of water, Joe, I couldn't move when I come on.
Yeah.
Couldn't move.
So you're trying to flush it.
He's trying to flush it. So then I've had a burst and I fell went, I don't know whether I can take that. You know, he said, that's literally water. He said, lad, the next one's going to be the same. As because I've drank about 6 litres. He was like, fucking hell. So anyway, he said, go ahead, I'll take it. So... getting on the coach, Jimmy Bell went to me, you don't look too good there. What's up with you? Obviously, you must have looked fucking like I'd seen a ghost. And sits on the coach, and Terry then told the lads what I'd told him on the bench. He's been out the weekend then. So then all the lads are just looking at me like this, and then lads are telling you stories of this lad went out of a Saturday and was fine of a Tuesday and this and that. So I'm just sat there like that thinking... And then I think we played Woking in the FA Cup. Someone must have been injured because I was back in centre midfield. And that was the only game that I played for Accrington out of however many I played there, say.
You've played 12. On the next Saturday, Yeovil, because you've gone Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday. Yeah. And then there's a break there to the 10th, so you must have played.
I come on right back against Yeovil. Just have a look at that for me, because I can't quite remember that game, I'm sure I did.
Right back against Yeovil. Yeah, there you are, Pat, coming on for Zach Vreiner.
Oh, again, yeah. So Zach's
after 39 here.
Oh, was I on in the first half?
Right back though, yeah.
Yeah. And then the next week played centre mid against Woking in the FA Cup. We beat them, but I didn't play particularly well. And that was the only game I never really played well for Achy. And Coley pulled me.
After the Woking game?
Woking game, he went, lad, do you want me to be honest? You haven't been yourself around the place. He said, you're not worried about that thing the weekend. Maybe you heard the murmurs through the group.
We will have done the walls, we'll have years in any football
club. Then I went, I said, I'm all right. But I hadn't heard nothing for over a week now. So what's that? On the 22nd, I hadn't heard nothing against Yeovil. Yeah, and then we went into the Leyton Orient games. That's the 10th. So how long is that, Hartlepool? The 22nd to the 10th. So we're about 3 weeks now.
Yeah, 3 weeks, yeah.
And I started in the 10th at the Leyton Orient game. and I think it was either Sean McConville or Matty Pearson got sent up. I ended up fucking right back and then centre half and starting the 10, and that's what it was like at Achy. Right back 1 week, centre mid, fucking centre half, but they have to make do with the budget, don't they, Joe?
Absolutely,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah, they're incredible, yeah.
And I played really well that night.
In the Woking game?
In the Woking game, yeah.
So where did...
Not the Woking game against the Leyton Orient, that was my last ever game in the
Gary
Football
Taylor
League.
Fletcher's there for you as well.
Oh yeah, Gary come. Yeah. So we played against Chesterfield in a cup, was it the EFL Cup or something, and we were absolutely brilliant. And he said, I cannot believe the stand. That was a good side that they ended up winning the league next year. All them
finished
lads,
above Luton, who had Andre Gray and all that.
Yeah.
And then went on to multiple promotions, didn't he, to now be in the
Premier League.
So you get, when do you get the phone call then? When do you get you fail the test?
Wednesday after this game.
So you played in this game.
Yeah.
Sleep the game off, get home. Wednesday,
I remember
get
Jimmy
up.
Bell said something to me after the game as well, like, fucking, I wish I had a few more of him about me this game, and thinking, fucking, well, keep me in the team then, please, Jim. And I forgot about this drugs test now, because
that your last game's fucking Eddie and Barry Airn team there.
I thought that, and it was literally 5 years to the day of my last game, I fought for him. On that bill.
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it, Joe?
Who knows, mate?
Yeah.
Who knows? So you get the phone call. Who calls you? The club or the manager?
John Coleman.
How's that go?
He just said, Paddy, you're sitting down, and I didn't fucking have a clue. I was like, why, what? He went, you failed the drugs test.
Do you think you'd got past it?
Yeah, it's 3 weeks, Joe, innit? Because people were saying to me, if you don't hear in 10 days or 2 weeks, this was 3 weeks. Yeah, I'd had a little dip where I played bad 1 week where my head was swatted, and then I come out of it then after that, because the lads are saying, if they don't ring you this week, then I'm actually bouncing for that Leyton Orient game. I've got away with it, never touched a drug ever again in my life.
And then the
phone call comes then, and then just the lowest of lows.
What's the worst thing about it in terms of you've got to tell your mum and dad?
Yeah.
Or you've let the manager down, or you've let the club down, or what's the worst thing?
I'm just playing for a football club. As soon as I was shit, they'll fuck me off anyway. I'm not asked about any of them. It's just...
would your mum and dad have any
inkling
so that you'd take a bit of Charlie? Maybe you knew you'd have a bevy, but...
Well, my mum would never believe it, because she's always thought I've had my head screwed on, was always quite clever in school.
Yeah.
But my dad, he's on it. He's one of the lads. He's like, Tracy, he plays football at 3 o'clock, finishes at 5:30, comes home, gets changed, maybe has a bite to eat with his mates, but he's out till 2, 3 o'clock. He said, you know, I've drank my whole life. I can't stay out till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, even when I was young. You know, you're knackered, especially if you've played. You want to go to bed. Something's keeping him out at night. And my mum was just always, he's out with the lads, and they go home and they all get a taxi at a similar time. And Joe probably papered over the cracks, but my dad could see, you know, something was going on. And also,
you know, if you keep... There's a great saying Peter Kay used to say to me, I told you the sporting chance fella used to say, Joe, because I'd always be fighting in town in a bevy, and he'd say, if you keep going to fucking hairdressers, eventually you'll get a haircut. So if you keep getting drunk and going into nightclubs in Liverpool, you fucking got a big tiger on your back.
That same saying, Joe, when I failed my drugs test, and the PFA said, look, go and see a psychologist, you need some, because you're totally... you're left out in the lurch. You can't even go into the football club.
You can't
take my boots, yeah.
So the interesting thing for me was, I heard you say about, if you'd have gone to the training ground and you'd have been testing the training ground on the Monday, it'd have been kind of kept on the QT and education, but because you failed after the game on a Saturday, a Tuesday, it's considered almost like a stimulant performance enhancing.
So that was the first thing where I have to fight to say, look, I'm at a 4-year ban now.
So what does Coley say to you on the phone? You failed the drugs test?
We've been told, he said, you can't even come in the training ground. He said, just get in touch with the PFA, tell them what you're telling you, you'll be copied into emails, and pick it up from there, and just let me know how it goes.
So then how does that move on?
I spoke to Simon Barker at the PFA, told him what went on, and I said, look, Simon, obviously I'm trying to wriggle my way out of this, Joe. I'm saying, that was like water. Joe, me piss. I said, should we test a B sample? And like, he tried to make out as if, like, no, there was like copious amounts of whatever fucking benzocaine or whatever they call it, don't they? The Joe, what you fail your drugs test for is in your piss. They're saying that there's this type of fucking whatever thing. There's loads of it. Pointless testing that. So I'm thinking, lad, it's only a gland. We may as well test it, because you just don't know. And I still don't know to this day would I have fell under the fucking things if I tested my B sample because I never got to do it?
If you've done it and you go, I've done it. If you hadn't done it, you could see testing the B sample, but you know you've done it.
I don't know the measurements or whatever. I just said, lad, I reckon it's worth testing that.
But you know you've had a line of Charlie.
Oh yeah, but I'm trying to wriggle my way out of it, aren't I?
Yeah, well, again, but you can't fucking change what's happened, Pad. As much you want to pretend stuff hasn't happened.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's like me
but
saying...
I always wanted for my own thing, Joe, that I wanted to say, do you reckon that would have just got me off? Obviously, you live in regret, don't you? Thinking, could I have wriggled my way out of there and made it think?
Yeah, you've got nowhere to go. That you've been caught. Yeah, you're fucking unlucky. Bad, like, you know, unlucky or lucky.
Because I've done it, haven't I?
Yeah, you've done it. But I mean, to get tested, firstly, to end up playing on the Tuesday after getting out the squad on the Saturday or whatever, the fact that you've played and then you sub and you've got on and you've tested you, like, you are unlucky there, but also you make your own luck in terms of, you know, if you hadn't been out on the Saturday, you wouldn't have failed the test. So how does it go from you've had the phone call to now? I would imagine if it's a Tuesday, they probably ban you fucking 4 years. Is it 4 or 5 year ban?
Yeah, it's a 4. So basically, Simon Backer said, look, Pad, you're facing a 4-year ban here. I'm like...
22, 23, yeah?
23, I think I am, Joe.
Fuck, that's the major part you're earning.
Basically, my career's over, innit? Because if I missed them 4 years,
it's tough from
I end up fucking missing 3 years anyway, regardless. So anyway, proved that it weren't for to take performance enhancing drugs. We done that, and
so you have to go in front of the FA, yeah.
Yeah, later along the line. So I got the ban December. I actually didn't go in front of the FA until May.
Oh, right, fucking hell.
So then it's a long time at home, and I was always struggling to when they would sit down and tell me that this.
So you haven't told your dad now?
No, I haven't. I never told me that for 3 weeks.
All right, so you've stopped. So you've last game there against Hartlepool. No, you played against Hartlepool.
No, just have a look. Sorry, when did Liverpool play Mane? When Mane scored that goal at Goodison, can you remember it? Was it 1-0? Years ago, a few years ago.
What, when it hit the post and he tapped it in?
Mane just put Mane winner.
It was like the 90th minute. Mane winner goal, yeah, late winner.
2014.
5 years ago. Let's have a look. It was on
19 December 2018.
No, it can't be. That must have been the year before because it was 2017. Type in 2017 because I'll just know how long I kept it, Joe, under me at then, Joe. Doesn't say.
Yeah, that's it there, you got it.
Yeah, but it couldn't have been 2018.
That might just be the replay.
Yeah, and it may have been in 2018, maybe in the Jan then.
No, it says Mane winner here.
Yeah.
19th of December 2018.
Yeah.
That'd be right.
So, we're a year out there, but it may just be uploaded
There's
later.
Another fella, there's big rumours on Klein, weren't there?
Yeah, because he went missing. Yeah, so that was a last minute winner. But I'm sure it was in maybe the January. I don't think I went through Christmas today. But Joe, I'm just getting up every morning, driving to Total Fitness and staying there.
So you're living with your mum and dad here?
Living with my mum and dad.
So they think you're going to training?
I'm getting up, going at the same time that I would go and meet the lads, and I'd just go into Total Fitness.
Yeah.
And not that I had much desire or motivation to train. I had to do something in the time that I was there. So I'd do like a 40-minute jog. I'd get on the bike for 40 minutes. I'd have a stretch, do a bit of strength and conditioning, maybe have a swim, sauna, and tot up about 5, 6, 7 hours until I go, right, I'd have me dinner. It's 2 o'clock now. So I can head home and blend it, and then never played that week. And my half fella said the first week, you're not on the squad this week? I said, no, I said, I'm struggling with me hip. You know, because after that Bradford game, I had a chance to play against Liverpool on Tuesday. We had a little in-house game against Klopp and all these players that I'd watched from the Cop end.
Yeah.
And because I played right back, everything was right foot, Joe. I couldn't move me hip because I was constantly left and right in the middle of the pitch, so I never got to play. So I said, oh, that hip's flared up again, Dad. And
Sauce the fizz there?
No, Sauce weren't there then. Who was it? Paul, who was like, he had a thing in Crosby. Paul was good.
Right, yeah.
And so we went all right. Then the next week come, you're not on the squad again, and your hip. I said, Dad, I've been doing physio. And your mum and dad's intuition, which he was right about when I had sepsis, they knew, looking at me, that I was ill and there was something seriously up with me because I'm the son. And my dad was like, there's something up, lad. Like, have you fell out with him or just be honest? I went, no, nothing, Dad. And then that night we watched that on the couch. And
the game?
And he was buzzing because Liverpool had scored a a last minute winner, and I just thought, you know what, it's not a bad time to tell him now, because he's fucking bouncing, and I'll just bring him back.
How does that conversation go?
He just knew straight away, like in my face, Joe all upset. He just knew something bad was coming. And Joe, when I told him that Joe footy just fucked up, he was like, fucking hell, son, I thought it was Joe, something worse. He said, I don't know how it could be worse than, Joe, something I'd trained from 2 years of age to 23. I'd done 21 years with the football and I've wrecked it all. But I still had my health. Yeah. And, you know, stuff like that. My dad was just fantastic, as much as, you know, he's a little bit of an hothead and he's went about certain things and he picked me up a million times and he picked me up a million times more. My dad, he just went, son, I'm not bothered. You've made a mistake in life and we've all done it. So don't worry. And just hugged me and I cried. I went, Dad, I said, I'm devastated. So I fucked it all up just as I was going. And my dad was just sat and was like, do you know what, son? Obviously, I know me footy. He said, you weren't going backwards. You were definitely going forwards with your footy career. You know, every time you've played well. And you're only 22, 23. But it is what it is, and you'll get yourself out of it. I'm love and support you. Then he told me mum, and my mum's a little bit feisty. Obviously, she's off the Johns, so there was a little bit less fucking. Don't think she understood it really, to be honest.
Probably fuming with you as well.
Yeah, I think she was, because she looked daft because she'd stuck up for me for years, saying, "Oh, shut up, he's not taking nothing or doing nothing," and she'd always fought me corner. Then to find out, not that I betrayed her, but you know, I was keeping things from her. And
you don't ever want to know like it's different with your dad maybe because he's been a lad and he's been around the scene and he's played foot, he's boxed, so he's one of the boys, he knows what's going on. With your mum, you're her son, she's like, he wouldn't do that because your butter wouldn't melt if you're mad. Exactly, Joe. So, you know, but then the reality of it is they also don't, there's stuff that they don't need to know. Do you know what I mean? There's a man's world and there's a woman's world, certainly when you're a young lad emerging like you were, and your dad gets around you there. So you go to the FA in the May, which is a prolonged period. Your head's all over the gaff. You've had to tell your dad 3 weeks later.
And psychologist and been to all these things.
Who's paying for this? The club PFA?
The PFA. So Simon, the PFA. Yeah, fantastic to just get me down there. So I went down to London, like, do you know where the Premier League offices are, or where it's all posh? I don't really know.
All that type. Square and all
sit down with this fella and I'm trying to explain. He's like, so you haven't took drugs since you've been at Accrington? I'm like, nah, not once. He's like, but so why did you choose to go and take them that night? So I'm like, well, basically I got dropped out the team. And he's like, but that's not normal, is it? And I'm like, well, that's the way I felt, is that I'm going to go and have 20 lager and then get on the Charlie. I said, because I just had enough of it, sick of it. I was losing money to what I was earning the year before and getting the piss out.
And people forget with football, you can score the winner against Portsmouth fucking 1 week and be the cock of the town, and then 2 weeks later, manager doesn't fancy you, binge it, or you have a few stinkers and you're the biggest cunt in the building. And it's the cycle of that. It's great if you're brilliant and you can ride the crest of the wave and you play well every week, but that's not a normal trajectory for most people. So the FA's ban comes in the May. Did he ban you in the May?
Yeah. So I went down there and Coley wrote me a letter. Loads of people have wrote me a letter. Coley said, look, literally, if you bring this out, because they kept paying me Accrington, to be fair to him, and just said, Coley said, if they look after you, we'll be able to look after you. But if they put it out in the
papers,
he said, we've got to sack you because we had all the big betting scandal years before.
I remember
and all
it, yeah,
that. He said, and obviously what me and you just went on about, Joe, the name of the football club. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, looked at as amateurish or whatever, even though it's made massive strides.
The advert as well, weren't it? The milk advert.
Yeah. So then I went all right, and he wrote me a letter and this, that, and the other, and basically it got washed aside. Simon Barker pulled me in the room before he went, look, he said, I've been to 5, 6 or 7 of these. He said, I'm bang on every single one. He said, but you're going to get to 16-month or an 18-month ban, I can't remember. I said, but I thought I was coming down here for nothing, because the psychiatrist had turned around and went, look, in them instances when he hits a low like that, he's not really functioning as a normal thing. Because I think Jake Livermore got done the year before and something had happened with his missus.
I think he'd had a stillborn
and he went out like that, and he'd been out and then thinking and said, look, I don't even know what happened. He said, I woke up and I took drugs. So, not obviously to that severity, but along the same lines. And he said 16-month ban, so I thought. And then we went into the room and they said straight away 16-month ban, so I thought, fucking hell, you've been right 6 times. What are the odds on that? So it was kind of seemed like it was a bit of a facade, really, that, you know, maybe it's done in-house. That's just what I perceived anyway.
Well, it's a kangaroo court, it is a kangaroo court.
But most courts are like that, aren't they, which I find
definitely the FA, lads, definitely the FA. I've been in there a few times, trust me, it's
so I just thought, I walked away, and then by the time I got to the train station, walked up Wembley Way, Joe, to get on the train, it was already on the FA website. So Coley rang me. How did we get on, lad? He'd spoke to me from afar and backed me up and support. Jimmy Bell had phoned me loads of times and said, look, Pad, you'll get through this, lad. We're all devastated for you. You've had a fantastic half a season. This, that and the other. I went, all right. And I said, lad, I've put it online already. And Coley went, that was the one request. If you can just keep this in-house, or this kid's going to be on the dole Monday, because we're going to sack him. And, what's he going to do for the next 16 months he's banned? I'd done 5 months of the ban already, though, hadn't I?
Yeah.
So then, but in the meantime, Joe, once I was banned, because I couldn't play football, I just boxed. So I'd had a few amateur fights when I was at Barrow in the conference and won them. I think it was like 4-0.
So are you still doing the circuits and sparring and doing the boxing
doing
training?
all that. And then there was a competition called the Haringey Box Club, which is at the Ali Pali, which is everyone flies in from all over the world, America, and there's...
Amateur or pro?
Amateur, this is. So there's a under 20s tournament, but you need to have like a minimum of 5 fights to go in it. And then there's an open class. Anything over 20 you're deemed as open class. So I don't think I'd even hit 5 fights yet. So I think the Solly pulled in a favour just to get me in the under-20s. But I've been training really hard for this.
So where are you playing at then? What club are you at here?
I was contacted to Accrington through all the training, but then got sacked just before the tournament started. 3 weeks
under 20s? I thought you were 23,
no,
22 at
sorry, under 20 bouts. Sorry,
oh,
Joe.
Right, under 20 fights.
Under
I'm thinking you're under 20 years of age.
Joe,
I'm thinking in footy terms, lad, not boxing terms. Yeah, all right, got you.
And then anyway, so I trained really hard, and that kept me going. So something to aim towards. So
you literally
got
you've got your negative test. Obviously, you're training in a total fitness. You've ended up between total fitness and telling your half fella, you've had to tell your dad 3 weeks, you said afterwards. Bearing
in mind, I've missed one there, Joe. So when I scored that goal against Portsmouth, I had to scared because I fell out with Coley because I hadn't started yet. I started going back into the boxing gym and had a couple of fights the year before and thought, I'm not playing for Saturday. Looks like I'm going to be back in non-league anyway. I want to keep this boxing up. So I beat that lad. I scored that goal of the month, and then on the following week after, because we played in London that week, the week after, I boxed in fucking Kirby when I was a pro footballer. But I'd already agreed to fight and I didn't want to look like a shithouse. Joe, your ego, Joe.
You were playing a dangerous game here because you
and
didn't
then I
get
knocked him out anyway. I knocked him out in the fight, and I think it got back to Coley. Someone from, because it was in Kirby, the fight there, Kirby lads.
Kirby,
and someone come over to me. I remember Stephen Gerrard's brother was there watching the fight, and he's like, lad, you play for Accrington, what are you doing? I said, lad, I'm last on, stick around. And that was just one, and then I thought, I'm not doing that again, because it left me in a situation where I felt pressure from the amateur gym. Are you fighting? And then I was playing footy. I thought, nah, this is no good, this. So I just liked it then.
So you've had to tell your half fella?
Tell me half fella. So then I just kept training, Joe. I was in the total fitness, the boxing gym.
You tell your half fella, Pad, you've been doing 3 weeks living a lie, going out the house as if you're fucking still in the job. You tell your half fella, they always say a problem shared is a problem halved. Yeah. Relief then, because now you can deal with it. Once your dad and your man know, you can start to heal it. You know, so you're now still going to total fitness doing the same days.
Yeah, and it started back at, I don't know whether I'd ever stopped going to the Solly Boxing Club.
All right.
I think I'd always just
kept
it up
from the training ground now. You can't play games. Ground.
So I started training of a day in the Solly.
So you're still getting a wage from the footy though?
Yeah, Accrington still playing me, fair enough to them. And I wouldn't get back in my van.
That started your pro career there?
What, sorry?
You've started your pro career there without knowing, because you're getting your footy wage to be a pro boxer.
Exactly, yeah. And I'm training of a day with David Burke, Paul Edwards.
And you're still
Paul
on the tools here?
I wouldn't get, as soon as I signed for Accrington, I thought I was a footballer. I had a time then where I was thinking, once I got sacked, I'm not getting back in that van. But then in the end, I had to pay the bills, so do you get what I mean? So,
but you've worked hard to get out the van, and then you're thinking, I'm not going back.
It all up and back on it. But anyway, I had to. And
so you're doing your training now. Your ban comes in the May. So in the May, you get your 16-month ban. I've trained all the way up to the May. 16-month
ban. I just thought, right, in mid-June, I've got this tournament. Let's get this won, because it's a prestigious tournament in amateur boxing. Yeah. And I had no right to win it, Joe. No right whatsoever.
Is that middleweight, Pat? What weight
is at middleweight, 75 kilograms. Right. So, anyway, wins the fight, beats a Swedish fella, a lad, Rob McCracken, who ended up turning pro. He had a few, and then another lad,
Carl,
Liam.
was Rob McCracken Carl Froch?
Not Rob McCracken, yeah. Rob, what was Rob's second name, sorry? Rob something, I can't remember. McGill.
Rob
McGill, not Rob McCracken, sorry. Yeah, Rob McGill beat him in the semis and beat another lad who's boxing pro this weekend, Liam Forrest. So I beat 3 good fighters and won myself a gold medal. But it was a little bit weird with my dad the night before the final, because he was really interested in me boxing and he'd seen how much I was deeply affected by the football. And then to have me head training and seeing a little smile on my face, because I was struggling to smile, Joe. I was defo depressed. To fuck it all up. And then I had this boxing.
You'd be weird if you wasn't.
Yeah. To have the boxing then, something to make me train hard, because my dad just loves his training, gives me a purpose. He was so interested, and well done, son. And if you get the final, I'm going to come down to London and come and watch you. And the day before, like, I just knew in his voice straight away. And me auntie Berna, she passed away, but he didn't want to tell me because you can get emotionally drained.
Yeah, as a fighter, yeah.
Yeah, and then I just looked at my WhatsApp and my sister's picture. So you can do a status or a picture was that with her heartbreaking. I thought, oh my God, because she wasn't well for a while. Bloody hell, and she was massive. She bought me my first car, just the best woman you've ever met. Like, everyone in the family, nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters, everyone loved her. She was everyone's favourite. So it was devastating. And
how old was she, Pat?
Bernard then, so she's about 8 years older than my dad. So 2016, my dad's 68, so she would have been about 50 something, early 50s, not that old, yeah. And I've been to see her a couple of weeks before in the hospital, because I knew she was really ill, but she didn't want to tell me dad because she looked after me dad when he was a kid. I felt her feet and her feet were freezing. And I went, Ben, I said, your feet are freezing, can't you get them? She went, my heart's that weak. She went, no circulation, so my hands and my feet are freezing, lad. I went, oh, fucking hell. I said, so what's happening with this operation that you're going to get, Ben? Aren't you going to? And she said, between me and you, Pad. She went, I'm not getting them on. She went, I'm too weak to have it. So I'm like, well, what happens now? And she went, so at the end, she went, but just promise me something. Because my half fella, he's very, he's an emotional guy, do you know what I mean? Even though, you know, he's a tough fella. She went, don't tell him, because he's my baby brother, because he's the youngest lad. I think he's the youngest out the whole lot, my dad. Oh no, Caesar. And don't tell him, because he's my baby brother, and I don't want him to know until it happens. Fucking hell. So I knew it was coming, so I was keeping something from my dad. Then my dad ended up keeping something from me. And then anyway, I won the tournament. And I trained hard for like 3-4 months for this, Joe. And as soon as I win, I've got the video, I just kicked the bottom rope. And Eddie, my coach, goes, well in, Pad. I went, fuck that, lad, Bernard's dad there. Because I just keep holding everything together up until that point. And then I comes home, Joe, and my dad had obviously found out that I took drugs. He'd never ever give me a pass for me to go on the ale. He didn't mind me having a bottle of lager on the couch, wasn't a footy with him. And I comes home with this medal I've worked hard for, and all the family in tatters. And I think my dad had seen me mates who were, going to Glastonbury or something like that. And I weren't even intending on going, Joe. And this is what we're talking about, fate. I was never intending to go to Glastonbury. I was the furthest thing away from it, taking drugs or going to a music festival or anything. And
go to the hairdressers.
Exactly.
Get a haircut,
it's mad, isn't it? And that psychologist, Dave Kirk, that's what he used to say to me. You go to the barber, you get your hair cut. And I think, then my dad went, lad, you've been in fucking turmoil for the last 6 months. This is June, since November, since that drugs test. You've done so well.
You got your ban in the May.
I got the ban in the way, but I didn't say in a play with anyone.
That's what I mean, yeah. You got your ban in the May. You've got your boxing back going in the what?
And then,
June. This
again. Was June, yeah. So I won that like the 15th of June, 16th of June. My dad was made up. We went like, go to Glastonbury with your mates. You're banned for the next 18 months anyway. Just fucking. But I've done 6 months of that. You're banned for another year anyway.
10 months, 11 months, yeah.
So then I goes then, and then just got nicked, Joe.
So you go down with your group of mates. You're obviously up to, you're obviously fucking, everyone's up to no good. Everyone's up to no good at Glastonbury, aren't they? You're going for a dancer party, obviously, having a nail, obviously other things come into it as well. You know, no one's stupid here. So you turn up there, you've just come out of a fucking hurricane, pretty much. You know, you've got a drugs ban from footy. You've got your ban now confirmed, so you know how long you've got to work to get your footy licence back. In the midst of that, you've got your boxing going again. Yeah. You've had a great result here at a prestigious tournament for your level. Things are looking up again. you've probably got a smile and a bit of confidence for the first time. And
It's
then you
in a
go
bit
to
of a mad one
Glasgow.
because I've got my auntie who's died as well that I was very close to, so I'm
But I'm
in a
saying
bit of a
from,
whirl.
from a personal point of view, you've just got yourself back on an even keel. Then you've had this other hurricane wash over the family of your auntie's passing. So you're emotionally fucking tumble dryer, aren't you? You're all over the gaff there. Then you go, right, I'll fucking, you know, Glastonbury for me restores my faith in humanity. So you go down there and you just feel all the love in those dance tents and in them fields, and you come out of there. I always feel, certainly me, a much better person. So you're going down there to try and get that feeling.
Let off a bit of steam, to be honest,
feeling,
Joe.
Get that emotion out.
Probably had a beer, a lager in between, Joe.
You haven't had any Charlie since the night that you got collared?
Yeah, none. So we're all down there for the same reasons, and I end up getting pulled by busies. They said they was all looking for Scousers, because loads of Scousers are blagged out. So I never remembered.
So what, you're driving to Glastonbury, or you're in Glastonbury?
I'm already in Glastonbury there. Sorry,
what day
Joe,
are you at Glastonbury?
We got to the Glastonbury, it starts on the Wednesday, so we was at Wednesday all day.
You're not like Josh and that getting down on the Monday hardcore?
Well, they all wait outside and all that. I can't remember. We had a coach, I think. And yeah, we was in there all Wednesday. And then Thursday mornings when I got nicked. So
inside the festival?
Inside the festival. So there was all these black notes going about amongst Scousers, but where the passing of money is going to go on with who you associate with. So it's within Scousers. We'll all be buying things off each other or whatever. And a busy just come over to me. I'm walking around with a towel down my neck and I had my drugs on me because a few people in my tent I didn't really know and I didn't want to leave them. So I had my towel on me.
Are they just for yourself?
Yeah,
or for your close circle, or whatever,
of course. Then he just says, oh mate, we want to search you. There's about 12 or 15 you Scousers, you're all getting scared. I've got flip-flops on, I was only going for a shower. I went, oh yeah, go ahead, Shant, if you want to. He said, we're looking for black notes. I went, oh yeah, Shant, don't worry. And then I went, shit, I've got my drugs. So I just said to the business, I said, lad, I've got me parcel of drugs on me. It's not much like. He went, look, don't worry. He said, I'll have to be binned when I find it. He said, but you're at Glastonbury. Everyone's got this. So we understand what's going on. I goes, all right, Shant. So then he just shined some light on me money and I had about 900 quid. And he's like, oh, you've got 13 of them, a blag. I said, I don't know what you want me to do then, mate. Fucking lash them as well. He went, no, I can't. I went, what do you mean you can't? I said, just get rid of them. He says, oh no, you've got to get nicked for this and go down the station. So even then, Joe, I didn't even know. I thought I'll be out in the afternoon and pay a fine. I don't have a clue what was going on with them. So they said, how have you got them? I said, I don't know. And the busy, when I got in the car, he was like, mate, you're going to get jail for this. Like, you're going to get at least a year's jail. I'm thinking, what, for 13 black notes that I don't know how I fucking got? And lo and behold, so I got bailed from the police station, done my interview, said, I don't know how I've got them. They asked, Joe, do you drugs?
This down in Glastonbury?
Yeah, so it would be Bath magistrates you have to go to in the morning. So I went to the police station, done an interview, and they went, look, you've got money on you. You've had a job your whole life.
So they banged you in the cells overnight?
Not overnight. They let me go at about 10 o'clock. Go and get yourself an hotel because we've got too many people getting nicked at Glastonbury. We need ourselves. I said, all right. When I got an hotel, turned up to the magistrates at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then they said, look, you got to come back in 3 weeks to Crown Court. So
did you go back to Glastonbury?
Yeah, I went straight back into Glastonbury. And then when I come home, I had to bury my auntie, which I was thankful that I weren't in prison for that. So they would have remembered me. So I got to talk at her funeral and stuff like that. And then I went back to
the match, but
Bristol
match.
It was.
Bristol
no, it was
match.
Bristol, yeah. No, Crown Court. Literally, as soon as I stepped in there, the judge was like, wow, he was mad. He looked at me, scowled at me. And he said, why isn't he getting done for intent to supply? Because I had so much grams of drugs. And the prosecution's like, no offence, that's not your job. Do you get what I mean? Because if you looked into the background, I'd had Charlie before, and now I'm on a fucking bender because I've won a tournament, and my auntie's that. Do you get what I mean? So I just thought, that's strange. Wow, he's giving to me, because I drove down. I was back 4 lane then. And I went for a pre-sentence report like a week before, where you sit down with obviously someone, and I said, look, I've always been a floor layer, I've been a part-time footballer, a boxer, and on the way down there, a tyre on my van burst. So I rang the fella and I said, look mate, I'm travelling all the way from Liverpool to Bristol here, however long that is, 4 hours, something like that, is it, Joe?
To Bristol. I used to drive past the Crown every day. Probably 3.5 hours to
3.5
city centre,
hours,
yeah, easy, on a good run,
and
like.
he went, oh, look, mate, if you're not coming, don't have me hanging around. I said, lad, I'm coming. I said, but I burst the tire, take a picture now, sent him a picture, got picked up, got me the tyre fixed, drove down, and he waited an hour after work. He went, what a great lad you actually was coming. Loads of people blag me and say, oh yeah, I'm coming, but they don't. And he said, there's no way you've had a job your whole life, because I had things rolled from Bogan's carpets, I had things from everyone saying, you know, he's been a great fella to work with and that, and there's no way you should get a custodial sentence, a tag at most, and this and that. So I was going down there without a bag of nothing. I had a whistle on, but I didn't have nothing to take into jail with me, because I didn't think that I was getting it with this pre-sentence support. And he just took me to town, the judge, and just said, you're the worst type of person because you've got things going for you. You've got a letter off England boxing, that you've just won a big tournament. Obviously, we can see what's happened with your football, which was kind of my mitigation towards, don't be too stern on him. But he thought the opposite. But when I sat down with my solicitor, she went, this is the worst judge we could have had. So I was like, do you want me to dust you in and come back, and would it be a different one? She went, no, just sit there and you're going to have to deal with this. So there was people up who had more notes and had more drugs than me and got a lesser sentence. So I got the sternest.
You're coming in from out of town to Glastonbury, you got drugs
exactly,
on
but
you,
these
you've
were
got
Scousers as well, Joe, but
you.
I think it was more a case of like, you know, you can do something like some people can't, and you've got these skills. I had a limited set of skills, but I did have some skills, floor laying.
It's going to sound fucking mad, but he's actually helped you.
Exactly, Joe. And I hated that, man. Do you get what I mean? But I needed not to be locked up like I was some loose cannon, but Joe, the thinking time, what we spoke about before, just to sit there and think, how on earth have I ended up here in life when, you know, my football career was looking up? I can do a bit of this boxing because we just won that tournament, which you had no right in winning. Boxing lads who was on their 23rd fight in the final, and it was like my 7th fight. They should be well more skilled than me. Do you get what I mean?
With the talent comes the madness. You know, don't give you all the talent. You're clearly a very talented fella, but you've obviously got that self-saboteur inside that, as I say, the big thing is Icarus. So there was the famous Greek god of Icarus who had wings, and he flew too close to the sun and the wings melted. That's who I take. I go, when I'm fucking flying high, remember to stay away from that ego, that sun, because the wings melt off and then it fucking hurts when you hit the ground. Similarities I can smell in your journey, Pad. So you're now going down, you're expecting to get community service, a fucking slap on the wrists, you know, for what it is, and you've got a judge now who's like going to teach you a lesson. That's the first thing. You're getting a custodial sentence, regardless of what goes on here. You're getting a custodial sentence. Oh, for fuck's sake! Didn't even pack a bag.
But people always ask me, what was worse, when you got sentenced or the phone call off John Coleman? The worst was the phone call off John Coleman. That was the worst feel I've ever had in my life. That to say that you fucked up. Then,
what did he give you? What sentence did he give you?
I think he gave me 18 months. He gave me 2 months for me echoes. Give me that's whatever. Ecstasy, yeah. 2 months for me Charlie and 14 months for the black dough.
All right.
Do you know what I mean? So
you're getting your footy band's going to finish whilst you're inside there, unless you get out for good behaviour.
Which I did do, so that got me out just before Christmas, I think, Joe, on a tag.
So where'd you do your jail? Down in Bristol?
So I started off in Bristol, but straight away I was on my bell to the fella saying, like, get me away from here, because it was burning me head out, the voices, Joe, the accent. No one was like from by
that Cornish, southwest accent.
The only person who's a mate of mine, Robin Vaughan. So the Vaughans from my name, Robin Vaughan. He was on another wing. We spoke to him, but I got sentenced with a lad called Joe Cavanagh from Dovey, who knew Joe anyway, through boxing. He's a featherweight now.
So you padded up then with him down there on remand with him in the cells?
I got in with some Brummy fella, and he got in with a Scouser, Dom Valero, I think his name was. So they was padded up. My fella, he was cool. He was all right. So, and then I was just on the bus saying, like, get me home. I said, Walton, Strange Ways, anywhere as close as you can, just to hear a familiar voice, to be honest, Joe.
Walton, I done Walton a month and Strange Ways a month.
I got
Walton
to Risley.
Been better for you. Risley, Warrington.
Yeah, but I didn't get no gym or nothing. That was like what killed me. So anyway, after 2-3 weeks there, he got me a move and said, do you want to go? And he asked Joe Cavanagh, said, do you want to go with him? You're mates. You got sentenced the same day. And Joe thought, nah, this is easy, because we was getting the gym and it was quite a well-run jail, to be honest, Bristol. And then I went, Joe, I said, I just want to be around some Manx and Scousers, mate, Joe, some Northerners. And then he, last second, at like 7 in the morning, went, fuck it, I'm coming. And then the little journey home when you've been locked up for 2-3 weeks. I was heading home then, and I thought, right, my sentence, I've only got if I behave well, I've only got 4 months, something like that, and I'll be at home in back of my Mars on a tag. So then landed there. That was more difficult because the jail was back to front. There was overcrowded and there weren't enough people to so
you land in Risley?
Risley, yeah.
So you're going to finish your sentence in Risley, then hopefully get a tag and get back home.
Home.
So you've obviously had the boxing tournament. Where are you at with the boxing now? What are your coaches saying to you there? Like, what the fuck's going on
Well, I
here?
didn't really speak to no one. I wrote to Coley.
All right.
I wrote to Coley and then said, Coley, I just can't believe, you know me. I've ended up in here because I'm not no bad lad. I've never fell out with no one at the training ground. I had one fight at Accrington in the pre-season and knocked someone out in the car park. When I got my leg done in that tackle, he was some knobhead from Manchester, some big cunt. Thought he was hard on their touchline. So the chairman was a little bit, because he did.
This Andy Holt?
Andy Holt, yeah. Andy looked at me like, because the fella was huge, so, but it doesn't mean you can fight, which I know, because I've always been...
Well, if you can box, maybe Andy, yeah.
And Andy was a little bit like, he looked at me like I was a bit of a nutter on a weren't, you know what I mean? And then
I'm the same, I'm going, I'm just not, but people look at you go, you fucking nuts.
Yeah, from the outset, but that was the initial thing, just a fight in pre-season, and Jimmy Bell watched me try to shake his hand and whatever, and he wouldn't, so then I ended up knocking him out. But then Andy was a bit like that, and then obviously failing a drugs test, then going to jail. Now he's going to look at me like, I was fucking right to look at you wrong, because...
Was his intuition about you being wrong and turned out to be right?
So I wrote to Coley and he said, Pad, as soon as you get out of prison, you got to come and see me straight away and have a coffee.
That's good of him.
And let's make up a plan and to get you back into football, which was fantastic. So
you do the Risley, you get out of Risley.
Yeah.
Coming out on a tag.
But
which
I played
is what, 7 till 7? 7 in the morning till 7 at night.
So I've got my van, I can always earn money, I've got a trade behind me.
That was a mad story, Pad, and I'll come back to you getting out of jail there. And the reason being is there's a couple of things that have happened to you. So you had a really bad run with knee injuries to the point where you got a knee infection and you'd end up with sepsis. You think you're fucking dying, or your old man pulls you and says, you're struggling.
You're dying.
And how old are you then?
So that was literally as soon as I come out, Joe.
All right.
So 23 years old, yeah. Because I come out in the December, I was 23. And then since 24 in the March, yeah. So I think it was around the March time.
Had this been plaguing you for a while, or was this just something that flared up?
Literally, because Accrington were doing so well in the Football League and we'd watch it on the Channel 5.
Yeah.
And all the lads knew my story. Joe was a half-decent boxer and I was a good footballer. Yeah. And they were flying. And I'm sitting there thinking, fucking hell, that's Jano, that's Yozza, that's fucking Matty Pearson,
you should have been in that team, yeah.
It's my fucking teammates here, and I'm sat here like a fucking dickhead. So I was so motivated in jail, like you wouldn't believe the amount of burpee challenges. But I only had the confines of my pad. I was in a single pad.
Body weight stuff.
Just non-stop.
Super noodles and tuna, lad.
That's all I could do, Joe, do you know what I mean? But I was non-stop training. But no twisting and turning like a badminton or football. I couldn't get none of that. Never got none of that.
I had a touch. I got Jim Audley in strange ways, and then Kinney was in Walton, so he got me out all the time, so I could get out quite a bit.
Yeah,
but again, you know, you've been unlucky there in terms of not having a decent gym and for you as an athlete to maintain your fitness and your mental health as much.
Yeah,
you need to train all the time.
Not half. Like these, they're all like dishing out tablets, but some of us, that's all I need to do, Joe. And I've calmed down as a person since I've become a boxer. I used to be a lot more of a nutter when I was a football. Things just roll off my back now, Joe. When I get up and
you're getting older, lad. You
change. I was thinking that as well. Yeah, definitely that, Joe.
Yeah, as you get older, you mature. Things that were a big problem to you when you're younger don't seem as much, you know, within 5 and 10 years. So you're coming out Risley, you're on a tag. There must be a point where you'd have to decide, right, I'm going to go back to Coley, I'm going to try and get back in footy, or I'm going to go down the boxing route.
So
what is that?
One of my mates, Dean, one of my close mates, Dean, who was at Glastonbury, where he was saying to me, lad, you've been banned. Why haven't you been playing for the Dovey? He said, I know you think it's...
So this is your close group of mates, Duffcott's an area in Heighton. We're from Heighton. Yeah. Obviously Crosby, but Paddy's got a lot of family in Heighton, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But Duffcott is a good Sunday side, you'd say. They're trying to be good on the Sunday.
Yeah, we're good National now. We're one of the best teams, so we just got knocked out the National. But
that's like the FA Cup, Champions League on a Sunday, and it's very competitive.
in the like Liverpool League now, but in our Liverpool League, Joe, they only draw the Liverpool teams out amongst each other until they whittle them down to 2.
All right.
So 12 teams or 14 teams entered, and now the Pineapple, who just beat us, they haven't played outside Liverpool up until this point now, and then the semi-finals or the quarter-finals.
Yeah, because you don't want 2 Scouts teams getting in the final every year or something like that.
Exactly, Joe, because the standard of our league, if you can win our Prem Cup, you could win the National Cup easy, because the standard's very good.
To explain to people who tune into this, the Sunday Cup is a straight knockout, and obviously people can get a wage on a Sunday playing it. My fella won it, I think, for the Crocky Legion, but you get a lot of top amateurs from a Saturday. Some lads play in the league on a Saturday who'll go and play on a Sunday for a wage or for beer tokens to win the Sunday National Cup, which comes with the same winner's medal, my dad tells me, as the FA Cup. So if you win the FA Cup and you win the Sunday Cup, it's the same medal, or the same footprint of the medal, or it used to be. And it gets mega competitive, and obviously to win that on a Sunday is the pinnacle. It's the Champions League. So every top Sunday team you're only judged on do you win the National Cup. You know, how many times did you just win the National Cup? You know, winning the league. We're getting there
now. We're getting closer. The National Cup, it's an FA Cup. How do you win a cup? Do you get what I mean? You don't know, but we're starting to turn into a good team, which has been a long time to come to that point now, Joe. We've got loads of our lads play non-league themselves of a Saturday and play for us. So
that's a good standard.
But most of our league does, Joe. So I used to laugh at him when he's saying in the class, he's like, "What, play Sunday League, lad? You messed up. I was just playing in League 2.
Yeah.
And then, so when I come out, I thought, you know what? I need to pick the pieces up. I need to get involved with that team that are going to win the league this year, because it was only halfway point, and he was top of the league. Play a few games, get into training, play Sunday League. It's just minutes on a pitch, run round, and get into Coley training. And the first game we played against Liam Smith's team, the Custies. 10 minutes in, I just turned, and an innocuous turn I'd done 2 million times. I played, just turned, jogging, turn, my knee just went pop. I just looked around and was like, did anyone hear that? And a few people had heard it, big pop. Cruciate had snapped. As I go to fall over, Joe, and break my fall, dislocated and broke my arm.
Fucking hell. Yeah, that's
both on the left side. That is. I know we've said a bit of bad luck there, but like the more I think about it now, at the time I used to laugh about it. My arm's facing that way. And I always remember my mate Josh Taylor. He played for the Custies. He went to school with me. He went, lad, does that happen to you all the time or something? Because
you're like like double jointed or something.
Went, I said I've dislocated my elbow, so I got a lift to hospital, and they thought I'd been hit by a car, obviously with left arm, left leg, and so they snapped that back into place, put this in a cast, and then I was saying, look, I'm more bothered about my knee because I'm a footballer. You need to look. They can't tell you the cruciate by eye. You need an MRI, don't you? So
you got to go under the.
I was due to see Coley on the Monday for a coffee, but I'm limping now, and my arm's in a cast. So what do we do over the weekend? I cut the cast off, get that to fuck, because I've got to see Coley and I can't go with the cast. Goes, meets him, he goes, all right, lad, you're limping there. I said, oh yeah, I had a little game the weekend, just getting the cobwebs off. He says, when do you want to come in? I said, well, give us a couple of weeks, Coley. I said, because I didn't want to fall on that arm. Not really about the knee. I thought I'll strap that up and get through it. I'm not falling on this arm and popping out of place, because that's the worst pain I've had, that. And he goes, all right, lad, he said, and then we'll talk of a plan of what we need to do now to get you back in football. I said, perfect. A week or two went by, done a bit of running, which you can do. It's twisting and turning. You can run straight
lines stuff, you're all right with ACL, but the minute you move, you're fucked.
You just fall over. So I goes into Accrington, and I start training, but I knew something was up with my knee, obviously, because he heard the pop, and so I started.
Is there no swelling coming in usually?
Yeah, it was massive, but then I took it all out over like the week that I didn't go in. Just done a bit of run. Well, I was just icing it and trying to get as much out. So then the Paul, who was the physio, who was my physio the season before, I said, Paul, look, obviously you know what's going on. I'm dying to get back in football. Just strap this knee up so it doesn't move. I'll put my leggings over and don't say nothing to Coley. He's like, all right, Pad, fucking hell, I'll strap your knee up. You know, you haven't got a contact anyway. It's not like you're trying to bump him out of a contact. And you know what? He'd signed John Doolan as a coach then. John Doolan weren't my coach. John, the season before, he'd come in the time that I'd been to prison.
All right, yeah.
And I'm going in and training every day. And Joe, it was like, I hadn't stopped. I kept playing. I was training really well. And he'd come off and say, Paddy Lacey, best player again. Paddy Lacey, best player. So it went on for a couple of weeks.
Is this with the cruciate?
No cruciate, yeah. I never had no cruciate. So it went on for a few weeks. And then I pulled Coley and I went, lad, I said, you know, I've come in and more than proved. You're top of the League 2 now. I said, but I've come in and haven't kicked the ball for over a year, or a year would it be, whatever. I said, I'm training well. Any chance of giving me a deal till the end of the season? I think he was looking along the lines of, we're top of the league, if we re-sign you and we do have a wobble, which every team does, so I'll probably get the blame. He said, what I want you to do is sign for someone in non-league, which was his mate's team, and then Liam Watson.
Yeah.
And
where was Liam Runcorn? Or
he was
Southport?
at Stalybridge then.
Stalybridge, remember?
And just keep your nose clean and then come back in the summer. I went, no, I said, lad, I'm not doing that non-league no more. I've done that for 5 years when I was a kid, and it's an hard league to get out of. So then Yeovil had asked me to go down there, Darren Way. He was Fleetwood assistant.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I goes down there, but I couldn't tell that physio to strap my knee, so I couldn't move. So the first day in training, because the probation wouldn't let me go, I ended up just going on my own accord. I said, if you're going to stand in the way of me going to get a job,
getting your life back on.
Yeah, I said, then just leg me then. I said, throw me back in jail, so it's pointless. Anyway, they ended up getting a phone down there. And my first day, I had a shot, my leg went, and I just said to him, I said, something's up with me. So I've told Coley, Paul, the physio, told me, he said, Pad, at least you'll get it sorted now, because I've been doing a strapping where you can't move it. And then I went in.
So what are you here, Pad? 27, 28 here?
No, I'm still 23, 24 I am here. Because I only done 4 months in jail, 5 months in jail, Joe, do you get what I mean?
I thought you
and I
got
went in
18
23.
jail.
Yeah, so...
But you've done 5.
I done 5 and then I could do
banned?
4 months on tag, so that's essentially 9 months of the 18 months. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I've got you.
Sorry. So then, I goes in to see the surgeon. I don't know what's up, Joe, because I'd never done a cruciate before, and he just done this with me, like.
They go like that.
He went, you've got no cruciate in your knee. He said, it's completely snapped. So I go, fucking hell. I said, is that a bad one? I knew a cruciate was. You've always had a cruciate. He went, yeah, you'll be out for a minimum a year.
Easier.
So I just said, what? I've just been in jail for 5 months. I've just, been banned for however. I was like, you are winding me up here. I can't catch a break.
And the worst thing about it is, Aki, you did the body here before when you're playing, and now ride an eye.
Flying.
When you're not playing, and
I
now
know
you've got
I can get in the
fucking
team. I've
hell,
just
lad.
trained with them with no cruciate, and I'm saying, fuck me. Any chance? So anyway,
you can see how you think the gods are against you here, lad.
Yeah, so Coley didn't want me to go to Yeovil. I said, well, Yeovil have asked me to go down there because I played against them the year before when I come on there for Zach Varner. If you're the same player, we'll sign you, whether you've got a tag or not, because he was in a relegation battle.
So you go down there, you know you're done. In terms of he doesn't strap it up, you know you're done. You come back.
And then
when do you get your say? How does that come about? You have to phone Coley saying, fuck you.
Yeah, I just told Coley and the physio sorted it for me. So I think I got on the NHS list with the physio who I went to go and see someone in the Spire. And he
Manchester?
No, the Liverpool one.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So we got it done. He said, walk hard there. He said, you can put weight through it. Oh, fucking hell, this is great, this. And Joe, we talk about the pitfalls. Sometimes I don't mind being injured because I've got to focus. I've got something to get back to.
There's only one way out of that.
Yeah. Do you get what I mean? So I just thought, right, all that shit's happened. I've got a new knee now, a reconstructed knee. Let's go with this. And then
but you still wanting to be a footballer here?
Still football at this point, Joe,
boxing hasn't took hold here yet?
No, but it was about to.
All right.
About to. So I goes in 2 days later, 3 days later, and my knee's ginormous. And the woman come over. It was only for the physio session. She just touched it. She went, your knee's infected. Yeah. You're going to have to stick around and see the surgeon. Sits in with him. I says, the woman sent me in here. I said,
it's NHS, Paddy, you're on, not private?
Well, it's private, but on an NHS list. Okay. Do you get what I mean? Inspired. And the fella's got a fantastic name. I won't empty him out because obviously he never meant to fucking do it.
You get the odd one that doesn't go to plan, yeah?
It just happens, doesn't it, Joe?
I remember a top surgeon doing Andy Cole's and he hadn't quite tied the blood vessel off and it caused Coley loads and loads of problems. Probably finished him towards the back end. Yeah. And he was a top world renowned and it just...
Scary, innit, Joe?
Again, you go under the surgeon's knife and an anaesthetic, anything can happen. Yeah, you promised it'll be all right, but then you come out of it as you're finding out. Did you have infection in there?
So I had an infection in there, so he sat me down, he went, look, he said, I'll cut you open now. He said, then we'll do a clean out right now. This is like 5 o'clock of a Tuesday afternoon. Or
so how long is this after you've had the ACL surgery reconstruction?
3-4 days, something like that it was. Right. I went, well, I can't really. He said, because my bed's in the car park. I said, my phone's in the car. I said, how's she going? He went, all right. He said, well, I'll take the blood out your knee. He said, and I'll test it, monitor it. He said, if I phone you in 24 hours, you're going to have to come back and get your knee cleaned out. I went, all right, great. Goes home, takes the blood, don't hear nothing for 24 hours, so I'm fine. But I was stopping to eat, Joe. The infection was taking over my body. I'd wake up in pool of sweats. I was just fucked. So my mum and dad are starting to see me lose weight because I lost 3 stone over 3 weeks. And I'm not the biggest of lads anyway.
Oh, you must look like you'd fucking just got out of
Well, I look
Auschwitz
like a
there,
baguette,
never
to be
mind
honest,
fucking
Joe.
Bisley,
So
lad.
I looked in the mirror one night, and as I looked at, I was that scared of my own reflection because I was like gaunt and I was turning yellow. I did look like a baguette, so I hit the floor, boom. And my half fella come in, he said, Pad, I've told you for weeks you're not right, lad. Something said, I went, Daddy, I hope I haven't got cancer or something. Because that's the only illness that I associated with death. Or so then I goes into the hospital, and within 30 minutes, bear in mind, I've been to see that fella as I was losing weight 2 or 3 times, Joe. Yeah. Joe, the surgeon. And he just kept signing off saying, if you get worse, go to the hospital. Yeah. I'm thinking, lad, I'm in a hospital, can't you do some sort of check? I'm not eating. I'm waking up in sweat.
Lost 3 fucking stone.
I've lost 3 stone. Telltale signs, but I don't know. Anyway, so I was in hospital then for 3 weeks, fighting the infection with the knee. I needed an operation.
All the way
through. They had to cut me open. They had to get all the infection because it's septic arthritis.
Lad, it's so bad. It's so dangerous. Like that's what people forget.
It eats the joint.
It eats the flesh. Yeah, it eats everything. Yeah.
So it stopped the regeneration of my hamstring. Yeah. So they take your hamstring out. So that leg's fucked, Joe.
Did they put your hamstring in your cruciate? Do you get a new cruciate from your hamstring?
That one.
Right, yeah,
but my
like
hamstring,
weird places they take it from, like your arm and stuff like that.
You can take it from your patella tendon. They're starting to take it from your plantar flexor or whatever that's called. So anyway, they took that.
Plantar fascia.
Plantar fascia, yeah. So as they took that, I just knew this left leg was never the same because of the infection. My quad smaller, my calf smaller, and I had that hamstrings never regenerated. So that was when I started to realise, looking at my legs, that ain't
I'm
cut.
not going to have the legs to play centre mid.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it no more. Just no, looking at it.
But also, I always remember whenever I done any knee injuries and I'm coming back, obviously you do stuff in the pool because you're non-weight bearing, Alter G now, they put you in them Alter G things, which take the weight off, But a lot of the stuff we would do was boxing bags and pads because we're not moving off a straight line, but obviously you get the cardio workout. So I didn't know whether you'd had them problems. Obviously, you had the knee injury, and then you've gone, right, I'm just going to, all I can do really is me fucking boxing because I can stand and punch. And I didn't know whether you've gone,
but that's what did happen, Joe.
Oh, right.
Just you literally hit the nail on the head. As soon as that's happened, I knew I wouldn't be kicking a ball for a while. And so I started just standing up and literally doing that. What you say, I've got all the videos on the thing, on my phone where my little brothers are padding me. I thought, right, that leg, I've been told that leg will never be the same.
So this leg's still full of infection?
No, they wouldn't let me leave the hospital till my infection rates come below a certain marker.
Yeah, they take like all markers in your blood and all that. So obviously you've still got your dressing on. Yeah. But you're able to get on the pads now.
Yeah, but no real range of movement. Joe's like a stiff, skinny leg that I lost loads. But I thought, right, I can stand up and I can hit something. I'm not really twist a turn, but I can just lay my foot flat and literally just do that. So
is there a moment where you go, right, that's me done with footy, I'm getting after this boxing here?
Always like, I don't know, maybe I could, but boxing was the main thing then. And then there was a competition that was coming up for novice fighters, under 20 fights coming up, and now I'd had about under 10 fights it was.
All right.
A national competition. So I just started going into the Solly, who'd always pick me up when failed the drugs test, won that tournament, now been to prison, now they're doing the same. He said, well, Pad, I think it was September, this competition's happening. Do you think you could get yourself ready? I said, to be able to box in about 12 weeks after that, Joe, getting an infection in my leg being skinny. I said, I don't know, but I'll try. So give me a name then, Joe.
Gives you a purpose.
Gives me a purpose. So I start training like a nutter, like I did against for the Haringey tournament. I start again, and I'd done okay in the training, got through everything as you should. Couldn't really do no road work, stuff like that, but I could stand up. And I sparred a kid from the army. He was bigger than me though, light heavyweight, and he duffed me up, to be honest, Joe. And Eddie, the coach, Paul Edwards, pulled me in and went, Pad, look, credit for doing as hard training as you have and trying your best, but I'm just not going to let you fight this tournament. It's like a nationwide thing, he said, because it's just a little bit too soon in your leg. I went, nah, I said, I'm fighting. I said, if you don't let me fight, I said, the rotunda, the transport, all gyms around here, I said, I'll walk in there and let them bring me into it, because I was better than, 8 under 10 fights. I was better than that. I was a little bit better, not,
You knew you were better, you just hadn't had the experience. So you're in a nice spot, really. It's like being a racehorse where you're under the handicapper.
I couldn't really dance. Yeah, it's perfect, Joe.
But you know when you get in there, you'll be all right. Like you'll be like.
So then I'm arguing the point. He went, all right then, Paddy, if you really want to fight, you want to fight. So then I went on the 4 fights or 5 fights I had in that tournament. So you start in a quarter final in your area, semi-final, final, you win your final, then you go through. At the 5 fights,
are they all on the same day?
No, they're all like a few days apart. Right. So you do your quarter on the Tuesday, Thursday, final Saturday.
3 rounds?
Only 3 twos.
3 twos, right.
So I end up flattening like 3 out of 5, and I fought a very good boxer who's a boxing champion now in the 5th fight, which was the quarter final of the national. Johnny Boy Carley, who's the area champion, the weight below me now, boss lad, traveller lad, who'd been boxing from when he was 12, but he was in the under 10s. I don't know how he's blagged that one, like, but
different birth certificates, lads. So, Johnny Boy Carley,
Johnny Keeley. So just go Johnny. Take off boy. No, I-L-E, and then put boxer. I-E. Sorry, L-Y. Boxer. There he is. So he is the light middle.
Tell you what, he needs to get a turkey, lad. Don't he get that fringe sorted out? Don't tell him I said that.
So I boxed him, and then I beat him. But when I boxed him, here's another little bit of good luck for you, Joe. Our heads come together, no head guard in the amateurs no more. And I felt something in the first round. It's weird sensation. My cheekbone had broke. I don't remember what side it was. I think it was that. And coming back to the corner at the end of round 1. I won the first round as well. I said, I think I broke my cheekbone. Then I said, when we banged heads together, I felt like my cheek come in a bit. And my coach went, fucking forget your cheek. You 1 round up here, boxed the same, and he was tough because I was stopping everyone. He was tough as out anything.
St. Helens.
Yeah, well, I think he's a traveller, but his campsite is on St. Helens. And then Joe wins the fight, and then I checks in the mirror, and my fucking face with the big dents inside.
It's a bad one. I remember my dad breaking his cheekbone. It's a bad one. It meant to make him feel sick and all that, but
so I went to the hospital. And then they said, look, you're going to have to come back in a couple of days. You get that operation to pop it out, and they put like a piece of metal behind it.
Depressed fracture.
Yeah. So then I couldn't box in the semis. Couldn't box in the semis, the final for my national title, and that was what was keeping me going. I thought, for fuck's sake. So then, there was nothing happening boxing-wise. I was supposed to go in the ABAs.
So hang on a minute, you've come out of the fucking wilderness here, you've got yourself back in order. You fucking had the sepsis, you overcome it. You got yourself back on the even keel. There's another boxing opportunity. There's a clash of heads in it. Although you've won the fight, you've fractured your cheekbone,
so
which I imagine for a boxer, you can still do the training now, but you can't do any sparring or fighting. Yeah. So you're like, fuck's sake, I'm just getting going, get my boxing career going, and there's a little setback. So you can't box in the semis and the final, which you've earned the right to be in. Yeah. So you come out of that, you've obviously got to get it. Do you have to get surgery on there?
Surgery to pop that back in and hold it together. There's no plate in it now.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how long are you going to have to rehab from that? Because if your game's getting punched in the face, I was going to say, fucking hell.
So then, my attention switched. I'm about 3-4 months into post-op now, and I've had the op on my face as well. So I'm thinking, maybe I can get paid footy until I'm able to box again, because they're not letting me box with injury now. So Liam Watson, the manager of Southport, he rings me and says he kept in touch with me. I was always supposed to sign for Liam at Southport and then go back to Coley.
And at this point, there's a fella from our golf club who bought into Southport who ended up buying into Huddersfield, and Southport's got a few shilling for the lower leagues. Phil,
Phil was a nice fella,
it's a second name, I can't remember the second name. Phil Hodgkinson, that's him, yeah.
So anyway, there's good wages going about at Southport, but then there was loads of clubs, because I've been a good player in them leagues, and then I went up and it was only my own demise really. They still wanted me, so I had a load of football clubs saying, Pad, we'll sign you non-league, fucking hell, we'll be made up to have you. And Liam said, Pad, but we're full-time, we've got a boss physio. I don't know whether you know Dan Gabrielson, because he come to Everton.
No, I've heard the name, but
Dan Gabrielson, I don't know
which
what
would appeal to you, I imagine, because you're going, well, it'll sort me knee out.
Sort me knee out, and he taught me so much. And he was full-time, but I was loving earning money back in my van again, Joe. So they played Slamia in a FA Cup game, Southport. I think it was the first time FA Cup on telly. So he said, Pab, we've got Solihull on the Tuesday or the Saturday in the FA. In the FA, trophy. Not the trophy at the Vars for the low ones. He said, Solihull in the thing, can you play? I was only 5.5 months on from doing it. The leg was in no way, but
ACL, you've come back from ACL and infected 5.5 months. You're fucking
it was daft, really, Joe.
You're mad.
And I just thought, our stand centre mid, and just hopefully land on seconds and just get it and give it to Joe. It's hilarious. Joe, one of them games, Joe, where you're in the right place and everything drops towards you. So I'll be looking at the centre half. He'd be heading the ball coming across here and he'd flick it right on my fucking bell end for me to play. I swear, every second ball I picked up, I couldn't move. And the physio was looking at me because he knew he'd had an ACL. Dan was looking at my knee in the changing rooms. I could see this fella looking, and he went over to Liam Watson and said, that lad should not be on a football pitch because my thigh was probably tiny. Thought, you're dangerous anyway. So Liam turned around and went, lad, if you can play like that and, you know, you with a stump and a leg, we'll sign you. And they give me good money to sign non-league back with them. So I think it was all set up really because Liam is best mates with Coley. So it's time for his assistant, keep your nose clean, and then you can go. Yeah, get yourself back, plan. And then I'll do a year with them. They'll get me up to speed.
League One there,
the League One, yeah. And anyway, it never went.
Fucking top of League One at one point.
Was the yeah,
right up there for a bit. I'm telling you, when had some really good starts to League One seasons. Coley, they'd done a phenomenal job. And as I say, never got them up, but they fucking scared a few big clubs. I remember them winning at Sunderland. So you're then back in this Southport.
So I agreed to sign
again.
Yeah, tier 6 for 18 months. Then they said, look, you're not kicking a ball for another 6 months because that leg is in tatters, but we'll pay you for 6 months.
Oh, right.
And I was getting 700 odd quid a week.
That's good. Yeah, so you
full time in tier 6. So I just thought, right, I'll just work afternoons. But I'd started working for a few different flooring companies and I was snowed in with work. So I had a couple of lads that worked for me. They'd go in the van, do this, and then I'm coming out to full-time football of a morning, say 1 o'clock, and then sorting a load of flooring. It was just chaotic, my life.
I must tell you this. I heard that you'd kind of knuckled yourself down. You're after said about getting your own van, because if you're a flooring, you got your own van. You're not working for anyone.
Yeah, when I was about 19,
so you were saying, I heard you telling a story saying that you'd saved up and then ended up going on the fucking roulette machine. You saved up $3,000 to buy this van.
$2.5 grand, I think it was.
$2.5 grand.
And literally, my dad went into work one day and I worked with him. Or he spoke to the fella that ran Bogan's Carpet, still going now, Bogan's, and he said, we've got too much work coming in, we need another fitter. Does anyone know anyone? He said, well, our Patrick's been doing it with me 18 months and he's shit out, he's stuck to it. Usually you should do a few years under someone. He said, but he's shit out. Do you want to get him in, Peter? He said, can he get a van? He said, he's been saving for the last 18 months he's worked with me. We'll get him a van the weekend up money. And literally, Joe, I don't know what happened. It's weird how we talk about these sliding doors.
Yeah.
I went into a bookies the same day as this is getting discussed.
So you don't know this is happening? You're having this conversation
I was just thinking, my dad may keep me with him for 3 years, or I don't know. When the opportunity arises that they need another fitter, it could be 5 years, Joe, I don't know. And then I come home and I'm absolutely devastated. Never really gambled, had a few footy bets. I'd lost every penny.
So you've gone in the fucking bookies here and got on the roulette machine.
The roulette machine and gambled it all. And literally the same day, I comes home to me, our fella, my dad went, I've got good news for you there, son. I'm in the floor, by the way. He goes, I've got you to start at Bones, we need to get you a van this weekend. And
you'd had your little deposit saved up for it?
That was it. Well, that was all I was spending on it.
Well, that's what I mean, unbeknown to him. It's fucking gone in the roulette machine.
So we went and bought a tranny van that I still had.
Did you tell him though? Did you say, listen?
Yeah, I just was honest, and he just said, are you messing you? I said, Dad, honestly, I've never done it before. I don't know what happened. He said, you're daft anyway, I'll help you out and fucking thing. You'll have to pay me back. Nice one, Dad.
There must be a point where you switch on the boxing hat to get you where you are today, Pad. When does that boxing life fully come on?
That happens at Southport, so I was still training, and I think I was still having a few amateur fights after that tournament. Yeah, because I was training for the Haringey to get me title again, because I was still under 20 bouts for the next season, so I was still keeping up my training and my full-time training.
Would you be defending this thing again? Or you've won it before?
I've won it before, but like I wanted to go in the open class, so we're against all the elites, all the internationals around the world. And if I got beat, I got my medicine and I realised the standard, but they actually won't let you enter that, you get what I mean? And the club was happy to put me in. And I was realising, Joe, that this leg isn't what it was once.
To be a footballer?
To get back to the level I used to be. So I'm at Southport, and the player that Liam wanted to sign, going off that game where he had a stump, but it kind of everything fell for me. Joe, the stars aligned that time. I needed more time to get back to what I was. So
absolutely, because if you've done an ACL and it's a 12-month injury, I always think it takes lads another 12 months to get over the mental
and to get back to where you was.
Well, never mind the fact that you'd been on an even madder journey. That's, you know.
So basically, if you look, the last game was 2016, and then my next game was 2019 for Southport. Don't know how many games I played. End up leaving there, going to Stalybridge, Simon out. You know, Simon, he's big on his horses.
Fair the name, yeah.
He's a family friend of ours for years because of Dr. George Wilson, who's a thing. He brought us in, but it's all boxing age, but this pays me bills, non-league football.
So Southport in the conference here?
No,
or
in the Conference North.
So tier 6,
Conference
tier 7?
North, and Stalybridge with the league below. But this is just about COVID's about to kick in. Okay. But I know I'm gonna be a pro boxer because I've started training with pro boxing coaches now. John Gillies, Dave Tonks, my dad's mate Alan Levine, Paul Wright, one of the Wright brothers, and they're all saying, look, you can punch, you're fit, you can take a shot, do it, go for it.
And you're 26 here, Pat, 27?
26, 27, something like that. So my mind was made up.
And if we're honest, your best football, you're probably in your best, 27, 28, 29, 30, your best football years, but as a boxer, you don't come online until 35, so you're clearly smart enough to realise, I could actually have a fucking profession here.
Well, that's what I come to, Joe, because my whole life I've thought I was an athlete at some sort.
Yeah.
It was always geared.
You knew you was an athlete.
Yeah, but it's always been geared to training every day. My life has been training, so I thought I can never get back to
Premier League level or
something like that. Where I always aim for the championship and maybe higher, Joe. Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought was achievable with everything that went on. But it's mad when I look back now. Well, if you could train with no cruciate in your knee with Accrington at League One level and train well every day, why couldn't you just give yourself more time? But anyway, my mind was made up with this boxing. So I signed.
Also, you've got a chance to be a champion again.
Yeah. And do something great, and it was kind of turn this negative into a positive because I've got two little brothers there that are budding footballers, and like they see me playing against Bradford in front of how many thousand, right in front of them, and they both come away saying, "Lad, you were brilliant today." And they were only kids then, and then not long after, Joe, I've got a bib on me saying to them, "Don't cry, boys, I'm going to be home soon." It's like I'm on holiday and they're crying their fucking eyes out, you know what I mean? Because we're close.
Yeah, imagine.
And then when I come out of prison, Joe, got with the boss, I eating bed. See what I mean? Someone I was talking to before, I went in and that didn't half sort me out as well. Because, Joe, you're not going out and being pulled into, Joe, you're just bored. The devil makes work for either land, doesn't it?
You're no longer going the hairdressers.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was fantastic for me. She's been brilliant. And everyone...
Any kids, Pat?
No, we're open to have some soon, Joe.
Right. Still young. I had me first, I was 30.
Yeah, well, that's... My bird's a year above me, so she's a little bit more, like, really wants to fucking have them. If it happens, it happens. Fantastic. But should we be lucky enough? So then I turned round to Chester, always wanted to sign me with Bernard and Jono. I don't know whether you're familiar with them off the Salford thing.
Salford lads, yeah. Good lads, actually.
Boss.
Yeah, good lads.
And I'd knocked them back a couple of times when they tried to sign me at different clubs, Salford and... Chester the year before, I signed for Southport instead of Chester. And he went, look, if you don't sign this time, you're getting fucked off because we've asked you a few times and you're fucking like this. Yeah, so I signed for Chester, but I said, look, I'm going to be a pro boxer as well. I said, so I don't know how that fits for you. And he went, sign, Pat, we'll make that work. We're happy to have you. So then the boxing started.
So that's the thing. So you've obviously been boxing at a decent amateur level in terms of them tournaments and that. But I would imagine there's a huge switch from amateur boxing into the paid ranks, the pro ranks.
It's a different game. So I don't even think it like a 3-round fight now. I don't even think it's a fight because the fight's just warming up. Now, Joe's I'm going through the 6s and the 8s and the 10s, and you obviously have to mimic that in training and do a 10-round spar for an 8-round fight, and you have to do an 8-round for a 6-round fight. It just seemed, I used to do 3 2-minute rounds. I'd never even done a 3-minute. I'd done one over in Copenhagen. I boxed one fight there for like Liverpool, Merseyside, rep team or whatever, won that. But then to go to 4 3s, it's quite daunting. So I'm only human. I'm thinking, fucking hell, have I got the lungs for that? Because I'm blowing up my ass off 3 2 minutes.
Yeah, you thought you stand, you're in good stead, though, but it's a different fitness completely.
Completely, Joe.
I've done that to supplement my training, and you think you're fit as fuck, and then you get on the pad for fucking 3 minutes.
But it's all what your muscles are used to doing, aren't they, Joe?
But it's conditioning for it, isn't it? So looking at you going, okay, you're going in now, and you're going in the paid ranks. Which gym are you attached to?
So Dave Tonks up in Speke. So I used to go into his gym with Alan Levine, who's one of my dad's best mates. And he used to train fighters, and because some of his fighters would spar his. Alan lives up in Blackpool.
I'm trying to think of fighters from up them ways who would fight.
So he had Robbie Davies Jr. He trained him. He trained Andy Cooliquin. Who else? Tom Fowler was with him.
Yeah,
loads. He's had loads of fighters. David Berg, Neil Perkins. Been at it 30 odd years. His dad was a boxing coach in St Helens gym when they had an influx.
And you weren't attached to them as a junior? So
no.
This is a fresh start for
No,
you?
yeah, just a fresh start. But he was really adamant on me when I used to go and train and say, Pad, trust me, I can do something with you.
All right.
Just trust me on this. You don't know much about pro boxing. You know what you can do in the amateurs and you can flatten a few lads. I can turn you into a champion. You got to trust me. So I'm listening, and then I go back another week and think, you know what, I'm fucking, let's do it.
Interestingly, did you have any confusion coming from your dad again, because he'd boxed and telling you what to do?
Not really. No, he was half behind it. I think he always wanted me to play the football because no one likes to see the son get punched in the face.
No.
So he was always trying his best, saying, you can do it, son. You just have to rehab your leg just a little bit longer and you will get it back. Just fuck it off for now. So that's why I kept my hand in, to be honest, Joe. You know, maybe the light does sort itself out and I get myself to a standard where I say, Dad, I'm only 27. Could I go and play the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years in the Football League? Should it happen? And then it did happen, to be honest, Joe. I started playing for Chester, playing really well. I changed my game a little bit. Couldn't go and rat as much, so I just stood in the middle of the pitch. Read things a little bit better. I always remember Gary McAllister telling Stephen Gerrard, stop fucking running, lad, and think about what you're doing. And it gave me that little bit of time. And to be honest, I half improved. I played well for Chester. The Chester fans used to like me. And that's still tier 6, though, Joe. And we had a good side.
And when you've been to tier 4, nearly having a look at, and you feel like you nearly had the chance at tier 3, tier 6 isn't what it was when you're a young one coming through.
And then we played on Boxing Day, Telford, because you do the reverse fixture on New Year's Day. And that morning, this is why I mean football was never supposed to happen. I turned around to my dad and went, Dad, I know you haven't been to watch me over the last couple of years since I've come out of prison and that. I said, but I'm back. I said, I'm playing really well again. I said, my legs are back. I said, I'm thinking about giving Coley a phone call and saying, I'll spew this boxing amateur. I didn't even turn pro yet. I don't think. No, I hadn't, because it was my first season at Chester. I'm back. My dad went, fucking hell, lad, you're messing. I am made up. Goes and plays Telford. I'm having a stormer. Start the second half. My other cruciate just snapped.
Maybe it just wasn't meant to be, lad. Do you think, fucking hell. Yeah. So and you do need a bit of luck. People forget you fucking, you know, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. You know, people say you make your own luck or whatever, but you fucking need a little bit of luck.
Luck, yeah. So then I just come home that day and he went, is it your cruciate? I went, Dad, I think it is, you know. So I didn't want to tell the boxing gym because I was due to have my pro debut coming up. But the league got closed down then with COVID. We were second in the league. Chester had a very good squad. And I said, that's me retiring. And I wrote my message to my little brother saying, boys, you know, I'm say I was 28, I think, Joe. That's me ended now. Football's fucking, it's gone like a blink of an eye. You probably feel the same about yours. It's gone so quick. Enjoy it, boys. And I wrote in the Chester group to all the players, see you later. And the Chester fans, fucking unbelievable. They raised money for me surgeon, for me surgery. So they all had the whip round, got me like £6,000.
That's nice, isn't it? And
said, look, come back next season because the season's ended anyway. So I ended up getting my right leg done. But I said to me, Dad, I'll never play again. He went, lad, you can't stop yourself from playing football. Do you know what I mean? You've had a million times that you could have jibbed it, but you keep playing, so stop it.
Really love it, yeah.
Yeah, and then, so then I turned pro with Songshi and started that little journey. And I was still playing for Chester at the time, and all the Chester fans were coming to me first few fights.
Because I was going to say to you, in the boxing, you've got for a lad who was just starting out, you had a big following, and I know you get on shows there if you've got, you know, a big name behind you, that you've done well as an amateur, or you've got a big following behind you, and obviously seeing you go in, and then because of your big following and you had a lot of interest, you know, you got on some big shows with big promoters, and you obviously fight earlier before the big fight in those big arenas. You know, it's not like footy where you play in small arenas until you get in the big arena. Yeah. You can be playing before the big fight takes place in the big arenas. So did that wet your whistle then once you had a taste of that for the boxing?
I've always just enjoyed the boxing training, loved the sparring, loved fight night. They're just a trainer of exerting yourself and very easy to digest. Whereas football, Joe, I think it's hard. I can turn up and do everything right all week, and then we can still get slapped 3-0 and I can play shit. Yeah. And I think I've done everything right this week, or even you can play well and look shit because your team got beat.
Or you can play well and the team shite and you lose as well, yeah.
Or you can play well and the manager digs you out at the end and says, I thought you were miles off, and you're thinking, you're fucking joking, I was good there, I thought. So there's a big
in the boxing ring.
Boxing ring, it's me for you. You smack me more than I smack you, then I'll shake your hand at the end and say, lad, you're best than me there. It was very easy for me to go through, and like after bad spars, you'd have them just as your bad training sessions, fucking sparred a bit shit there. And then your coach says, Pad, but when you weren't utilising your jab, or you weren't doing this, and you go, you know what, you're spot on there.
Well, that's what's interesting, because you're one of the few who'll have, you know, if I play shit, if I'm football and I play shit on a Saturday and we got a game Tuesday, I go, right, fucking shite there. I get myself back on the horse Tuesday, and then, you know, you might have 5 or 6 shit games, but the games are coming that quick. Within a few days, a week, you've got a chance to put it right. Yeah. With boxing,
I missed that.
It might be 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 3 months before you get a chance to put it right.
Not that I've been beat amateur or pro, but
have you not lost amateur or pro?
I lost one down at that tournament in the semis. So I went to reclaim me.
Oh right, yeah.
But I boxed a lad from London. Yeah.
No, this is not that one.
No, this is after. This is the Haringey. Just as a when was this? Just as a sign for Southport. I think it was in the summer, and I battered the lad who was from London, and they gave it as the decision. They took a point off me, said me head or I was grabbing or something. It was just a farce, so I don't even count it.
Can be, yeah.
It can be, so I don't even count that. But I had, I think,
you must know if you've lost a fight or not.
Yeah, and the next day he weighed in to go to his fight, and fucking I should have seen the state of him, Joe, because he took an iron off me, and he got stopped in like the first round, but he was spent from the iron he took the day before. Thought, you know, why have you just give it to a kid that didn't win? And he doesn't even want to be in the ring the next day. He took a fucking pasting again because his head was gone and he had all coggies on his head and that. And anyway, so I never ever counted that. So I think I had 17 amateur fights, won 17 and I stopped. Probably a little bit more than half of them, which is a rarity in amateur boxing. And then to go into pro boxing, I haven't really stopped that many. But you can only, it takes 2 to tango, Joe. Need someone to lock horns with me and then meet me in the middle, and then I can land some big shots. But as everyone does your initiation to boxing, unless you are an elite amateur, you know, you're going to have these fights picked for you to get your ring times. It just is what it is. But the real fights are starting now. The real fights are starting.
So as it stands today, Pad, you're 10-0 as a boxer.
10-0, yeah.
2 knockouts.
Yeah, 2 knockouts.
In terms of the next couple of fights for you, obviously, you want what's your aim? Are you aiming to get or have you got an aim, or is it like the next fight, or is it a British belt or a European belt, or what
I used to, when anyone used to ask me, I always say I'm aiming for the top, so to win a world title. I've sparred world champions, but I try not to think about it too much now, Joe, because I always think about how much time is it going to take me to get there, and think I'll just focus on the next fight, and my next fight will be in the next 2 to 3 months, hopefully at a big bill with Eddie, or I may have to go to a small hall.
You haven't got a fight in the diary?
No, but I had the 27th of April, but Eddie's just put that card up that he's going to Leeds, so he's not going to do 2 cards the same night. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know at the minute, but I'm still training hard. I'm just aiming towards that date. If it's a little bit sooner, a little bit later. But this season, my manager, this boxing season, my manager said, look, Pad, you're going to be boxing for the title this season, whether it's a WBA Continental, IBO European, whatever, or an area title in England. I think 2 lads are fighting for that though, which would be, what are we? We're the central area of England. Get you up the rankings where you need to be, heading towards a British title.
So your middleweight, who's doing the rounds in the country at the minute in terms, or
well, the best that there is, I think he proved it last week, is Hamza Shiraz. He stopped Liam Williams last week. He looked devastating. I think Liam Williams is obviously a little bit, he's a little bit over the hill now though, Liam.
Been a good fighter.
He's been a very good fighter, yeah. I think Beefy will stay at middleweight. I don't think Beefy will go back down.
He's got to climb off that poor performance last time.
So you've got to get going again.
I seen Callum in the Echo the other day. Obviously, he's like, it's a tough profession, because you go, fucking, I just challenged for the world title there, but it's almost like snakes and ladders. You think you're right there and you've got a world title, and then doesn't quite go to plan, and next minute you're fucking down here and you've got to work your way back up. So when I look at that, I go, if we're saying the next, 30 Pad now?
30, yeah.
So the next 5 years of your prime, aren't they?
Exactly.
30 to 35 as a boxer. So if I said to you, right, in 5 years' time, we're sitting down, we're doing this again, you've smashed its head in, all the bad luck's gone in footy, we fucking got rid of all that bad luck. From now on here, everything's going to go right with your body, with your training. Obviously, it's up to you in the ring what you do. Do you think you've got the ability to become
world champion? Yeah, 1,000,000%.
That's good, mate.
100,000,000%.
So that must give you laser focus now. And, and listen, no matter what's happened, you've got to be mindful of, most people don't make it through 2 or 3 of the things that have happened to you. You've made it through a chaotic period, but look where you sit today with what's in front of you. You know,
but I worry as well, Joe. What happens when I do retire from boxing? What's my aim? So some people do get lost in I don't know how you've felt about retiring, but I've thought straight away, I just look back and think, I give myself an aim of win the Allengate, then win the national tournament, then come back to football, then I would think, what do I do when it's all over, Joe? My body isn't...
What sounds like it's going to happen here? You got your own...
I think
your own
managing,
family
Joe,
to start building here, in terms of, you know, kids will come online and they fundamentally change your life. Just ask your own absolutely. Yeah. Especially as a professional athlete who's on a hero's journey to make something of yourself. All of a sudden, these kids come around and
they're way
just
more important than you.
A completely different entity than what you thought you was before, which is good.
That's fantastic.
Which is good, and obviously, you know, for you, your prime as a boxer is in front of you. So all the shit that's gone on should only make you more wise, more experienced, more able to deal with the highs and lows of, you know, starting another career as a fighter. And when I look at, as I say, the amount of shit that's happened to you, good, bad and indifferent, obviously Pad, some of it self-induced,
most definitely.
I have to say, but also sometimes you can self-induce and cause a bit of chaos, but actually get a little bit of rub of the green. You know, you don't get tested in the Liverpool game. And then, who knows, you know, would you be with Coley and that now, you know, trying to get out of...
Bristol Rovers?
I'd have signed you at Bristol Rovers, got you down there, or Fleetwood. And, like, the beauty of it is you're still a very, very young man. Still a very, very young man who's got an enormous future in terms of, you know, to be somebody who's played professional football and somebody who's fought for a world title would put you in probably a small handful of people. Maybe is there a handful of people? Curtis Woodhouse got to a British title,
didn't he? Yeah.
Just Google had any footballers fought for a world title.
Well,
might be the fucking first one.
Sergio Martinez, I know he was a footballer and he took to it late and he ended up being the best middleweight in the world.
Is that
pound for pound number one?
Was he meant to be gay?
I don't know. He's a good looking lad, like.
I'm sure. Who did he fight? Martinez. He fought with
Sergio Martinez. He fought Martin Murray. Put him down a couple of times.
Sure he was.
It might be.
Just have a look at him. I think he was Sergio Martinez.
Sergio, and he was a cyclist as well.
Sure.
Yeah, he was a footballer, and I don't know whether he ever got paid. Early life. Yeah. Martinez was a keen cyclist and football player. But I don't think he played pro. I'm
saying he's gay, and I don't think it was. There's someone...
But he started very late as well, and there's loads of people that start boxing late, and obviously I look towards them. Because what did I start, 25 or something?
But would you say, I know there's a big advantage of having the technique and all that from a younger person, but would you say not being in those wars and having all that fucking sparring and punching, as I say, as you get into your 30s and maybe into your late 30s, that might pay you back.
Exactly, yeah. Well, my dad seems to think so, but obviously we're going to be biased and think, you know, it's going to pay dividends for us. But other people would say, oh, there's no way you can contest with him because he's done it since he was 5 and he only started at 25. That's 20 years extra experience he's had doing something. But, you know, just for instance, the lad that boxed the last time that I stopped it quite quick in the first round, he's boxed since he was 8.
Yeah.
He's 28, you know what I mean? He's been doing it 20 years. I've been doing it 5.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And that's so the thing, when I look at it, I go, you know, obviously you're going to be in a rush because you're in a rush from life in footy. You know, you said there, I came back from injuries quicker and, you know, you're our fella wanting to be in the first team earlier. You almost seem like you've always been in a rush to be there quicker than what you may be capable of being.
Definitely.
Would you have to check yourself here to make sure that you don't do the same with your boxing career now? Because I would imagine if you take the wrong fight at the wrong time and you've not got a massive trainer behind you and you've not got a massive amateur pedigree, you know, from what I know about boxing, if you're not with the right stable and with the right promoter and you haven't got the TV company behind you, even if you're the best fighter, you might get the fucking fight.
So basically, my manager is Josh Warrington from the start to where he is.
Boy,
Zelfa Barrett, who's now going to fight for the world. He's had loads.
Good fighters.
My coach has had British, Commonwealth, European. Hasn't had the world champion yet. Hopefully I can get him. So I've got a great team, but I'm not in charge of any of the picking of the fights or nothing like that. I just need to show up to the gym and get told I'm fighting, and there'll probably be fights where I go, fucking hell, do you reckon that's a bit of a tough one? Then the coach would say, trust me, Pat, you'll smash him. You'll go right through him, or, you know, vice versa. So that's why I'm not in charge of it, because they've been at it 30, 40 years in the sport. And I trust them, and you've got to, Joe, do you get what I mean? Whereas, you know, I'd be a sucker for if anyone called me out, I'd be like, what? Let's get it on, and probably get beat by someone in 2 years' time I would wipe the floor with, because the rate of my improvement is vast, you know what I mean, compared to these people. If you've been at it 20 years, your margins for improvement, you know, you can't improve that much technically when you've been at it 20 years, whereas I find myself, Joe, very quickly, camp by camp, things are being improved, I can do different things. I'm thinking, I'm disabled, is it 10,000 hours and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's the Malcolm Gladwell. Matthew Syed took it, didn't he, and wrote the book Bounce and kind of made it a bit more simple to understand, but it did come out of Malcolm Gladwell's book. I won't say it was Outliers, where they said they thought that if you, the theory is if you get 10,000 hours of purposeful practice at anything, you become world class at it.
Yeah.
There was a big study done on, it was done on a couple of girls, young girls in chess. I won't bore you with the story because we've been going for 4 hours or whatever. But it is, for me, it is true in terms of, you know, the more purposefully you practice something, it's strange that you find yourself improving at it. You know, if that's a footballer, you go from training 2 days a week as an amateur to 4 or 5 days a week as a pro, you find you're improving your game. Yeah. Similarly with boxing, you go from being 2 or 3 days a week and playing footy to all of a sudden now you're laser focused on your boxing career. You know, your footy career is on a Sunday, and it maintains your cardio, and you're trying to probably avoid injury so you don't miss sessions in the gym. But it looks like now your attention span is focused in on, I could be world champion here. I've got a chance of being an elite level boxer. And very few people get the second career.
Chance at something, you know.
Fucking hell, had very few people, especially with what you've been through. And, you know, I listened to Teddy Atlas talk about boxing, and he talks about WBC, and the only thing I fear for is how politicised boxing is.
Not half.
You know, the rankings are decided by a load of people who have obviously sitting on the federations, and, you know,
sometimes you look at it from the outside in. Even myself, Joe, sit on the couch and you just think, do I even want to be a part of that? Even on the other side, sometimes I think I'm just fighting for people to have a laugh at. I'm the dickhead in the ring, fighting, risking my life. Yeah. Just to be ridiculed. If I had a bad performance, always a fuzzy player, dickhead, shite. You think, what am I doing this for?
But you were saying,
they're just all the other things that honestly go through a footballer. A boxer's head. Yeah, but I get it football as well. No, you're there for their entertainment, aren't you?
You're used to that. You know what I mean? You're you know, Tony Bellew talks about the gladiator. You're paid entertainment, and you know your body's your business. But also, there's very few people who the lights turn on and they come alive. So you're also built for it. You know, it brings out the best. You said it. You know, the best feeling you had was when you sparked the lad after he put you on your ass. It sounds like, you know, that get your engines revving, and having that singular purpose, and having that I can be the best in the world. Honestly, Pat, I'm sitting talking to you, and I know we're thinking, oh, thank you so much for coming in. It's a fantastic story, and hopefully I'll get you back on it, and hopefully we're talking to a future world champion with the belts and that, and we'll be monitoring you. But I must say to you, you should be incredibly proud of what you've gone through, and to still be sitting here as an undefeated middleweight boxer with an exciting opportunity to maybe be world champion. Fucking bit of luck goes your way, and you've had enough bad luck, lad, in your life. Hopefully a bit of good luck goes your way. And all I can say to you is keep fucking doing what you're doing. I think it's an incredibly inspirational story, not only to your younger brothers, because no doubt about it, you'll have influenced them.
They're a big driving factor for me.
But also for yourself, it still looks like you've got, as I say, an enormous opportunity. You know, if you go on to be European champion, British champion, Commonwealth champion, or whatever, there's very few people on the planet who've played professional football and become a boxing champion.
I've never really thought about it like
incredible.
that.
Well, hopefully we're talking about a world championship, mate. As I say, hopefully we'll sit here and we'll laugh in 10 years' time and say, fucking hell, remember we had that conversation, and there he is with your belt round you and the millions and millions of pounds that hopefully that comes with it. It'd be nice, mate. But as I say, Pad, thanks so much for coming on. As I say, I could talk to you for hours, mate. But what a fascinating story. And any young uns out there, you get one fucking speed bump in the road. Don't fucking give up.
Exactly.
You get 25.
Football or
45.
Boxing, anything. You take your licks, don't you, Joe? And there's loads of kids in football that I've seen growing up that could have done something in football, but they get one knocked back by a club along the way and you just completely jack it in. Like I've been knocked back by loads of clubs that we didn't even go into and just stuck at it like that. So it kind of made me, as an adult, it's not happening there, but I'm going to keep going and I will do something.
Right, because you're a footy player, I don't only do this with the footy players.
I'm half a footy player, not until
quick fire 10 to finish. We ready now? Quick fire 10. The best player you've ever played with, footballer?
It has to be Ravel, doesn't it?
Ravel's a talented kid, talented kid. The best, toughest opponent you've played against?
Toughest opponents. People won't have really heard. I used to enjoy playing against Pogba under 18, so he's not getting it. I remember I got my eye wiped. He played for Chester. Joe Sarcevic, I was only 18. Right, yeah.
He's still going, isn't he?
He's still going, and he was a racehorse. Joe couldn't get nowhere near him. He was about 5 years older than me. Say he was 22, I was 18, 23 maybe.
I think he scored the winner for Fleetwood at the playoff final, League Two. Got Fleetwood into League One.
And that was a tough... Oh, Joe what? Leon Osman.
Aussie good player.
You couldn't get the ball because everything... He was so far away. So he kept it safe side, Joe, just constantly.
That's a foul him to get there.
That's a foul him to get there. Whereas I'm playing against Jack Rodwell, who was well bigger, and I'm thinking, I'm taking it off you. Yeah. How can I get off this little fucker? So Leon Osman,
I'd say Aussie, yeah.
Yeah, Leon Osman's the best, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Pogba would have been fucking good shout.
No,
the best captain you played for? Who you go follow him into the
best captain? Motivate. I was always after speaker, Joe. Some of them were, quite quiet.
Never asked you that. So who's the best captain you've had?
The best captain
I know you're the leader because you're
I'll go with Simon Grand.
All right. Where was that?
Barrow.
Best manager?
Best manager I've had, Darren Edmondson.
Barrow?
Barrow, yeah.
Best goal? Thinking, the answer is this.
Best goal? Oh, it'd have to be that one, wouldn't it? There's been some other decent ones.
It's the only one that it's well worth fucking keeping that one. As a striker, that's interesting. It was because I was asking Matt Letitia this last time. But it will fit for you because you're number 10. You're kind of Letitia mould or be a fitter version of him.
I was more of a 6. More of a 10, but I could do
it. The best keeper you played against?
Best keeper I played against? Probably it's got to be that one that knocked me out, Nick Pope, wasn't it?
Pope, well, he was, England. Your hero as a kid?
Stevie G.
Your sporting hero?
I would... Joe Calzaghe.
All right, that's interesting, yeah.
And I met him at Glastonbury.
Joe's one of the best that's ever come off the fucking... It's interesting that you spoke about the Jeff Lacy fight before because...
I couldn't sleep, Joe.
Yeah, that was just going in my head. It was an incredible performance. Yeah. How fit he was for that fight. 5 for dinner. Dead or alive?
5 for dinner. So I need to pick between dead or alive? Oh, I can have any of them,
anyone,
dead or
music,
alive.
sport, fucking dead or alive?
I'd probably have George Best because he'd have a few stories.
Yeah, Georgie Best. Miss World.
Roberto Duran, I've met him and he was hilarious. Muhammad Ali.
Hands of Stone, Roberto Duran.
There's 3.
Ali, yeah.
2 more athletes that I'd love.
Could be musicians, lad. Could be anything off the telly. Might be fucking Hollywood actresses, who knows? Don't say that if your missus is listening.
But Elvis was an answer, any so
I know he was, but you can have him. Listen, there's loads. I said Adolf Hitler in one, so you can have him.
Let me just think. That fella off... there's a film, what is it, Ridgeback or something that saves all the people who won't carry a gun.
Brokeback Mountain?
No, that's the Cowboys.
Oh, I know, yeah. Something Ridge, where he rescues
and he keeps going back, doesn't he? I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, he's the medic, isn't he? And
I only watched that recently, so that's why it's in my head. And it will probably be Another Out of the Mafia because I love all them films just to quiz him on what actually goes on.
John Gotti or someone.
Yeah, John Gotti or someone just to see how it all works.
What's it called? Hacksaw Ridge, that's
yeah,
it.
it's a great
Hacksaw
film.
Ridge. Andrew Garfield, that's who I was thinking of, who's the medic. Who's Desmond Doss, that's a weird name. All right, last one. Your favourite band or your favourite music?
Favourite, it was the Arctic Monkeys years ago when I was a kid, but they've just gone, haven't they?
A bit
since I was a
different,
kid.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not into it, no.
Josh, you're not allowed to say, it's got better. It's gone.
Oh, you would do.
That's just
Let me
the way
have
it
a
is.
think.
That's what they say. They weren't great at Glasgow this year.
There's been a few bad performances at Glasgow, Lodden Hill years ago, and that's just terrible.
You got to have a certain noise for it, haven't you? You got to have a certain noise for it. Do you know what I mean? There's bands that you see that you don't think are going to smash it and absolutely
So
nail it.
we're a big Elvis fan. I'd probably say Elvis. Love Elvis since I was a kid.
Paddy Lacey, thanks so much. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Joe.
That's common sense with Joey Barton. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Joe.